Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Stop playing with me before I turn you to a song. Hey, bitch, I'm attractive. Can't fuck with you no more. I'm fasting. Bitch, I'm attractive. Can't fuck with you no more. I'm fasting. The morality to wake feedback on low latency. I'm get you from the face as my thoughts grow sacredly. I'm running out of space. Ask Whitney, she okay? Never mind 100K. Why you lying on Benjamin? He turning in his grave. I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't get it. Shit away. The aloof Buddha. I'm Christ with a shooter. Praise to Muhammad. I might never lose you. AP, Michael Friedman. My friend's cooler. Primary, so the resale face stupid. I would never live my life on the.
Shout out to everybody tuning in on TikTok. We need to get the likes to 2,000 likes before we begin tonight's presentation. So tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Share the broadcast with as many people as you can, please and thank you. We got a lot of great information in store for you this evening. We're going to be discussing the reclassification of Black American Indians. We're going to be discussing the treaties that were signed. Wait, hold on, guys. I think I want to keep some of it close to the chest. We'll make some of it a surprise. Just make sure to stick around. This broadcast is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. We're going to be going for at least 4, 5, 6 hours. So just stay tuned and you'll see what we get into. But tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen on TikTok. Let's get to 2,000 likes and then we'll officially begin tonight's presentation.
Computer, I can't get you life for a chikabuya, more power to you. Love them from a distance. Why you always in the mirror more than the bitches? And my cousin tried to sue me like he got the privilege, but I didn't lose sleep because I got the spirit. Hey, bitch nigga, broke phone, trying to keep the balance. I'm staying strong. Stop playing with me before I turn you to a song. Stop playing with me before I turn you to a song. Bitch,
Chris91 says, "What's this live about?" Well, Chris, I'm not sure if you can read. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's been a long day, Chris. I'm sorry. Chris, on the screen, there's a little bit of a prompt, right? At least the people on TikTok can see it. The folks on YouTube cannot see the prompt, unfortunately. But the prompt says, Latinos, Natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis, not us. Agree, disagree, call in. So, go ahead and answer that prompt in the comment section, or you can request to join the broadcast as a guest. Either way works for me. I was just teasing you, Chris. No hard feelings. I totally understand where you're coming from. I mean, I literally just started this broadcast 4 minutes ago. Sometimes you come into a live stream and you're like, wait a minute, what's going on here exactly? You got folks trying to clickbait and rage bait, but yeah, the overarching topic would be identity crises or lack thereof in certain communities. And as always, we got to tie it to the reclassification of Native Black Americans. But guys, make sure to get the likes up. We're at 500 likes on TikTok. As soon as we hit 2,000, we will officially get this party started. Shout out to Bushido Brown over on YouTube. Nice to see you, brother. Nice to see you. Chris says my voice is hoarse. Is that okay? It's all right, Chris. It's all right, dude. Don't worry. Don't be self-conscious, brother.
Frat brother, real nigga, that brother. We just up the score, give me that brother. Spirit medium, my own rap brother. We headed there now, are you strap brothers? Peacemaker, but I'm not naive, brother. Gotta watch him.
All right, guys. All right. It looks like we got our first guest. Before we introduce them, Shout out to Carla Crawford. Carla on YouTube says, "Thank you, Brother Mike, for speaking truth to power." Hey, well, thank you for tuning in, Carla. I appreciate it. Make sure to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com, if you guys have yet to do so. We've got tons of great historical resources over there. You can even book a one-on-one genealogy consultation with me if you're looking for more personalized guidance with your quest for knowledge. Matter of fact, here's a couple testimonials from some recent clients.
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching up my genealogy. He's been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I came across Mike on YouTube showing some historical information about how, we're not all from Africa. And of course, it got my attention as I've been doing my genealogy research for a little while, but I hit a brick road and I needed more help. So the consultation that I had with Mike, it was great, very informative. It showed me a lot of history that I was unaware of, and it's made me more aware of what I don't know. So with finding him, I'm pretty sure that it's going to open up a new door, information about who I really am, who my lineage is, and I'm excited to get started. I'm so happy to have found him, and I recommend him to anyone who may have hit a brick road, who is interested in, going a little bit further than they may have been able to get, or just to find out the truth about your ancestry. Contact them.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. Make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. We've even got a tribal surnames tab where you can see if any of your family last names align with any of the adopted surnames of the 5 civilized tribes. It's a common misconception that we get our last names from slave masters. Oftentimes, when we do the genealogy research, we find we have ancestors who were never enslaved. And we do know that during the process of forced assimilation, indigenous tribes adopted European surnames. So definitely check out the tribal surname tab. We've also got a book list. This is a lot of my primary sources. Some of these are suppressed titles. Some of them you can't even buy in the US. You got to get them from overseas. And I've also got a digital archive. I've personally curated over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, you name it, all citing our indigeneity. So yeah, definitely make sure to check out nativeblackancestry.com. It looks like we're at 600 likes over on TikTok. We need to get to 2,000 likes on TikTok. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Once we hit 2,000 likes, we will officially begin tonight's presentation. There's a prompt if anybody would like to come up as a guest and answer it, or answer in the comment section. It says, Latinos, Natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis, not us. Agree or disagree? Call in. Let me know what you think.
Your homies and police, brother. Ay, cloud chasing, hell of a disease, brother. I'm fasting 4 days out the week, brother. I pray to God that you realize the entourage is dead. I pray to God that you're not lagging when you off the meds. I pray to God she know them cowboy trips don't last forever. Bitch, you argue with her mama, go and get them kids. I pray to God you actually pray when somebody dies. Thoughts and prayers, way better off timelines. False claiming, not cute, I'm mortified. The new earth and hot pursuit, 200 lives. Bitch nigga, broke phone. Trying to keep the balance, I'm staying strong. Stop playing with me before I turn you to a song. Stop playing with me before I turn you to a song. Hey, bitch, I'm attractive. Can't fuck with you no more, I'm fasting. Bitch, I'm attractive. Can't fuck with you no more, I'm fasting.
Ronita, thank you for the coin. I appreciate the support. If you're free, don't hesitate to call in. I would love to hear what you have to say about tonight's topic. And Ronita, were you on the broadcast last night where we had what was the old girl's name? Minnie? Oh man, shout out to Minnie, wherever she is.
They don't want us to be who we're supposed to be, but we are who we are, and that's the way that it's going to be.
The frequency over on YouTube says rhetorical question, but why do they suppress these native pictures? Because it challenges their narrative. I mean, they purposefully want to try to convince people that this Asiatic Mongoloid phenotype is the indigenous phenotype of the Americas, and if you show up all these historical photos that challenge that status quo, I mean, it's hard to keep up the propaganda.
They don't want you seeking for the truth, and it's hard to find it hidden right in front of you. Oh, oh, and they're showing us to fight through every struggle. Never ever let them put you in a bubble. And the brimstone will rain from our fire. Tell me if that is what you desire. Control, control, control. Control, control, control. They want control of me. And they want control over me. Over me. We'll keep on surviving. They keep on fighting.
And thank you for the gifts over on TikTok. Shout out to Ronita. Appreciate you. And you know what? I saw something else. There was something else I was supposed to acknowledge. What was it? What was it? What was I gonna do? What was I gonna do? Oh, I was gonna thank you guys for getting the likes up. We're now at 1,000 likes on TikTok. We need 1,000 more likes, and then we'll officially get tonight's presentation underway. We do have our first guest of the evening, Trey. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Trey. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, I'm calling in from Dallas.
Hey, well, nice talking to you. Lay it on us.
Nothing much. I've just been doing self-discovery, so I don't know. I don't know if I have much to add outside of what I've learned about my own family.
I got you. Well,
Yeah.
What do you have to say about the prompt? Do you think that Latinos, natives, and Africans are having an identity crisis and not us, or do you think it's the other way around?
Just speaking for myself, I'm in a moment of discovery, and I think what the issue is that when people, look and they look at what they've been told, not learned, through the educational system, but actually been told by the people that are their relatives, right? And as people look into that and they find truths that differ from what they've been taught, I think that causes the identity crisis. And I don't think it's necessarily with us if we do the work and do the actual research that we need. But I think that does cause people that have been in the position that have been told, this is the story, for that to somehow now not be the full truth creates problems, and you get pushback. And I think that we get the pushback because we have not always been the narrator in the story. We've always accepted and when I use accepted, I use that loosely. With the reclassifications, all of the reclassifications that I've seen in my own family tree. So I think that people that have had their classification, whatever that is, by the system that we live in or the government, and they've been running on this path, and now to have the people that have been reclassified 7 or 8 times to say, this is who I actually am, this is what we actually are, creates problems with the narrative, so to speak.
So as far as the problems it creates, you're saying it just creates problems with the narrative, not necessarily with the individual? And the reason why I asked that is because it sounds like you were saying that Black Americans do have an identity crisis, and the identity crisis stems from being told that our heritage is one thing, but having our family members tell us something different.
Well,
Am I summing that up correctly?
I don't want to speak for all Black Americans. I'm just speaking for myself with what I found, what I've been able to find.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So you
But
in particular feel like you were dealing with a bit of an identity crisis.
well, I just didn't know the full story. I know what my grandmother told me when I came home from school and told her about what I had learned. And I know how she responded when I told her, you know, where we were from.
How did she respond?
Not good.
And I assume. Wait, hold on.
She responded. She responded like.
Time out. I assume when you say I came home and told my mom where we're from, you mean like that day you learned that we came from Africa, and you came home and were like, "Hey, I learned that we came from Africa." Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think I was probably 6 or 7 years old, and that was what we had been taught, and I was excited to come home and tell my grandma,
I know where we're from. Yay.
Nobody told me this before. Yeah. Look what I figured out, Grandma. And she represented like the people do now when we express who we are. She was not on board. She was like, nobody. And she at the time, nobody. But I say until that point, you know, I lived those 6 years and I knew about where we lived and where we're from. We're from the Southeast. We're from the deep Southeast, just north of, you know, Pensacola. It's really rural.
Pensacola,
Florida. Yeah, just north. And my grandmother was from.
Is Pensacola, Florida, like West Florida or Central? Or
it is west.
West, okay.
It is West Florida, and she's down from
how far away from Mobile, Alabama is it?
About an hour north of Mobile.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. And so all of her family, and I remember going to all of these people's houses. I remember walking with her, you know, she would walk off the road and just cut through the woods like she knew, and she just knew where she was going. We end up at somebody's house. And I knew what these people looked like. I remember, you know, everything at everybody's house, the gardens, what they had in the yard, the food, their language, what they look like, you know. But nobody had ever told me that story. So when I was excited to come and tell her, and it was met with a lot of pushback. She was like, "No, we're not from there."
So
right?
When you say it was met with a lot of pushback, and shout out to D Thrive over here on TikTok. He says Pensacola, that's where my people are from. Salute. Yeah. So when you say it was met with pushback, was it a situation where it was confusion, it was anger, it was general frustration, or like how did that pushback feel?
She said, well, to me, I was a little confused because I thought, you know, I was altruistic about school. Nothing the school taught me was wrong, right? Because that was the way. That's what I was thinking.
And your family
in line to go to lunch. You stand in line to go to the bathroom. You count one.
And your family probably never pulled you to the side and said, "Hey, they're going to teach you some stuff that's bullshit," right?
They did not. No.
Yeah.
But nor had that been a discussion, you know, because we just were who we were. We had a farm. I remember riding on my granddaddy with the tractor. We had the cows and the horses and the pigs and the goats, and you know, we just were, you know, out to where we were on the land where we live. It's about a 80-acre plot. It's still there. My parents still live there now, and so a lot of my discovery has been, you know, where did this land come from? How did this land get in the family? I researched my grandmother's people, and I found their land patents that they had back before the United States was even a place. They had plots of land. I found those plots of land now.
A lot of people coming to me for help with land patents. Oh boy. Oh
yeah.
Boy. I'm normally a genealogist, but a lot of people lately have been, man, I got these land patents, Mike. Man, so I just, damn.
Well, you know what I did? I plotted those out just shortly on that. I'm into real estate, so I build houses.
Oh, nice.
So I plotted the land out. I found one concept, one plot of land is like in the middle of the woods. It's 80 acres, and it's a Florida land management company that's on that particular spot, right? But there are minerals being pulled from that particular plot. It's a 120 acre plot and it's an 80 acre plot. And the reason I started looking is that when I was young, I asked my grandfather after my grandmother gave me that pushback. I asked him, I said, I knew where they were from. And I said, Grandpa, I said, where are your people from? I said, have you always, where are you from? And he said, well, all my people have always been in this area. Right. So when I started to look at the records, just to verify what he said, he never told me anything that was wrong.
And
I
wait, hold
found
on,
some
hold on.
records.
So when he
Yeah,
tells you our people have always been in this area, you're
always.
probably just thinking, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine that you're probably just thinking, oh, he just means like, for the last 2 generations or last 3 generations,
I
right?
was thinking very
Yeah.
short term.
But in actuality, like our ancient indigenous homeland is the Southeast. I mean, we're talking about the
I've tracked it
Mississippian
10.
mound builders, right?
I've tracked it 10 generations on
Yeah.
records that I can go through as far as pre-US with some, I would say, loosely say Spanish documents, right? And I've found accounts in that area for that county where the settlers wrote, they sent prospectors to those lands because that was Indian, at the time that the Europeans came there, they were calling that area Indian territory. The only part, what we consider under the system of government of the United States now in the colonies, was the upper Northeast. It was not Georgia. It was not Florida. It was not Alabama. You know what I'm saying? Mississippi. That was Mississippian culture. And if you're on here, I figured out all of us as kids would do the patty cake deal, right? And we'd always say the same thing. M-I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. Why were we talking about Mississippi and we were clearly in Alabama? But when you find out that used to be Alabama used to be Mississippi before they carved it up, into the states and then down to the counties, all the way over to Georgia was Mississippian mound building culture. Yeah. You don't know, but when you start looking back at you see the nuggets, like, okay, I was talking about Mississippi when I was little, and the older people taught me those things, right?
Real quick, I see somebody in the comment section on TikTok trying to be contrarian. It's
Yeah.
kind of cute. It's kind of cute. They say, where'd you get your degree in genealogy or history? Well, first and foremost, you probably don't know this. Hold on. I got this. That person probably doesn't know this because they're just making comments to be contrarian. They're not actually trying to be in good faith. There's no such thing as a genealogy degree. There's no university that gives a bachelor's nor a master's in genealogy. So nice try. You failed. As far as history, hold on, brother. I got it. As far as history, that's like saying to me, hey, Mike, you claim you're a good swimmer. Where'd you get your degree in swimming? In order to be a historian, in order to be a researcher, you need to know how to read and write. And you know how to research primary, secondary sources, cross-reference, validate. But more specifically, what I really discuss is the indigenous tribes of the Americas with a focus on the Southeast. And damn, that's my tribal citizenship card on the screen. So I guess since I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe from the Southeast, that would be the biggest credential that I have to speak on that history, you imbecile. Let's stick to spectating. Now, I've got to ask you, Trey, words matter. And earlier when we were talking about the identity crisis thing, for those who don't know out there, the definition of an identity crisis is like a period of intense questioning or uncertainty about one's sense of self, values, or purpose in life. So I understand that you may have had some confusion. You may have walked the road of this, but I still give a slight pushback to the notion that Black Americans are having an identity crisis. And the reason why I say that is because and there's a little bit of an echo, so I'm just gonna place you on mute until I'm done talking, and then I can place myself on mute. But the reason why I say that is because if I can give a very simple example, right? It's like you grow up and your family always tells you, hey, yo, Trey, you and your people are good hunters. You come from a line of excellent hunters. But you go to school
and you go in society and people pick on you and say, y'all don't know how to hunt. Y'all don't know nothing about hunting. You're not a hunter. You go get your food from the grocery store. Y'all don't know nothing about hunting. And then one day you take it upon yourself to go out in the woods with your bow and your arrow and try to get something. And you get a deer on your first try. And you say, damn, you know what? My people were correct. I am a good hunter. I must really come from a line of good hunters. I mean, did that person deal with an identity crisis? Or did they get conflicting information and walk a path of discovery, to take a journey on the road of discovery? So when we use terms like identity crisis, the reason why I mentioned Latinos, natives, Africans is because if we start with Latinos, first and foremost, most Latinos descend from Spanish colonizers and conquistadors, but they will verbally get up here and tell you they come from Aztec warriors and Maya princesses. Mind you, they never discuss their African heritage because there's a big African intermixture since most of the African slaves went to Latin America, not the US of A. So that's what an identity crisis looks like. Latinos getting up here talking about, oh no, I'm indigenous, I'm Mexican indigenous, but they don't want to talk about their conquistador great granddaddies and the African slaves that they intermixed with during the Blanquamiento or the Encormienda. I mean, let's talk about it. When we talk about something like natives, I say natives because I'm discussing the people on the reservation, right? We all know the adage of $5 Indians. That's not a joke. That's not just a quip. That's not just a tongue-in-cheek saying. European settlers really paid $5 to get listed on the Dawes Roll as Indian so they can get Indian benefits and Indian identity and Indian set-asides. $5 in today's currency back then is about $160 USD. So that's a pretty good return on investment, right? European settlers straight off the boat, Ellis Island, drops $160. Now they get recognized on the federal Dawes Roll as an Indian and get hundreds of acres of land, and all of their lineal descendants get Indian benefits until the end of time. Meanwhile, the Black Indians get reclassified, disenfranchised, enslaved, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when we talk about an identity crisis with a Native community, a lot of these people descend from the $5 Indians. A lot of them are cosplaying culture, cosplaying identity that is not their own. A lot of them are talking about they're the true indigenous people of America, talking about we come from Africa, but they don't want to discuss their Siberian heritage, their Asiatic roots. I mean, they're not indigenous to the Americas. Are they native? Sure, they've been here for thousands of years, but they're indigenous to Asia, not the Americas. So again, that's what an identity crisis looks like. When we talk about the Africans, Africans are an easy example. Africans will get online all day talking about Black Americans saying that they're Indian and not African is ruining our African identity, yada, 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 yada. Africans in 2025 want to reach over here and grab our label of Black that was forced on us, that we made so popular and so accepted amongst us, right? Now, all of a sudden, Africans are saying they're Black. When did Africans become Black? Africans don't even call themselves Africans. Africans on the continent of Africa refer to themselves by their country or their tribe. I'm Ethiopian. I'm Yoruba. I'm Igbo. I'm Nigerian. I'm Ghanaian. There's no such thing as Pan-Africanism. There's no such thing as Africans identifying as African. They never identified as Black, but because they want to cling to our greatness and the greatness of our ancestors, now they're over in Africa and abroad cosplaying us, trying to talk like us, walk like us, dress like us. That's an identity crisis. So now that I've given those three examples, Latinos, natives, and Africans, when we talk about Black Americans, when we even talk about your personal journey of discovery, do you feel like you underwent an identity crisis, or do you feel like you had a bit of an awakening?
For me, I would say it was an awakening, because early on, because I did share that with my grandmother at a young age, it put some doubt into what I was being taught. And in Alabama history, none of it ever really seemed to go together, if that makes sense, right? And then as I got older and started looking at some of the things that I was reading, I realized, man, the timelines never added up. And the harder you look at things that happen in all of the history that you're given, the timelines just don't add up. So then when I started going into the genealogy and looking at past living records of my family and ancestors, none of it added up. And I couldn't find any of that history like I was being taught. The one thing that was eye opening for me is that I had a fifth great grandfather that still owned his land and the mineral rights. And my grandfather, before he passed, he told me, he said, there's oil in those lands. He said, they're tapping it off in the woods. I was 8 years old. They waited until a lot of people died and tried to, get that land, or passed away. I got to use my words.
Thank you.
But
Appreciate that.
Halliburton, I went home and I saw Halliburton trucks up and down the road.
Hey, if I'm driving somewhere and I see a Halliburton truck, or I ever see a FEMA truck, or I ever see a Red Cross, a NATO, oh Lord.
I asked my mom, I was like, Mom, what's going on? He said, those the oil trucks going under surveying. And I said, surveying what? She said, the land. And then I found out I had a fifth great grandfather who still owned 180 acre plot, another 80 acre plot that they had to divulge because he still owned the mineral rights. So when I went to the court case that they were having, they had about 50 lawyers in this little small town of about 3,000 people, and about 150 people all from around town that were his descendants. And I'm looking like, man, I know all these people. I'm related to all these people that I've been seeing walking around town. But we never knew that he still had this land. And the story was, when you go in, when the little town wrote the narrative about his life, it always begins with the slave narrative, right? He was a slave. He taught himself to read, but then he got 180 acres and 80 acres. I looked at his paperwork. He and his brother-in-law at the time, which was my great uncle, he had documents that we don't even have today, in his wills and all of the things that he left, and his cattle and all that stuff. And there's nothing about him being a slave. But that's the narrative. You get the slave narrative to throw you off the path. Then I got another relatives that told the patent to the inventions, right? Same story. If you read the surface, oh, he was a slave, but he somehow got out of slavery and just started inventing stuff. That makes no sense at all. But I'll sum it up to say, looking at my own history definitely caused me an awakening. Looking at the documents, doing the research helped me solidify that position to get rid of the brainwash, right? I have not found anybody or any paperwork that indicates that anybody in my family was subjected to slavery. I don't know how you feel about that, but I just haven't found it for my family. I did find
the way
one.
that I feel about that is that's par for the course, because as a full-time genealogist, I literally do hundreds of Black Americans genealogy, and many of my clients have ancestors who were never enslaved. Matter of fact, they're listed as free people of color, free mulattoes. Matter of fact, I have a client, 2 weeks ago, I presented the results to them. Their ancestor in Louisiana was listed as a free person of color. They owned their own plantation. They owned slaves. And what they were doing, I found documentation to prove it. They were buying slaves to manumit them. They were buying slaves, whole families of slaves, with the expressed understanding that as soon as this transaction is concluded, you're free. So you really don't know your family story until you do the genealogy. Not only do we have a lot of ancestors who were indigenous to this land, never came from Africa, but many that were never slaves. And even if we do have some that were enslaved for a period of time, just because you're a slave doesn't mean you're an African. Let's talk about it. And actually, I did see some comments in the chat real quick. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Ronita says they are here greasing palms and thieving identities. Facts. And shout out to our resident colonizer, conquistador, colonizing the comment section. Simone Carnell? Simone says, I am dark. LOL, no identity crisis here. Yeah, okay. Simone's been in the chat twerking, y'all. They've been twerking for attention. Let me see. They said, Analyze the page. Y'all keep pretending everyone is laughing at you. No, not laughing. Everyone's watching us, infatuated with us, obsessed with us. I mean, the fact that you're here so active in the comment section. I mean, thank you for boosting my engagement. Oh, this was the funniest one. Simone says, La carne asada, you look like the real Olmec brother. Yeah, no, respectfully, I don't think anybody would say he has a Negro phenotype, yet the Olmec statues don't only depict Negroes, but this is literally a statue in a Mexican museum called El Negro. So, no, I don't think anybody here in the comment section would say La carne asada looks like a Negro. I know you got a nose that's a little bit wide, but I don't see an M-shaped hairline nor an afro. You don't have the phenotype. Nice try. Nice try. Be proud of your Spanish roots. But guys, this is actually kind of funny. We've got 66 people watching on TikTok, over 40 watching on YouTube. Shout out to Anthony. Nice to see you, brother. Go ahead and cast your votes, guys. Put a 0 in the chat if you think that La Carne Asada looks like an Olmec statue, and put a 1 in the chat if you think he does look like an Olmec statue. Again, 0 in the chat if you think he does not have any Negro phenotype. If you do not think he looks like an Olmec in any way, shape, or form, put a 1 in the chat if you think he looks just like that El Negro Olmec statue I just showed you in the Mexican museum. I mean, I don't see an M-shaped hairline. I don't see a fro. I don't see melanin like that. I mean, man's looks like a Spaniard to me, but maybe I'm a little biased. I'm seeing zeros in the chat on TikTok, zeros in the chat on YouTube. Do we see a single one? I don't see anybody voting that he looks like an Olmec. He says, stop it. Someone says he might have a dark great-great-granny, that's all. Someone says he has the nose. Let me see. Someone says, hell no. Someone says, I see Asian hair. Yeah, no, the only thing someone was willing to give you is the nose. But again, there's more than the nose when we talk about phenotype. Your phenotype is much more than just the shape of your nose. Again, guys, let's shrink his image again and bring up that El Negro Olmec statue located in Mexico. Let me bring that up again, just for reference, guys. I mean, above all else, just for reference, since somebody came in my comment section comparing him to an Olmec figure. I mean, this is surprising to me. Talk about a turn of events. Oh, here it is, guys. I got it. Here's El Negro Olmec head looking like Wesley Snipes. Is there anybody out there? Is there a single soul that thinks that looks like La Carne Asada? Someone saying he has slanted eyes. No. Nope. Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube. You guys can't see the El Negro Olmec head that I'm showing right now. Let me share it with you over on. Let me share it with you over on YouTube. Give me just a second, guys. I apologize for that oversight. Here we go. Downloads. Yeah, I mean, they literally call it El Negro. I got somebody in the chat trying to be a contrarian talking about that's a transforming panther head or something. Then why did they call it El Negro instead of El Panther? I mean, y'all just aren't really good with the critical thought. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be petty. I'm being honest. Some of y'all just aren't very good with the critical thought. Oh, no, bro, that's like a transforming panther head. But they called it El Negro. And shout out to YouTube. YouTube audience can now see the image. This is literally called El Negro. You can see the tag right here. It says El Negro. This is in a Mexican museum. And somebody thought that looks like, this guy. Oh, and you know what? YouTube audience can't see Mans as well. So let me bring Mans over to the YouTube audience. YouTube audience, this is what the guy in question looks like. This is the guy that they're saying looks like an Olmec. Yeah. So YouTube audience, y'all now see what La Carne Asada looks like. Go ahead, cast your vote. 0 if you think he doesn't look like an Olmec. 1 if you think he looks like an Olmec. I think he's turning to the side for some strange. I think he's trying to project his nose. I think he's really going off of the nose thing to make his case for looking like an Olmec. I don't know. He's now showing an image on the wall. I think that's supposed to solidify his Olmec heritage. I'm not exactly sure. Anthony's voting 0. Okay. Okay. You got 0. All right. All right. Well, you know what? Since you are the topic of discussion now, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, what's up, y'all? So, I've seen a lot of debates. I've seen this Native American guy talking about this, and now I see you talking about this. And don't get me wrong, the sto-
Time out. I'm going to mute you for just a second. I like to be very specific on my show. So when you say talking like this, what are we talking about specifically? What have you heard me saying on my show? You have to unmute yourself, brother. You have to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
the topic that you're speaking about, how all African Americans are Native Americans.
Sir, wait, time
Um,
out, sir. I've never said that tonight, nor have I ever said that in my life.
Well, they've said, well, what I've seen, I'm no disrespect to the African American community. Um,
Sir, before you start talking about the African American community by and large, we're talking about me specifically and what you heard me say tonight. I never said tonight all Black Americans are Native Americans. You've never heard me say that. I don't make blanket statements like that. Now go ahead. You have the floor. But you have to unmute yourself again. Go ahead.
so I just started listening to you. So from the books that I've been how about researched, a lot of slaves got brought here to the US.
Sir, before we get to the books that you've researched about the transatlantic slave trade, let's clarify, what have you heard me saying here tonight? Because so far you've brought up one thing you claimed I've said that I never said. So what have you actually heard me say?
I don't know who you are. I don't
My
know who
name's
you are.
Mike. Nice to
Wait,
meet you.
what's up, man? How you doing? I'm Alex. I'm greetings from Florida. I'm from Florida.
Mhm.
I'm Salvadorian,
Okay.
right? But I know from what I've read that we're mixed with Spaniards.
Okay.
All right. They tried to eliminate.
Sir, respectfully, we can discuss that. I want you to speak freely, but you're not answering the question. What have you heard me say here tonight?
So what do you want me to say, man?
Okay, here. I'll be specific for you. The first thing you came up here saying was, I've seen people saying things, and I've heard you saying things here tonight, Mike. And I said to you, well, what things have you heard me say? Be specific. And you said, well, you said that all Black Americans are Native Americans. And I corrected you and let you know I've never said that. And since then, you have not been able to tell me what you've actually heard me claim here tonight.
I don't know, but I see a little ID over there, and it says that you say you're Muskogee. By looking at you,
Sir, you don't see a little ID that says that I say I'm Muskogee. What you see is a federal tribal citizenship ID card. That's what you see. And
yeah,
that's
but you
and
still look
that's
mixed.
and that's not me saying I'm Muskogee. That's the federal government saying I'm Muskogee. So before you get to talking about the Black American community and get to claiming whether you think I'm mixed or not, can you tell us what you actually heard me say tonight? You're on mute. You have to unmute yourself. What have you heard me say tonight?
You keep saying that whatever that people are lying to the
That
African community
about what? About what?
that they're not Native American.
And you disagree with that. You think that every Black American comes from Africa.
Yes.
Can you cite a source?
From what Christopher Columbus and all that shit with the ships when brought the slaves.
Christopher Columbus never said all Black Americans come from Africa. Christopher Columbus never trafficked African slaves in a large degree. He trafficked indigenous people. And in his journals, he said that the Taino and the indigenous tribes of the Caribbean were dark like Ethiopians. So you might want to try again. Second try, cite a source that claims that every Black American comes from Africa. Go ahead.
So when the slaves ran away from the Americans, from wherever they were fighting,
It doesn't sound like you're naming an author. It doesn't sound like you're naming a book. It sounds like you're promoting a theory. Can you cite a source that claims all Black Americans come from Africa? If you can't cite a source, that's cool. If you don't have a
Yeah,
source, just say, I don't have a source, Mike. I just
I
want
don't
you to
have a
trust me.
source.
Okay,
I don't.
so if you don't have a source, you just want us to take your word for it.
I guess.
We don't know you like that to take your word for it. But you have the
Don't.
floor. Go ahead.
Don't.
You said that you're Salvadorian and you're mixed with Spaniard or something, right?
Yeah, from what I've read in books of on internet, the Spaniards came to El Salvador, right? They
But
tried to
what does
kill
your
all the.
family tell you? Not what books on the internet say. Does your family say you guys come from Spain?
Well, when I speak to my mom's family, they all speak dialect. Do I don't know. They
I
don't
don't
speak Spanish. They
I
don't
don't
speak
know
Spanish.
what dialect is. Is that an indigenous language or
It is. It's
okay?
an indigenous language, just like Eleponki. The Seminoles speak Eleponki. I don't know what your tribe speaks.
Muskogee. It's in the name. Yeah.
So, okay, Muskogee. That's what y'all speak. So that's what that would be.
Okay. So when you say that, hey, I listen from Spaniards because I read some stuff, and then I say, well, hold on, what did your family say? And you say, well, my family speaks this indigenous language. So are you claiming that you have indigenous ties to El Salvador?
Yeah, yeah, we're Pipili. My mom's family's Pipili, but I can see that in my father's side, they're all light skinned. They look Spaniard, and there's only three of us that are dark. But my grandma's a dark. She's dark also, like myself.
Okay.
So, but I can tell that we're mixed. We're all mixed.
So you mentioned indigenous, you mentioned Spanish. How about African? Do you have any African roots?
Not that I know of. I haven't done no ancestry or whatever. But I'm sure.
So
I'm
since you
sure there's
haven't
probably.
done any genealogy or you haven't done any ancestry, then you don't know if you have African heritage or not, right?
I could have some. I'm not saying I'm not, but there could be some. And to
Are you
matter of fact,
familiar with the Brinquamento?
no,
Never heard of the Brinquamento?
no,
Okay,
no.
not a problem. A lot of people haven't heard of it. Let me oh shoot, I almost disconnected you. Let me drop your image down a little bit. I'm gonna make you small once again, and give me just a second. I'm gonna bring up this image that really highlights what the Brinquamento was all about. And guys, put some fists and feathers in the chat. If you've heard of the Brinquamento before, I'm probably butchering it a little bit. You know, I don't speak Spanish, right? But Brinquamento, this was one of their caste system colonial policies. I know I got an image here. Oh, here it is. All right. And the reason why I ask you about this because this might be part of your family's heritage. Who knows? But this right here is an image depicting the Brinquamento. What would happen is Spanish colonizers would take either an African woman or a dark skinned indigenous woman. They did it to the indigenous communities as well as the African slave population. But essentially, they would take a dark skinned woman, force her to have a baby with a Spaniard, and now this is her daughter. Comes out a mulat, a mulatto, a mestizo, right? Then they force her daughter to have a baby with a Spaniard as well, this one in particular. And now her daughter, which is going to be the black woman's granddaughter, comes out white passing, indistinguishable from a Spaniard, right? So this was literally a colonial caste policy where they wanted to breed the Africans to a lighter shade. And they also wanted to breed the indigenous people out of existence. Now, this is different than what happened in the US. What happened in the US to the indigenous black folks is they get reclassified, they get enslaved, et cetera, et cetera. But down in Latin America, they tried to literally breed them out of existence. So when you say, hey, I haven't done my family's ancestry, I haven't done the genealogy research, so I don't really know if I have African roots or not. I mean, for all we know, your primary genetic makeup is African. And you just had at one point in time an African ancestor who was bred with a Spaniard. And then that breeding kept happening and happening to where now you look the way you look today. And I'm just saying hypothetically, that's just as
Yeah.
plausible as you having Spanish mixed with indigenous heritage, or you having just indigenous or just Spanish heritage. That's why it's very important to do your genealogy at the end of the day. But I
Yeah.
digress.
I do know that in El Salvador they brought slaves, and most of those slaves are, we have something, we have a small population, it's called Afro Salvadorian, and it could be true, you never know, you know.
Well, it's not that it could be true, you never know. This is definitely true. This was the colonial policy. It's literally called the Brinquamento. Anybody can Google it, anybody can look it up. Matter of fact, I'll do you one better. I'll go ahead and
Yeah, but you
bring
can't
it up right
say,
now.
you can't say,
Hold
I
on real
can't
quick.
even say if
Hold
I
on.
was or not.
Time out,
So
time out.
you can't, you can't say
Hold
that
on,
for me.
hold on. I can't multitask, okay? I'm not good at multitasking. I cannot pat my head and scratch my stomach at the same time. And what I want to do real quick is bring up an actual like web page discussing the Brinquamento, since I'm educating you about this for the first time, right? And this is very interesting how, you know, someone from El Salvador, someone with these Latin American roots don't know, you know, the colonial history of their country of origin. And that's no knock at you personally. It's just, you know, the average person doesn't know the type of history that they should. But the Brinquamento, here we go. I'll just bring up a little web page on it. And this is that same picture I just showed you, right, guys? Same exact photo I just showed you. Exit that out. Blanquamento in Spanish or branquamento in Portuguese means whitening. It was a social, political, and economic practice used in many post colonial countries in the Americas and Oceania to improve the race, or mejorar la raza, towards a supposed ideal of whiteness. The term blanqueamiento is rooted in Latin America and is used more or less synonymously with racial whitening. However, blanqueamiento can be considered in both the symbolic and biological sense. Symbolically, blanqueamiento represents an ideology that emerged from legacies of European colonialism, described in Anibal Quijano's theory of coloniality of power, which caters to white dominance in social hierarchies. Hold on, I gotta read that book. I gotta add that to the book list. The colon. I need some water. The coloniality of power. It's a concept of interrelating the practices and legacies of European colonialism and social orders and forms of knowledge, advanced in post colonial studies, decoloniality in Latin America, subaltern studies. Interesting. I got to look that up later, guys. But again, this was all about catering to white dominance and social hierarchies. Biologically, blanqueamiento is the process of whitening by marrying a lighter skinned individual to produce lighter skinned offspring. Go ahead and mute yourself, La Carne Asada. Let me know what you think about this since you're learning about it for the first time.
I think it could be right. If it, I mean, it could be right. I could have African roots in me. I don't know, but I mean, that would be good to research.
Yeah, most stuff, most stuff. And you said that you're from Florida, so are you born and raised in Florida?
Yeah, yeah. My parents came here in the '80s.
Okay. And do you know why they migrated from El Salvador to Florida?
The war.
I don't know about the conflicts or wars of El Salvador. If I wanted to look this up, is there like a name of it?
Yeah, just look at the war in the '80s of El Salvador.
War in the 80s of El Salvador. Okay.
Hey guys.
El Salvador. Hello. We'll bring you up in just a moment. If you can please remain on mute. I'd like to give everybody a little one-on-one. El Salvador War of the 1980s. The Salvadorian Civil War, which ravaged the country throughout the 1980s, was a brutal conflict between the government and leftist guerrillas, primarily the Farabundo Marti National Libertarian Front, or FMLN. Fueled by social and economic inequalities and Cold War tensions, the war resulted in tens of thousands of unalivements and widespread displacement. Hold on a minute. Civil War. What caused this? What caused this? Background. El Salvador has historically been characterized by extreme socioeconomic inequality. Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, we're talking about Spanish colonization. We're talking about the Brinquamento. So is it any surprise that this is what they're dealing with all these decades later? And I'm sorry, guys. I got a cheap ass webcam that I'm working with. Let me try to. Okay, it focused. There we go. And everybody who's not speaking, please remain on mute. Right now, we're doing a one-on-one with Lacarde Asada, and then I'm gonna bring everybody else up and have them introduce themselves and all that good stuff. In the 19th century, coffee bean became a major cash crop in El Salvador. The divide between rich and poor grew through the 1920s and was compounded by a drop in coffee prices following the stock market crash of 1929. Okay. In 1932, the Central American Socialist Party was formed and led an uprising of peasants and indigenous people against the government. The FMLN was named after Farabundo Martí, one of the leaders of the uprising. Hold on, wait a minute. This is just the type of researcher I am. Farabundo Martí. We got to open you in a new window, Playboy. Who are you? Farming community. His original name is Martyr, meaning martyr in English. He was struggling with inequalities. He becomes a revolutionary. We're gonna segue to ChatGPT real quick, guys. I actually pay for a very expensive ChatGPT premium membership, so let's see what my AI has to say. Was let me get his name. Fabriano Martini of Spanish or indigenous heritage. Okay, he was a revolutionary leader of the Communist Party. He was widely believed to have had mixed Spanish and indigenous ancestry, like many people in Central America during the period. They described him as a person of mixed indigenous and Spanish descent, but there's no detailed genealogy confirming his heritage. El Salvador's population in his time was predominantly mestizo, with a significant indigenous foundation. He was known for championing indigenous rights. Okay, so that's who the guy is. So again, he's a leader in the uprising. The rebellion was suppressed, where 30,000 civilians were unalarmed by armed forces. La Montaza means the unalivement in Spanish, is what it became to be known. And it allowed military dictatorships to monopolize political power. Okay, interesting. So when you say my parents left to go to Florida or to come to the U.S., it's because at that point in time in the 1980s, there was a indigenous-led rebellion, kind of founded by Farabundo Martí, who was a leader of the uprising. And what they were trying to do was somehow change the economic inequality between the rich and the poor. I got it. And it does say here that during this conflict, 300,000 Salvadorians were displaced due to battle, many of whom were exiled from Honduras. In many cases, the Salvadorian government could not meet their needs. Oh, all right. Well, go ahead, sir. You have the floor. Go ahead and finish out your statements, and then we'll introduce our next panel member.
No, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Me and you, all I knew was that we came here. Well, my parents came here in the 80s, and you helped me learn about, it was really about coffee and money and trying to get rid of the fucking Indians,
Yeah, I feel you. But hey, wait. Before you get out of here, though, so when earlier you're kind of promoting the notion that all Black Americans descend from African slaves, where exactly did you learn this from? I mean, if you're born and raised in Florida, then I'm assuming you just learned this in like the Florida public school system?
No, I actually done research on the Native Americans of Florida, and there's a big population in Fort Pierce where they're called the Black Seminoles, and their story is told to where they were running away from, there were slaves running away from the enemy, and they ran into the Seminoles, and then that's how they became the Black Seminoles. And then but there's only that bloodline of those slaves, like that's it. There's nothing out of that. They control that bloodline, but there is Seminoles that look like Native American. They look like me, but they're mixed with African American. And then that's how even the Seminoles tell that story from like old timers, and they say that that's how it happened. And there's also books, so that's what I know.
I got you. So here's the disconnect.
Mike.
Hold on, real quick. I try to give everybody a one-on-one. If anybody has to leave soon, I don't know if anybody's at work or anything. Trey, if you have to leave soon and have to jump in, then go for it. But other than that, everybody remain on mute while I finish out this with La Carne Asada. So here's the disconnect. What you're saying is correct. There's nothing about what you just said that is incorrect. The Seminole tribe accepted African slaves into their ranks, and they formed maroon communities and warred against Europeans. Nothing wrong with that. Here's the issue. You're making it seem like the only reasoning behind a black Indian or a black Seminole is because they were an African that mixed with an Indian. But you're not acknowledging that the Seminole tribe itself comes from a confederacy of tribes in the Southeast, which include my tribe, the Muskogee Creek, and there were original black Indians amongst the rake. The Negro phenotype, the Negro countenance was within the tribes of the Southeast prior to any Africans ever coming over. So what you just said is correct on the surface. The tribe did accept Africans amongst their rakes, and there was some intermixture. There are some black Indians who have African admixture and Native American admixture. But what you're not acknowledging is there's also black indigenous people with no African admixture at all. For example, part of this whole Seminole, black Seminole thing you're talking about, this includes the Yamasee tribe. This includes my tribe, the Creek Nation. Well, this is a book that I got from Chief Sekou. Put a fist or a feather in the chat if anybody knows of Chief Sekou. And have you ever heard of Chief Sekou?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, let me pull up an image for you real quick. Chief Sekou, he's the current chief of the Yamasee Nation. Clearly a black man. Chief Sekou, Yamasee Nation. This is Chief Sekou right here. Clearly a melanated black man, Chief Sekou, current chief of the Yamasee Nation. Guess what? He has zero African ancestry. He descends from leaders of the Yamasee Nation, leaders of the Seminoles, but he doesn't have this African admixture like some people do. This book right here, this book is written by him. This book is Yamasee Indians, Culture, Heritage, and Practices. And let me read a little excerpt from this book. It describes the phenotype. It says right here. Actually, I want to start on this page. Here we go. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. It says right here. How were the Yamasee Indians described? We Yamasee Native Americans were described as woolly-haired, dark Negro Indians, whose hair was different as described in congressional documents held in congressional archives even today. We were considered darker than the Creeks, Chulokee Creek. Now, to say that our hair was different, let's see if anyone's paying attention, means that we obviously did not look like the typical Hollywood depiction of Indians that our grandmothers and grandfathers grew up watching on the TV as young children. The Hollywood Indians that were portrayed in black and white films were portrayed by white tea actors. Those images were deliberately shown for the sole purpose of having our great aunts and uncles and grandmothers mentally discard any identification with Indian ancestry via self-identity. Our aunts and uncles and grandmothers were to conclude that since they did not resemble what a TV Indian looked like, they must have either been half-blood, like you're talking about, or they weren't Indian at all, even though they might have known that they had a full-blooded mother or grandmother identified as Indian. Watch the movie Apache with Burt Lancaster. Now, another example that I can give you real quick is if anybody goes to my website, nativeblackancestry.com, and you scroll to the bottom, I have a little passage here about one of my ancestors. This is Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. He was a Creek Indian. He was regarded as a town king, and he was a chief justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation Supreme Court. You can clearly tell he's a black man. You can clearly tell he's a black Indian. Well, guess what? On the doll's roll, he's listed as full-blooded Indian. He's not listed as a freedman. He's not listed as a half-blood. He's not part African. He's a full-blooded Black Creek Indian. So
he's just really dark.
Yeah, because there were indigenous tribes that were really dark. Just like I'm sure you would say the indigenous people of El Salvador were originally dark, right?
Yeah, they're dark.
So if we know that the original indigenous people of Central and South America were dark, and we know that a lot of the indigenous people of the Caribbean were very dark, then why don't we think that the people of the Southeast were very dark? The people of Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, the Carolinas?
Right, because we're just miseducated, you know? I mean, there's that special tribe, like you say, there's that special tribe that's just like, that's they look African American, but they're really Indian, you know.
Mhm.
But
And
that bloodline.
And real quick, hold on. Shout out to Jew. Jew says, what's that website called again? This is my website. It's nativeblack.ancestry.com. You guys can check it out. I've got tons of historical resources. I've got book lists. I've got a digital archive that I personally curated with over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, you name it. Irrefutable evidence of our indigeneity. Watch. And the only reason why I'm educating you like this, look, Carne Asada, is because I can tell that even though we had a little bit of contention when you first came, you, like many people, were just miseducated. And it's not even so much that you were miseducated, but there's just a lot of history that you don't know about. It
Yeah.
sounds like you know about the African slaves that mixed with the Native Americans. You know about those Black Indians, but you don't know about the Black Indians who had no African admixture at all.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure if you know that there was many indigenous people reclassified as Negro, reclassified as mulatto, and captured as slaves. Did you know that there was Native Americans who had dark skin who looked like they could be African, so they were kidnapped and forced into slavery on plantations?
Yeah, you know, when I'm out in the sun, and I'm sure yourself too, we get a little dark too. You know what I
Hold
mean?
on,
So,
hold on, hold on. I ain't talking about how dark you get in the sun. I asked you a very specific question. Did you know that there were dark-skinned Native Americans that were kidnapped and forced to be slaves on plantations?
oh no, no, no.
Well, then let me educate you. Now, this is something that members of the website typically have access to. You know, if you want to become a member of the website, the lowest tier membership is 14 bucks. You get access to a book list with all of my primary resources. I update this weekly, and you get access to the digital archive, amongst other exclusive perks. But let me just give you a little bit of free game. I got this category called ex-slave interviews. These are first-hand accounts. These are first-hand interviews from ex-plantation slaves. Well, let's read the story of Spence Johnson, shall we? Let's read the story of Spence Johnson. We're going to blow this up and make it nice and big. It says here, Spence Johnson was born free, a member of the Choctaw Nation in the Indian Territory in the 1850s. He does not know his exact age. He and his mother were stolen and sold at auction in Shreveport to Riley Surratt, who lived near Shreveport on the Texas-Louisiana line. He has lived in Waco since 1874. Now I'm going to read this firsthand account from this ex-plantation slave, this Choctaw Indian that was kidnapped and forced into bondage in Shreveport, Louisiana. But they use the N word with the hard R. And I can't say that for community guidelines' sake. So instead of using that word, I'm going to, in comedic fashion, say grr. Okay? So if I say grr, you know what I'm substituting, right? So it says right
Yeah.
here, the grr stealers done stole me and my mammy out the Choctaw Nation up in the Indian Territory when I was about 3 years old. Brother Knox, Sis Hannah, and my mammy and her two stepchillin was down on the river washing. The grr stealers drive up in a big carriage, and mammy just thought nothing, because the fort was near there, and people was on the road stopping to get water, and horses was resting a while in the shade. By and by, a man coaxes two of the biggest children to the carriage and give them some kind of candy. Other children see this and go too. Two other men was walking around smoking and getting closer to Mammy all the time. When he can, the man in the carriage get the two big stepchildren in with him, and me and sis climbed in too to see how come. Then the man holler, "Get the old one and let's get from here." With that, the two big men grabbed mommy, and she fought and screeched and bit and cried. But they hit her in the head with something and drug her in and thrown her on the floor. The big children began to fight for Mammy, but one of the men hit him on the head and off they drive with the horses under the whip. This was near a place called Baggy Depot. They went down the Red River, crossed the river, and on down in Louisiana to Shreveport. Now let's go to the next page. Down in Louisiana, us was put on what they call the block and sold to the highest bidder. Me and mommy and her three children brought $3,000 flat. The stepchildren was sold to somebody else, but we's was bought by Marshal Riley Surratt. He was the daddy of Judge Marshall Surratt, him who got to be judge here in Waco. Marcia Riley Surratt had a big plantation. Don't know how many acres, but there was a factory and gins and big houses and lots of quarters. The house was right on the Texas-Louisiana line. Mammy cooked for him. When Marcia Riley bought her, she couldn't speak nothing but the Choctaw words. I was a baby when us left the Choctaw country. My sister looked like a full-blood Choctaw Indian, and she could pass for a real full-blood Indian. Mammy's folks were all Choctaw Indians. Her sister and Fally Hegan and Suki Hegan and her brother Nolan Tooby, they was all known in the territory in the old days. Near as Marcia Riley's books can come by it, I must have been born around 1859 up in the Indian Territory. Us run the hay press to the bale cotton on the plantation and took cotton by X wagons to Shreveport. 7 or 8 wagons in a train with 3 or 4 yoke of steers in each wagon. Us made lasses and cloth and shoes and lots of things. Old Marcia Riley had a gur that he would have make shoes, and if he had to go to court in Carthage, he'd leave the gur making shoes for him. The quarters was a quarter-mile long, all strung out on the creek bank. Our cabin was near the big house. The white folks had big balls and had supper going all night. Us had lots to eat, and they let us have dances and suppers too. We never go anywhere, and Mommy was always crying and afraid of being sold again. There was a white man who lived close to me, but over in Louisiana. He had raised him a great big black man, and he would bring a fancy price on the block. The black man, he loved the white man. This white man would sell old John, that's the black man's name. He'd sell old John on the block to someone from Georgia or another place far off. Then after a while, the white man would steal old John back and bring him home and feed him good. Then he'd sell him again. After he had sold old John some lot of times, he coaxed old John over in the swamp one day, and old John was found unalive several days later. The white folks said that the owner had unalived him because a dead cur won't tell no tales. During the Freedom War, I see soldiers all over the road. They was breaking into houses and taking what they stole. Us was scared and didn't let the soldiers see us if we can help it. Mammy and I stayed with Marcia Riley after freedom till I was about 16. Then Marcia Riley passed away, and I came to Waco in a wagon with Judge Surratt's brother, Marshal Tyler Surratt. I came to Waco the same year that Dr. Lovelace did, and he says that was in 1874. I married, and us had 6 children. I can't read or write because I only went to school one day. The white folks tried to learn me, but I was too thick-headed. So again, I've got several of these firsthand accounts from ex-slaves who were indigenous, captured, reclassified, sold, but this is real history. This is something that people live through. So I know that you're just hearing this information for the first time. What comes to mind?
My name's Major Wright. I just got done with my consultation with Mike. If you trying to trace your ancestry, Mike is a good first step to go through. He's going to break it down to you, all 3 steps to get you what you need. And if you want somebody to maybe do the research for you, you pay that price and Mike can help you too. But yes, he will fill you up with knowledge that you never knew and give you all the things like those unanswered questions in your head throughout time. Talk to Mike, man. He's a great dude. I believe in Mike.
I think it's interesting, man. I think it's interesting. I would love to read it.
Yeah.
It's something that America doesn't want you to know this, just like America doesn't want anybody to know that the Indians, like the Seminoles, never signed a peace treaty with the United States. That's a war that they won't speak about. That's 2 wars. So, I mean, this is just another one for the books. You know what I mean?
Well, when you talk about the Seminole Wars, do you know what one of the main causes of the Seminole Wars was?
They were trying to they were trying to eliminate them. They were trying to capture them.
They weren't just trying to eliminate them. They weren't just trying to capture them. The reason why the Seminoles started going to war with the Europeans is because the Europeans would capture Seminole Indians and sell them as slaves.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Now, if they were capturing Seminole Indians and selling them as slaves, just like an African, what does that tell you? The Seminoles were originally of a much darker hue, a very dark complexion.
You can see that the Seminoles were dark. And you know that guy that you showed, he had the
Chief
mustache.
Sekou, Chief Sekou Harjo, right?
Harjo.
Right
I
here.
know. Yeah. No. His I
Oh,
think
oh, oh!
his
You're talking about
great
my ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, right
him
here.
right there.
Yeah,
Right there.
Thomas.
I know somebody with the last name Harjo,
Mm-hmm.
and he's native also.
Yep.
I know him personally, and I can tell you he's a little bit more darker than than me, put it like that. He looks like he's Indian, but he's just dark, really dark.
Mm-hmm.
Naturally, not even being in the sun.
But again, I really want to drive this home because you're talking about the Seminoles. I mean, I at least give you some kudos for being born and raised in Florida and knowing some information about the indigenous communities of that area. So kudos to you for that, right? But one of the main premises of the Seminole Wars was the US government. They were reclassifying Seminole Indians as Negro, Black. They were lying and saying that they were runaway African slaves, and they were taking them and selling them to plantation owners. So like the whole like main premise of this thing was that they were reclassifying Black Indians and enslaving them.
Yeah.
But nowadays, even when you do some research on the Seminoles, you think that, oh, the Black Seminoles are like Africans that like mix with the natives and stuff. No, the original Seminoles were Black. The original Seminoles come from the Creek Confederacy, which is my tribe. The Creek Confederacy included those that would later become the Seminoles. It included the Yamasee. It included the Wale. I mean, it included dozens and dozens of tribes, and most of them were known to be of very, very dark skin.
Yeah, the Seminoles are mixed. It's mixed. It's a mixed tribe. It's like it's a whole bunch of mixed tribes, and the reason why they were called Seminole means wild, so they will call them Seminole. And it's just a whole bunch of it's just Creek. You got Seminole from Oklahoma. Some of the Seminoles from Oklahoma they didn't side leave. So it's just a whole bunch of different Native American tribes that traveled running away, and they came down, and they all ended up down at the bottom, including your tribe. So
Most def.
I mean,
Yep. And real quick, give us some closing remarks. You don't have to leave the panel, but after you give us some closing remarks, I'm gonna place you on mute and then start introducing some more people on the panel.
Thanks, man. Hey, nice to meet you, bro. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
likewise.
saying? My respect to you, man.
Yep, most def. Thanks for being open to the knowledge. And the next person we got is Miss Journey. Miss Journey, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Miss Journey, are you there? Laya's Journey 777. If you can't hear me, you are on mute.
Hello?
Hey,
Can
now
y'all
we
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yep.
Okay. Hi, my name's Leah. I am coming from the Carolinas, South Carolina to be exact. I've been doing genealogy for my family for about 11 years. I've been just growing in knowledge, and I'm just super excited about the work you do because I was Googling things back when Google wasn't even capable of getting us the real deal information like we can now. So I just want to give a great kudos to you and your work, and just want to tap in more about the Carolina Indians. And I know that I come from Cherokee and Choctaw, if I'm correct. I'm still learning. So yeah, all my family, born and raised, 5 generations deep, upper state, South Carolina, Greenville area.
Well, hey, since you said you're in the Carolinas and you're open to learning some new things, again, this book written by Chief Sekou, it's called Yamasee Indians: Culture, Heritage, and Practices, and there's actually a page right here where it talks about something that happened in the Carolinas. Check this out, guys. Check this out. Which tab is it? Right here. Okay. So have you ever heard of the Yamasee Wars?
Yes, I heard a little bit about it. I need to keep doing some research about it, but I am on the iceberg of it all.
For sure. Where's the excerpt I'm looking for? Okay, so here's one of the pages that I'm going to read to you. And then I also want to read this one. Okay, Yamasee War. And I apologize, guys. It's taking me a moment to find this. Here we go. This is going to be on page 18. It says right here, in the early 18th century, the English established the colony of South Carolina on the territory of the Yamasee tribe. The colonists treated the Indians terribly. They stole their land and captured many Yamasee and sent them to the West Indies where they were sold as slaves. By 1715, the Yamasee had had enough. They attacked the English and tried to drive them away from their lands. Other Indians, including many Creek, joined in the fight. The English coaxed the Cherokee, who had a tense relationship with the Creek, to battle for their side. In the end, the English won, and the surviving Yamasee were forced to scatter and find new homes with other tribes. We got another page, page 21. It goes on to say, are you trying to say that there are Caribbean Yamasee? Yes, it is a fact that many Yamasee Indians were shipped to many of the islands in the Caribbean and the West Indies. See for yourself. Taken from the New Advent Catholic Church Encyclopedia. Quote, the Spanish missionaries under Fray Antonio Sedeno began to labor among them in 1570, and little trouble arose until a rebellion of the Yamasee was provoked by an attempt of the Spanish civil authorities to send some of them to the West Indies for labor. Not only were there Yamasee Indians located in those areas, but you would be surprised to find that we were also in Cuba, where the core of Cubans are black in color. But read it for yourself. Quote from a book called The Struggle for the Georgia, excuse me, I need some water. Hold on. I keep saying I need some water, and then I'm just constantly trying to drop gems and give y'all the knowledge. And let me take a break to drink some water. Lord. There we go. Quote from The Struggle for the Georgia Coast. Though research is still ongoing, living descendants of these African Wale and Wale Yamasee may yet be discovered in modern Cuba. Why is it important to point out the color of the Yamasee? Answer. The purpose of highlighting the color of the Yamasee is a simple answer, which is to denote that all quote-unquote Native Americans and all quote-unquote American Indians did not all look the same. When the Europeans first arrived to the shores of the United States, it has also shown the reason why we were not told that a pure-blooded group of Indians of black skin hue existed. A related point that needs to be made aligns with the question, why were we told all slaves were from Africa? What about the first slaves that came to these shores of European, Asian, or even Spanish or French descent? History has taken words like slave or freedman and made it apply to all quote unquote African Americans or those that fit the Negro description, and has everyone thinking that those of dark skin are all of slave origin, and even have them practicing this fallacy in Black history celebrations. In addition, what deceptive historians did not want to be disclosed is that there was a particular southeastern tribe that existed way before the Christopher Columbus story. It had the largest kingdom in the New World. It was considered the fiercest of the Native American tribes and just so happened to be Black. And I digress. What do you think about that, sister?
It just follows suit in all my research, really. Just going through my grandparents, my great grandparents. Luckily, on my mother's side, we still have land in South Carolina. So I have something to go off of, pictures, names, and all that stuff. So I just feel that I'm really blessed that I can go back so many generations that in school taught me like our history only started with slavery and that's all we were when I knew that was a lie.
Oh, yeah. And there's a reason why they want to program us through K to 12 to think that our history just starts with slavery. Hey, you guys were slaves on plantations,
And then Abraham Lincoln was nice and said, I'm gonna free you. And then you guys had like a little bit of a civil rights struggle. And then Martin had
Right.
a dream and he got taken out. Forget about that. But now everything's better.
Exactly. I don't know. I just hate how complacent, especially our age. Well, I can't say our age, but the younger generations feel like, you know,
Well,
Martin
before
died
you
and
say
then
our age, how old are you, sister?
I am 28.
Okay, cool. I'm a little older than you. I'm 30. So yeah, our
Okay.
age.
Yeah. So we get hooked on the American dream and all the distractions, and we're losing ourselves of who we really are.
Most of. I definitely agree. And you know, we've got a lot of more people on the panel. Go ahead and give me some closing remarks real quick. You can stay right where you are. And then I'm going to introduce the next person.
I'm gonna just keep it sweet. I appreciate the work you're doing, and I'm super motivated to keep in touch.
Oh, yeah, most def. And if you ever need some one-on-one professional guidance with the genealogy, you know what to do. Tap in. And guys, before we introduce our next panel member, I really want to urge you guys to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. I've built out a lot of historical resources in this site for you to take advantage of. The biggest thing I'm the most proud of is this digital archive, y'all. Earlier, we were reading a firsthand account of an ex-Choctaw Indian slave, stolen, whole family stolen. They were coaxed into a wagon with candy from some European slave traders. I mean, that was a crazy story we read. But we've got a lot of historical resources on the website. And if anybody needs one-on-one professional guidance with genealogy, you can even book a genealogy consultation with me, where I'll teach you the 3-step process that me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship back in 2021. Everybody on the panel, stay on mute. I'm hearing some feedback. I'm going to play a quick testimonial from a recent client, and then we're going to introduce our next panel member.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I came across Mike on YouTube showing some historical information about how, we're not all from Africa. And of course, it got my attention as I've been doing my genealogy research for a little while, but I hit a brick road and I needed more help. So the consultation that I had with Mike, it was great, very informative. It showed me a lot of history that I was unaware of, and it's made me more aware of what I don't know. So with finding him, I'm pretty sure that it's going to open up a new door, information about who I really am, who my lineage is, and I'm excited to get started. I'm so happy to have found him, and I recommend him to anyone who may have hit a brick road, who is interested in going a little bit further than they may have been able to get, or just to find out the truth about your ancestry. Contact him.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. What are you waiting for? Why go through places like Ancestry.com that are going to charge you $4,000 to do a family tree? I mean, guys, I'm not joking. I'm not being funny. This is Ancestry.com's website right here. You want to hire one of their genealogists? Pricing may start as low as $3,700. Hey, some of y'all may have it like that. But even if you did have it like that, chances are the genealogist with Ancestry.com, they ain't a black person. They're not going to know anything about racial reclassification. They're not going to know that your ancestors may be classified as Negro, mulatto, but really they're American Indians. Matter of fact, if you think about it, the genealogist with Ancestry.com most likely is not a member of any American Indian tribe. Damn. So what can they really help you do besides do a family tree for you? Guys, family tree is just step one. During those genealogy consultations, I teach you the 3-step process. Step number 1 is tracing your family tree. Step number 2 is establishing tribal affiliation. You have to find documentation where your ancestors are listed on Indian rolls, whether it's land allotments, bills of sale, freedmen records, muster rolls, tribes, chiefs, and treaties. You have to find that documentation, cross-reference it to the Dawes Roll, and then you got to navigate the complexities of the tribal citizenship application process. Some of us got ancestors who was reclassified as freedmen, and that's a whole nother controversy. And I demystified that entire process for you during a 90-minute genealogy consultation that's under $100. Meanwhile, Ancestry.com trying to charge you $4,000 just to help you with step one. All right.
I'm so glad that, you know what I'm saying, I even, you know what I mean, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, you know what I mean, enlighten me from the internet to, you know what I mean, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down. He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. Come on, what are you waiting for? Shout out to DM. DM says, how do I sign up for that? Just go to nativeblackancestry.com. If you go to nativeblackancestry.com, you can scroll a little bit down on the homepage. It says, discover your native black ancestry, book a one-on-one genealogy consultation. And you can even book different types of consultations depending on your budget or what you're most interested in. So you can get a standard genealogy consultation where I teach you that 3-step process, answer any questions you may have. You can get a recorded consultation, so you don't have to worry about taking notes or anything. I'll actually send you a copy of the recording of our meeting. And then you can get a genealogy consultation with an additional history lesson, and that makes the meeting a whole extra hour and a half long, and I give you a real in-depth breakdown of the Black American the Black American indigeneity that the government has been trying to hide for us for oh so long. Shout out to Grace Mello, says legacy charges $3,000, $9,000. Exactly. Ancestry charges $4,000, legacy charges $3,000, $9,000, $11,000. Or you can get with Mike, card carrying American Indian, get a genealogy consultation for under $100, where I'll give you the game so you can do the research on your own and save your money not having to hire a genealogist. Let's talk about it. Wolf Moon says, are whites disqualified? If you're talking about for my genealogy services, no, absolutely. I don't disqualify anybody. Of course, I market my services to Black Americans because we are a underserved community, and I have a real focus on the racial reclassification of Black Indians. But if you're just of European ancestry and you're in America and you're like, hey, Mike, I just want to learn how to trace a family tree and how to source the records and stuff, you can still book a genealogy consultation with me. It's just your genealogy consultation is going to look way different than a Black American's genealogy consultation, if that makes sense. Let me see. Someone says, I don't see not one Native person in here spamming his live. Yeah, normally the Siberian Huskies be over here trolling me, but not tonight. I'm coming with too many heavy-handed receipts. Grace Mello says, Mike showed a newspaper article where an employee from the Census Bureau stated they did that. Yeah, you must be referring to racially reclassifying Black Indians. Yeah. In the digital archive, I've got excerpts from a newspaper clipping from a Rhode Island newspaper. This Rhode Island newspaper ran a story called When is an Indian Not an Indian? It's When He's a Negro. This was February 22nd, 1970. And on one of these pages, it actually discusses a census taker. Check this out. It says right here, y'all, this is why y'all call me the king of receipts. And I humbly live up to that day, or excuse me, I humbly live up to that name every day that I go live, okay? Every day that I go live, I got to give you the receipts, right? It says, who is an Indian? When the United States government counts heads, it says we are whatever we say we are. A census taker now working in South Kingstown in preparation for the 1970 census said recently, quote, if they tell me they are Indian and they look Negro, I put down what they say and change it later. Aren't Indians supposed to have high cheekbones? End quote. Yeah, just let that sizzle in your spirit for a minute. Families Indigenous, whole families Black Indians, you know your culture, you know your heritage, you know your customs. U.S. Census taker comes around. What are you? I'm Indian. Census taker writes down they're Indian. Later on, when the census taker gets in their car, they say, you know what? I don't think their cheekbones were high enough. They look like a Negro to me. Let me put African American on there. Straight from the horse's mouth. But you know, guys, let's officially introduce our next panel member. Sorry to the brother who was actually next. I think he dropped off. I know sometimes I can get caught up in long-winded monologues. But now the next person we've got is Smoke King. Smoke King, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, I'm calling in from Katy, Texas. And my family, my mom has actually done our genealogy, and I got a little bit from her, but she's actually writing a book to tell that story. And you know, she's kind of secretive, but she gives us a little bit. But our family is Yamasee and Cherokee. And the story, most of the story that she's writing is about that Yamasee War, you know, where my great grandfather was a captive of the Cherokee. And I'm so glad you told that story. And that's where he met my grandma, my great grandma, and they took off together, actually, right? And they settled in Sweetport, Louisiana, made their way because of some issues in Sweetport. They made their way down to Lake Charles, and they settled down here in Texas, right? And with some help from some other family, they were able to purchase land. And this land's been in our family for over 350 years, right? And you know, we got acreage down here. My sons, you know, they learn about their history. They know who they are. You know what I mean? When they came home back in elementary school telling me about Black history stuff, I give them the real deal. And they go back challenging their teachers on this good stuff, right? But, you know, I wish, you know, I pray a lot of our people reach out to you so they can do their genealogy and find out, you know, exactly who you are. You know what I mean? We're not all from Africa. You know what I mean? We weren't, you know, brought over here as slaves. You know what I'm saying? We're prisoners of war over here. You know, when you look at my great grandma, and look at my grandma, you know what I mean? And, you know, the pictures that we have, our family, you know, our family was like horsemen. You know, they were, we raised horses, you know, and grain-fed hogs all our lives. That's what we did, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, like I said, we got land over in Cedar Bayou right here in Texas.
Nice.
And, you know, it's refreshing to know that history, you know what I mean? That you know, you can bust that Black History Month like you broke it down. They just give us a few talking points, Black History Month, there you go. And that's not our history. You know what I mean? Our history is American history. Now, this one guy was in the chat talking about my family's been here for 1400. Dude, we've been here for eons, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, when you there's a time what they failed to tell you, there's a time when the land bridge was created, and there was a time when that land bridge collapsed, right? And that's the starting and stopping point for that migration of those Siberian people, right? And those people settled on the West Coast. They didn't settle on the East side with us, where all the magnificence was and all the, you know, all the opulence that we were building, all the things that we were doing, you know what I mean? Those people were still living like cavemen.
Mm-hmm. We had vast civilization living on pyramids and mounds along the river, vast agricultural tracts. Yeah, that's why when the Europeans came over here, they were obsessed with our land and said, you know what, we don't think we want to go back home.
Yeah, they knew where they were, man. They knew where they were, you know, when quit, you know, because, you know, I did my deep dives, you know, and I looked at 1492, you know, looking at when the Treaty of Grenada, you know, basically all Chris Columbus did was do do recon for the Spanish, the Dutch, and the English. He just did recon, went over there and didn't find anything but us. You know what I mean? Following the rest of the Moors over here, you know, so, you know, that's what I researched, you know what I mean? And that's what I look at, you know what I mean? And I'm just glad you're doing this and putting it out there so people can do their own research and start on their own journey to understanding, and then going to you, getting that information. I'm glad you're doing it the way you're doing it, brother, because it's too expensive to work with these places. And then you look at like 23andMe. You saw what they did, right?
Hey, it just went bankrupt, right?
Their whole board quit because that all that mess they were pumping out is coming to light. All these people, my family's in Nigeria and I'm from Chad. No, that was fake. They were just all thing we were doing.
They've had identical twins
exactly
take the same test and get different results.
Yep. And that's why it's all discredited. I mean, you have to do your genealogy. You can't do DNA. You have to actually do.
And they got the game so twisted. They got people thinking that genealogy is the same as a DNA test.
Exactly.
I got to tell people all the time, y'all know those are two completely separate fields of study. Genealogy is paper trail records. It has zero to do with spitting in a cup.
Yep. And see, that's the reason, it's outlawed in, over there in
Israel.
It's outlawed to do that over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these, I call them reservation Indians. They don't do their DNA or their genealogy.
I call them Siberian Huskies.
Yeah, I call them Siberians too. They know where they're from, and they don't do if they don't want to see that Siberian Asian ancestry. They don't want to see that. And the people that are in Siberia right now still carry those same customs as their cousins over here.
Yep. And they're on TikTok. Siberians are on TikToks telling them folks on the res, hey, y'all are our family. Y'all got the same culture. Y'all got the same customs. We're one and the same.
And then you look at the leadership, right? You look at the leadership, like here and down here in the Alabama Cushatas, right? You look at the leadership; they don't look nothing like us, right? They don't even look like the Siberians, right? They're YT.
They're straight
right?
YT.
And they're in charge of the bribe, and the bribe is those casinos, right?
Yep.
And you look at those guys; they're multi-millionaires driving around in Maseratis and everything. And those reservation people are on drugs, on alcohol.
The reservation looks like a trailer park.
Yeah, just living in hell.
Poverty, announcing states of emergency, the whole nine. And actually, real quick, I got to acknowledge my chat. Over on YouTube, shout out to Jake. Jake Northington says, I love the fact that you drop books, legislation, photos, artifacts, and more. It allows everyone to get a jump start on researching their actual family history. Yeah, I appreciate you acknowledging that, Jake. That's why I got the digital archive on my website, Native Black Ancestry, as well. So you guys can, not have to, work your 9 to 5 and then in your free time try to sort through thousands of pages of research material, figuring out what's true, what's pseudo, what's factual, what's not. I mean, I got the archive where I've personally curated all the info for you to shorten that learning curve. But let me get caught up with the TikTok chat as well. Rocky says, how do I get a card? In order for you to get a tribal citizenship card, you have to apply with that tribe. Each tribe has their own separate citizenship application requirements. That's something most people don't know. Each and every tribe has different requirements for citizenship. A couple tribes might have similar or same requirements, but each tribe has their own thing going on. But in a nutshell, you have to prove that you are a direct lineal descendant of a member of the tribe. And you do that through paperwork, through documentation, whether that's Dawes Roll, Freedman Roll, land allotments, bills of, there's many different documentation that you can use. And I think I saw another comment here I wanted to acknowledge. Let me see. Wolf Moon says, well, I guess so. Thank you for that. I did nothing to your people. Don't hold me responsible. Yeah, Wolf Moon, it sounds like you have a guilty conscience. Nobody said that just because you're a European American, we're holding you responsible for something, but it is a fact that your ancestors came over here to participate in a system that was meant to do nothing more than disenfranchise, enslave, and take over land that was indigenous to my people. So, you personally in 2025, you probably haven't done anything wrong. You probably got some black friends or something, but if you do your genealogy and look at your ancestors, I wouldn't be surprised if you may have had ancestors who were slaveholders or in one way or another participated in this system of racial hierarchy. You may have some ancestors in the background in the photo of some of these lynching photos, right? Who knows? I got some ancestors who were enslaved. I got some ancestors who own slaves. Everybody has a complicated family story. but you got to start by doing the genealogy. Real quick, Smoke, give us some closing remarks. You don't have to go anywhere, but I'm just going to introduce our next panel member, Handboy.
Got you. I'm glad you were saying that. Because they were fooled, and I blamed the clandestine operation they did. The Buffalo Bill Wild West show. That's when we were first introduced to Siberian Indians, right? And those are all white people in those Buffalo Bill Wild West shows, right? And they traveled all over the U.S. just to perpetrate that lie, right? And then, what a lot of people don't know, and a lot of the Siberians don't understand, and they need to dig in their history. Those Indian schools that everyone thinks that, they just took them and made them learn it. They were not teaching them English. They were teaching them their language, the fake language that they made up.
So this is how you do a powwow, and this is how you do that. And
Exactly.
So now we're gonna put on powwows at the state fair every year, and we need you to come out and do these little dances, okay?
Yep. And those people, and you look at those people pictures, those people look so pitiful because they don't know what they're doing. They just sent up there as props.
Hey, let's talk about it. If you're a European settler, you got a couple options. You can basically be a wage slave. You can be a level and a half above an African slave. Why are you above? Well, because at least you're white tea. At least the colonial binary racial system says you're white tea. There's actually books written where it talks about how some of these poor white tea laborers in the South were envious of plantation slaves because some of the slaves were actually treated, don't want to say well, but some of the European settlers thought that the slaves had a better deal. Hey, you're getting housed, sheltered, food, you're taken care of if you're sick, you have secure employment, right? I mean, we have to understand slavery is way more nuanced than most people think. Some slaves actually disliked the North heavily. When the Union soldiers came, they hid. Why? Because some slaves in the South were kidnapped by Union soldiers and forcefully conscripted into the military to fight the Confederacy. That's a story most people don't know about.
Yep.
Some folks actually like slavery. Some folks say, you know what? My master fed us good, treated us good. If an overseer whipped us, he fired that overseer. He said, you better not damage my people. I mean, I literally have firsthand slave narratives on my website, nativebblackancestry.com, and some of these slaves speak very highly of their condition, while some slaves speak the total opposite. We were sabotaging the plantation, and as soon as the Union came in our town, we stole masses' money and fled to the Union. I mean, so it's way more nuanced than people think. But either way, the only real difference that makes a white tea laborer in the South better than a slave is that the ruling elite came up with a play to make you think you're special because you're white tea and these people are black. But other than that, these folks were poor, downtrodden. I mean, they weren't living very well. So if you have that as a possible outcome, or you can save up $160 and pay to get on the Dolls roll and get listed as an Indian, and then you get 160 acres of land in Oklahoma and a bunch of money from the government. Oh, shoot. Now you see why a lot of people did that $5 Indian thing, right? Coming straight off the boat, what are your options? I can cosplay Indigenous American identity for free land and money, or I can go in the South and work as a wage slave and hopefully I can save enough to buy a slave of my own or buy a little patch of land of my own. I mean, this is what the peons were faced with. Let's talk about it. But Handboy, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, I'm calling in from Appleton, Wisconsin. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I just recently started doing my genealogy, actually thanks to Mike. I'm one of his clients, actually. Just had a family reunion and come to find out from oral history that my grandmother, her father was Choctaw, and her mother was Creek. And my grandmother, my mama's mama, is part that Choctaw and Creek, and her father was Cherokee. So that's why that's why I'm a client of yours, so I can find out, get the paperwork, so I can try to apply for, and my family can apply for tribal citizenship. But this is all kind of shocking to me to learn because I was always told that I had Indian in my family, but no one ever really went into how deep it was. And talking to my great auntie or whatever, she was saying that the reason why they didn't know and they really didn't talk about it is because at some point in time when you was dark skinned and you identified as Indian, they would kill you for identifying. I mean, will
They would
unalive
unalive you. There you go.
you.
Got it.
They will unalive you for identifying that as native, as you. So that's why a lot of them were so quiet and didn't really talk about it. And they just say, "Oh, you got Indian in your family," not going into history. Like, yeah, you were probably a full blooded this, or you really from this tribe, because they were scared. They be unalived or arrested right on the spot for identifying as that. And it's just crazy just learning all this oral history. It's kind of shocking. It's like all this happened at once. I found out about your like page through TikTok, and then I went to Black Native Ancestry, and I found my name and my family name on the list, and that's what got me interested. And I started trying to look for it, finding so many records, and I'm like, I need some help, and that's when I reached out to you, and I'm just decided to know and to continue to learn, and hopefully I could get the proof and learn about my ancestry, because I this is just shocking. Like, I've been growing up thinking I was African and not really feeling connected to any Africans. And I ask my mom all the time, like, Mama, I see the Africans, like, why my hair so straight and theirs not? Like, my hair is just naturally straight, no matter what I watch, whatever. It's just naturally straight, and it come down to my back. I'm like, Mama, why my hair like this? And then that's when I asked my grandma, and they would just brush, oh, you got Indian in the family. And now I'm doing a genealogy, and my grandma didn't even know that what tribe she came from and all that. So the fact that I'm almost got it to this far, thanks to you helping that you possibly from this tribe or you possibly defend from this tribe, she is so happy. So she want me to keep going and keep looking, because she was like, oh my, she just knew of it, that she had it, that what she, but our grandparents were so scared to teach their kids to protect them, so she didn't know. So she's so excited that I decided to take interest in my genealogy, and she want to know about our Indian and Native heritages too. So it's like she's surprised and she's excited and happy, and so
Yeah.
it's just an exciting time now that all my family is waiting on the results, and everybody excited. They like putting pieces together. Like, I knew I couldn't just be this, my hair like this, because we all my whole family, we all got straight hair. We all got real, in the black community, we call it good hair. But we all got hair just like mine, all straight, good. We don't. It's never like kinky like that. It's not like that. Like, and my grandma, the stuff she know, my great grandma, the stuff she know how to do, it's like normal people don't know how to do. And then then that's when we all click. That's from them being on their land and being with one day. That's been taught down, passed down from generation to generation. That's why, like, my grandma know to do our stuff on to how do you call it, what, quilting and all that. You know, the foods and everything. It's like, wow, granny, what are you
Pattern
learning
Blake
from my
hits and all
mom?
that. Right?
Yeah, and it's like my mama. My mama told, and I'm like, well, now all that's starting to make sense. Like, that's because we native. We're not from Africa. And that's why it's I'm excited and I'm happy, but I'm kind of frustrated at the same time, because, like, I grew up thinking I came over here, my ancestors came over here on the boat and all this, and I'm not even African, and they reclassify me and reclassify me and reclassify me. And now I'm just wanting to let nobody reclassify me, and I want to tell people who I am and where I come from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I feel it. I totally understand where you're coming from. I'm gonna mute you real quick just because there's a bit of an echo. I want to make sure the folks can have a pleasant listening experience. But yeah, for anybody just now tuning in, Hemp Boy is a genealogy client of mine, and I feel honored and privileged to help him with something that's so important, something that a lot of people would say is priceless, and putting a little pressure on me, knowing how excited the family is for the results. I'm doing everything I can to get those results to you expeditiously. But, it's very great that you bring up how, at a certain point in time, Black folks in the South, post emancipation, if they identified as Indigenous, they would be jailed, they would be fined, they could be lynched. Many different things could happen to them. And something that actually comes to mind is the song, the minstrel burlesque song, A Great Big Chickapoo Chief. Put a 0 in the chat on YouTube. Put a 0 in the chat on TikTok if you have never heard of the song A Great Big Chickapoo Chief. Put a 1 in the chat if you have heard of it. 0 in the chat if you've never heard of A Great Big Chickapoo Chief. Put a 1 in the chat if you have heard of A Great Big Chickapoo Chief. So far, I'm seeing nothing but zeros. Are there any ones out there? Are there any ones at all? I'm seeing nothing but zeros. Okay, y'all. I'm going to drop a real gem on you. Watch. I'm going to drop a real gem. We're going to get into it. Yeah, I'm seeing nothing but zeros. I don't see a single one. Okay. And that's not to knock you guys. That's to say I'm excited. Whenever I get to bring some new information to my community and they've never heard of it before, I mean, come on now. That just gives me such great pride. Such great pride. Check it out, guys. A Great Big Chickapoo Chief. This was a minstrel song that they came up with. What was the year? What year did it come out? I want to say it was 18 on it. Might have been 19. Great Big Chickapoo Chief was published in 1904. Let's go ahead and read it a little bit. First of all, peep the imagery, right? Peep the imagery. Great Big Chickapoo Chief. Check out these song lyrics. Just by reading the song lyrics, you're probably going to pick up what I'm putting down. But I'm going to explain them afterwards, just in case anybody's a little bit confused. The frequency says educate us. Hey, there we go. Shout out to Blackjack. Blackjack put a 1 in the chat. Blackjack has heard of this. This is the minstrel coon song, Great Big Chickapoo Chief. Here we go. They call this a burlesque Indian coon song. Yeah. In Montana, a wild and woolly lived a foxy coon. He dressed up just like an Indian on a night in June. When the silvery moon was peeping, silently this coon was creeping to a chicken coop nearby. Suddenly he heard a cry. Down the farmers came, a sweeping. Soon they had the chieftain weeping, landed him in jail, and there they heard him wail. I ain't no chicken thief, I'm a great big heap much chickapoo chief. Into the court next morning they brought him, famous Indian chief. Told the judge just how they caught him, common chicken thief. Said the judge, make your story shorter. Bring a sponge and pail of water. Wash the mighty chieftain's face. Lord, to think of such disgrace, there he stood, the colored preacher, most distinct in every feature. Judge gave him 10 years as he yelled out through his tears, I ain't no chicken thief, I'm a great big heap much chickapoo chief. Damn. And guys, I'm sorry, I'm gonna read this for the top. I think I missed a page. It's been a while since I read through this. I definitely missed a page. Let me see where the next page picks up. Oh no, I didn't miss a page. I'm still in order. So again, the judge orders them to bring a sponge and a pail of water to wash the mighty chieftain's face. Lord, to think of such disgrace, there he stood, the colored preacher, most distinct in every feature. Judge gave him 10 years as he yelled out through his tears, I ain't no chicken thief, I'm a great big heap much chickapoo chief. In me you see the king of my race. My Indian name is rain in the face. When I found that bird,
He was sure enough dead. I was going to pluck the feathers just to wear them on my head. Don't be absurd. Can't you take my word? I'm a great big Chickapoo chief. Come on, y'all. Come on. Do I even have to explain how this plays a part in the racial reclassification of Native Black Americans? Do I have to break it down line by line? Yeah, diabolical work. That's right, Basie. Yeah. And we about to introduce Basie in just a moment. Diabolical work. Guys, peep game, peep game. If you're not really understanding, let me make it simple. First of all, they're mocking the concept of a black or a dark-skinned chief. The song is basically undermining the sovereignty of Black Indian tribes like the Seminole, the Yamasee, or the Creek, whose leaders were often dark-skinned. This made it easier for the U.S. to deny land claims and tribal citizenship to Native Black Americans, labeling them African Americans instead. Damn. Guys, peep game. It says here in the song that he got 10 years. He didn't get 10 years for stealing a chicken. He got 10 years because this colored preacher was identifying as an Indian chief. He said the bird was already dead. I was just taking the feathers to wear them on my head. But they get him and say, no, he stole the bird. No, look, he's cosplaying as an Indian. Wait, an Indian? A black Indian? 10 years in jail. 10 years. What are we talking about, y'all? This song, even though this was a tongue-in-cheek Indian coon minstrel burlesque song, this really speaks heavily to what's going on at that time, y'all. The crime wasn't the allegation of stealing the chicken. That's not what gets you 10 years. It's identifying as Indian. It's by pronouncing that you're a Chickapoo chief when they say, nah, you just a colored preacher. You ain't a Chickapoo chief. Wash his face off. Nah. Found a dead chicken and get the feathers. Nah, he stole that chicken. That Negro stole that chicken. Come on. A great big Chickapoo chief. Let's talk about it. Smiley says nothing's changed. Yeah, crazy. Exactly. Crazy. Now, real quick, before we introduce our next guest, Hamp Boy, what do you think about this? You were talking about how our ancestors had to deal with harsh repercussions for identifying with their indigeneity. Well, this song speaks of that, right? 10 years for identifying with your indigeneity.
Yeah, that's it feels like more things changed than what I stay the same. Just being falsely accused for being who you are. No harm. You ain't doing nothing wrong. It's unfortunate. On your own land at that. They need to justify treating you the way they treat you. Because there really is no good reason for the way they act and what they did to us. And it's just unfortunate. All those songs from way back and we in 2025 and they still feel we can relate to that. And it's like, it shouldn't be that way. Especially on our own ancestral land, it shouldn't be that way. We shouldn't have to feel or relate to anything like that.
Most def. Well, hey, you don't have to go anywhere. I'm just gonna put you on mute while we introduce the next person. As always, it's great to hear from you, hear you up on the panel. And I think it's always nice for people who are new to my content, for people who are new to my work, to actually hear from one of my active genealogy clients. I mean, us Black folks can be a little hesitant. It's a lot of schemes, it's a lot of scams out there. So I appreciate you not being camera shy. And the next person we're going to introduce is Montezuma. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing today?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. How about yourself?
I'm okay. I'm actually happy these days because it feels good to wake up in the morning knowing that I am somebody. Because for years I was always told I'm Black, eat pork, go to church, get married, have kids, and make sure you be cool with that white man so you could get a job. I came from a family with a slave mentality. And I don't, and even though they know that they're indigenous people, it's like they don't, it's like they speak about it in secret or they pull you to the side when they talk about it. You know what I mean? And
But we can't be too critical of them doing that because throughout history, at different points, not really talking about that publicly, keeping your lips sealed, that was a survival mechanism. Remember, they would jail you, they would fine you, they would lynch you for identifying as indigenous post 1830s. Indian Removal Act. You Indian supposed to be in Oklahoma. What you mean you Indian? And you black? You look like a Negro and you're claiming you're Indian? So yeah, don't be surprised when a lot of our ancestors didn't really speak about it publicly. I not only read firsthand ex-slave accounts, but I read firsthand accounts from Tulsa Black Wall Street massacre survivors. This one woman was talking about how she was a child when it happened, and the guy who was interviewing her was her grandson. And the grandson says, it took her over 60 years to be able to talk about this publicly with me. Why did it take her over 60 years? Because of the terrorism they faced. They were literally told by the neighboring white community if they spoke publicly about the Tulsa race massacre, they'd go do it again. They'd run up in their house and do it again. So, because of that fear, this grandson couldn't even get the grandma to speak about it for 60 years. So when people like you come up and they're like, yeah, man, it's crazy how like it's not until I come home from school and say, hey, we African, now they want to talk about, oh no, we're Indian with like, why haven't they told me this before? Like, why is it so, so close knit, held to the chest? Because at one point or another, it was kind of a defense mechanism.
I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. I was born in Cleveland, Ohio, but that's not where I'm actually from, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
My dad's side is from Jackson and Canton, Mississippi. My mom's side is from Macon and Walton, Georgia. And I did use Ancestry.com just to see if it worked. And I traced back a lot of people that was related to me. And it seemed like, because I wanted to know what tribe in Africa I was from. So, you know, me being an intelligent black man, I'm gonna go down the rabbit hole like most of us do. And I couldn't find no African. I couldn't even find no slave records. And I was pissed. I'm like, man, what the hell am I?
They told me I was a slave. My ancestors was enslaved. They said we come from Africa. I don't see no Africans in my family tree.
Right.
Hmm. Yeah.
So I went deeper into it and I started looking at the old Indian maps to see what the territories was called before they changed the names to cities and stuff. And my ground Jackson and Canton, that's Choctaw territory in Mississippi. My mom's side in Georgia, before it was called Macon and Walton, it was Appalachia and Ichiti. And I'm like, wow, this is crazy. And I started looking at my granddad pictures and my great grandmother's pictures. I went back. I went back as far as I could go. I still need help. I'm gonna be looking into that website you said. I'm gonna need some help with this because I'm starting to feel like this is my purpose now.
Yeah. And
Finding
this is all us. This is all our land before it was ever Florida, Georgia, Alabama, the Carolinas, Louisiana. It was our territory.
And then I'm like, I was looking up some stuff too. I was looking up the oldest bones in Africa that they said came from Ethiopia from someone named Luzia. And I guess the bones got shipped to the British Museum. And the British Museum sent them back to after a while, they sent them back to the Ethiopian Historical Museum. And they said the bones were Australopithecus bones. The bones that they're saying everybody on Earth came from at some point. And Australopithecus is a scientific term that means primate bones. So if the oldest bones in the world that we came from are primate bones, then that means we didn't come from Africa. Because I'm not a monkey, I'm a human.
Exactly.
So
Talk about it.
that's been bothering me lately, you know.
Hmm.
And they're not talking about the old bones that they got over here in the Americas that are like 500,000 years old, a million years old.
Bones in the Americas are older than any other place in the world. Pyramids in the Americas older than the pyramids in Egypt.
Right. It's crazy, man. I'm starting to realize that we are the legacy. We are the reason why all of this bad stuff around the world is happening. We didn't do anything wrong. It's just in an attempt to suppress us. All these attempts over history to suppress our public identities have resulted in wars all across the world. And that's karma.
Talk about it. Chickens coming home to roost, if you ask me.
Everything they do to us on our land, it's like the spell gets reversed on them. Nothing ever goes right with these people.
Hey, take this however you want to, but I'm in Oklahoma now. I've been in Oklahoma since the start of the year, and I'm learning about how the weather systems out here be crazy with the tornadoes, the flash floods, the this and that. They just had some bad flash floods in Texas. A whole bunch of people passed away and whatnot. And call me petty, but the first thought of mine, the first thing I did when I heard about the Texas flash floods and all those people passing away and all that, the first thing I did, kid you not, is I looked up the racial demographics of the part in Texas that was hit. I said, wait a minute, okay, 99% white community, okay. It wasn't none of us out there, okay.
Wow.
So I mean, some people think that there might be some spiritual metaphysical thing about it, but I have noticed in the Southeast, there's a lot of sporadic natural disasters, and it just so happened to be hitting the whitey communities. I'm not too far from Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City had this crazy tornado in like the 1990s or something, right? It hit all these white tea, suburban, bougie communities, all the poor black areas. They don't get hit for some reason. I don't know what it is. Maybe the ancestors looking out for them, but yeah, it's very interesting.
It's a different feeling when you walk around, when you walk into the store, and I can actually lift my head up now because I know I have a heritage, I have a lineage. And people ask me, I'm from an area in Ohio where every nationality is in West Side Cleveland. And I argue with people every day because they keep saying things like black, they keep saying negrito,
And someone
moreno.
wants me to ask you, the transporter on YouTube wants me to ask you, he says, ask him, did one of his great grandparents have all three races in the race box?
Had what?
All three races in the race box.
On what, like a consensus document or something?
Yeah, I think he's asking if, like, at one point in time, your ancestors were like racially reclassified. Like for example, I've got some genealogy clients where I kid you not, they'll have one ancestor who one decade is called a mulatto, next decade they're white, next decade they're a Negro. So when it comes to the racial reclassification, do you have any ancestors like that who've been, labeled as multiple things?
As far as I'm concerned, everybody that I researched in Mississippi and in Georgia, everybody said Negro. That's why I need help because I want to get to that part where it didn't say Negro.
Yeah,
I need help. So no, I haven't gotten that deep into it. I'm gonna need some professional assistance for that.
Yeah, I got you. And for anybody out there that needs that kind of professional assistance, make sure to go to nativeblack.ancestry.com. I've got tons of historical resources. And if you need that one-on-one guidance, you can book a genealogy consultation with me, where I'll teach you that 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship. So definitely tap in. Same goes to Smiley. Smiley over on TikTok says, I need to find out my history, and I'm from Washington, D.C. I wasn't from Africa. Yeah. Tap in, Smiley, nativeblack.ancestry.com. And as a thank you for everybody who's watching right now, anybody for the next 3-4 hours that goes to the website and books a genealogy consultation, you can use the coupon code TikTok at checkout. TikTok, one word, all lowercase. Use that coupon code at checkout for an extra like 15 or 20% off of your genealogy consultation. Just as a thank you for you being here with us in the moment, tuning in on the live stream. Now, real quick, give us some closing remarks. You don't have to leave the panel, but we're going to introduce our next guest in just a moment.
Okay. Well, I found out where the name Choctaw and Chickasaw came from. Choctaw and Chickasaw, they were two brothers who traveled from Yucatan and Belize, and they were from the Mayan and Incan territories.
Wait a minute. This seems familiar. And again, you're going to go into it in depth. Is this kind of the story of like
two brothers are leading two different bands of
Yep.
Indians, and
Yep.
one of
One
them
went through the
says that we're
land.
gonna like stop where like a eagle rests on a snake or something like that, right?
That part I think was made up, but the part about the names and where they came from, one traveled across the water, one traveled across the land, and Choctaws and Chickasaws were beefing for a long time, but they actually are brothers.
Yep, I feel you.
And yeah, we're related to the Mayans. That's where we
And
came
when
from.
you say that, one came across water, one came across land, y'all got to realize the Americas, plural, is all ours. Yes, we descend from folks that were Mississippian mound builders in the Southeast. But before they were in the Southeast, guess what? Lots of them migrated from Central America, Caribbean, South America, etc. So when they have the oral tradition of one portion of the tribe going across the water and one going across land, I mean, y'all got to realize Mexico is not that far from Georgia.
Right.
The Yucatan is not that far from Louisiana. I mean, come on, let's talk about it. Mind you, they found a Maya step pyramid in Florida, and I actually have the video on that. I have the video on that. I'm going to play the video at some point in this broadcast. Matter of fact, if anybody wants us to go into a segue about that, give this Indian boy some corn. If I get like 50 bushels of corn, we'll do a quick segue and I'll show you irrefutable evidence that they found a Maya step pyramid in Florida. So when the brother comes up here saying, hey, some tribes in the Southeast have roots in Mesoamerica and South America, yes, this is very well documented. Even my tribe. We have a lot of cultural similarities. We have a lot of structures and pyramids that are identical to the structures and pyramids you find in the Amazon rainforest and all through Central and South America.
All I gotta say is, hey man, it's happening. The legends are true. It has come to pass. The earth is waking up, and they better watch out, man, because it's about to be crazy. And you smart as hell, dude.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right.
It's my full-time job educating the people. I'm a genealogist, historian, digital archivist. I literally wake up and just on some pinky in the brain type shit. He said, what are we gonna do today? We're gonna do the same thing we do every day. We're gonna figure out how we're gonna take over the world, right? Shout out to anybody who grew up on WB Kids watching Pinky in the Brain. But instead of taking over the world, my mission and manifesto every day is waking up the masses in my community to their indigeneity and helping them reclaim what was lost, what was purposely kept from us. Let's talk about it, y'all. And I'm seeing some corn. We're not at 50 bushels, though. We need like 40 or so more bushels of corn over on TikTok. And we'll do a quick detour and go into the Mayan pyramids in Florida. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Shout out to the people on YouTube sending corn emojis. So corn on TikTok is like a gift thing. I think like one piece of corn is like a cent, right? So what? 50 bushels of corn is like $5? I don't know. I don't know. But either way, send this Indian boy some corn if you want us to go into a quick detour about the Mayan pyramids in Florida. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Now, real quick, while we wait to see if we're going to do that detour, let's introduce Basie the artist. Go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hi, I'm calling in from Georgia. So basically what's been on my mind, I've been in a lot of lives the last few weeks. And I came into yours to say I'll be signing up tonight for a consultation with my sister and I. But what's been going on recently is just it's been mind-boggling for real to see the arguments of people trying to tell us that we don't know who we are, we don't know where we come from. And what I found very interesting, that's been a very common comment, um, is that our oral history, we're the only group of people who our oral history is always discounted. It's always pushed aside. And to have people outright call you a liar that you don't know what you're talking about, and more specifically, people who are foreigners to this land, it's just outlandish, the type of mind games that's been played on folks, including us as a people. Um, I've tried to point out constantly that what has happened to us is happening right now in real time to other groups of people. This it's not a foreign concept, like it, or at least it shouldn't be. That your history can be whitey washed, whitewashed, and or just straight up having people lie about it, flipped around, just distorted
Well, you know,
to the extent.
real quick, since you mentioned that, we're gonna do something special. We're gonna do something real special. Guys, I run my show like the Roman Colosseum. I always like to entertain, educate, but above all else, I like to give you guys the luxury of choice whenever I'm able to. This is what we're gonna do. Since you're talking about us having things stolen from us, being kept away from our indigeneity, being reclassified, disenfranchised, our oral history being discounted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, this is what we're gonna do. If anybody out there within the next 5-10 minutes goes to my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, and signs up to be a member of the website, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a quick sidebar and I'm going to give you definitive evidence using my own family. I'm going to show you documentation of an ancestor that I have who was a well regarded Black Indian tribal king. And despite all that, mainstream academics still worked to try to reclassify him as an African. But wait, there's more. I actually combated that reclassification and reached out to this PhD professor to check his ass. But wait, there's more. He actually responded to me, and the answers that he gives me is going to surprise you guys. But if there's anybody out there that would like to take a very interesting, a sidebar into a case study using my own family on how you can have a Black Indian socially and academically racially reclassified to African by none other than a PhD holder professor in Georgia. Well, if anybody wants to see that, become a member of the website. To become a member of the website, it's $14 for the Inner Circle membership. This is going to be the best $14 you ever spend. Know why? You're going to get access to a book list of all my primary sources. A lot of these books you can't even buy in the US. You got to import them from overseas. I update this book list weekly with new additions. This week, I just updated it with Judah P. Benjamin, the Jewish Confederate. I bet y'all didn't know there was Jewish Confederates, huh? We're going to talk about it. As a member, you also get access to the digital archive, over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, you name it, all citing our indigeneity. You can download these things to your phone, to your computer, share them on social media. A lot of heavy-handed receipts. So if anybody wants to, view a perfect case study about how a Black Indian tribal town king can be reclassified as an African, and he's on the Dolls roll as a full-blooded Indian, mind you. If anybody wants to see that, you know what to do. Go to the website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, become a member at the Inner Circle level, and we'll go ahead and go into that. But while we wait to see if that's something that you guys want to get into, let's finish hearing what Miss Basie has to say. Basie, the artist. You say you're an artist. Do you do music? Do you paint?
I actually paint and draw.
Nice. Where can we
But
check out some of
yes,
your work? On your TikTok?
it's here on TikTok and it's the same handles on Instagram. And that's basically, I haven't put up anything new recently, but yes, you can see some of my work there. And I believe even some of my family's work I've posted before. I come from a family of artists, so
nice.
I'll try to share that. But yeah, I mean, what you're saying is true, and I'm definitely pulling my computer up now and trying to. I want to see. I want to see what you have and what you found with your family. Like stuff like that is interesting to me. I mean, it goes to speak on what you were speaking earlier with. I think Montezuma. It may have been the man before, but like my mother's side of the family, her entire family is from South Carolina, and her mother's mother, my mother's mother, people are Geechee, but also her grandmother was Geechee, but her grandfather was Seminole. And
and since we're kind of speaking about the Africanization of indigenous people, have you noticed how they've tried to Africanize the Gullah Geechee?
I do notice that because one of the things that I remember when I was younger was one of the main things that people, professors and people who studied the Gullah Geechee used to always talk about, which they don't mention anymore, which is very prevalent to me. They used to talk about the fact that Gullah and Geechee were not African words or African names. It couldn't be found anywhere. So I was like, well, why
We've
would
got
these
this
people
strange thing that happens where our communities are so accepting, we're inviting, we seek allies where we can, and we see some Africans that are down bad, enslaved, and we say, hey, y'all can come rock with us and we'll fight the Europeans together, right? And because of that,
Right.
some historians try to twist it and make it seem like we all have African origin. Like, just because some Africans come rock with us and become part of our tribe does not mean that we all have African origins now.
Right, and to say origins instead of saying possibly a member of the family is so
Admixture,
disingenuous, right? Or
admixture
admixture,
versus
right?
origins.
So,
Yeah.
first origins are two different things, and it's just very it's very interesting because I'm starting to try to dive deep into the Seminole Geechee Wars, which they always try to separate as differently. When I was younger, I came across a lot of different information about like I'm not sure if they were part of the Trail of Tears or not, but I know like the Garifuna and the Mbalees are related to the Gullah Geechee through just through them leaving, people fleeing after the wars, the Seminole Wars, and then also the Seminoles in Mexico that are recognized as the quote unquote Black Seminoles, but original Seminoles that left from Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and went into Mexico. So it's just a lot of history that we just got lied to about, and it's really sad and insane. And to what I was saying earlier was what you were speaking to. I think it was Montezuma, but they were talking. But you were speaking to basically being punished for claiming what you were, and that's one of the
Great
things
big
that
Chickapoo chief.
right when you were saying that like in my family speaking Gullah died out very quickly because you couldn't speak it once you came off the islands. When you went into Charleston, you had to speak English, proper English, so to speak, and you could be essentially punished. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can get beat up in the streets. They could take it as far as they wanted to take it without impunity. So it was just people became scared, like you said, and it's unfortunate that yes, there's always a group of people who are not scared, but when you have children with you, when you have a livelihood that you're trying to sustain, like people will do what they need to do to survive. And I feel like we've been in survival mode ever since dealing with these people, but also the majority of us do not rock with these folks. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like one of the things that I've saw that stands out quickly in the lives is that our lineage, our heritage, we can identify each other very quickly, especially when it comes to the rhetoric when dealing with YT people. We do not give them the grace that foreigners give them for whatever reasons, because we've resisted these people since the dawn of time, and we have been trying to resist. This is why they don't tell the slave rebellion stories. This is why they don't talk of the quote unquote freed colored people that they class color and then started mixing them with the Freeman Africans and just distorting the story altogether, that these were the original people here who've been resisting you and had always been free, a good portion of them. So I mean,
Hey guys,
going
well
into your
here,
history,
this I will break it down real quick for the casual observer, right? Do we have ancestors, some of which who were enslaved? Yes, absolutely, without a doubt. Were they African? No. Well, wait a minute. Why would the US government admit that your ancestors were enslaved, but lie about whether they came from Africa or whether they were indigenous? Well, because check it out. It's one thing for you to advocate for slavery, or excuse me, for reparations for slavery, but we're talking about a whole new type of reparations package. If it's not just reparations for being shipped over here and enslaved, but instead reparations for your entire continent being invaded, land stolen, and then reclassified and enslaved on your own land, treaties broken. I mean, that's a whole different that's a much larger reparations claim, right, guys? And you know what?
Right. And
You
you
wait,
talking
hold on,
about
hold on, hold on, hold
reparations?
on. Last part. And y'all don't even want to fight for that true reparations claim because you don't know it. You think you're from Africa, so you're putting all your scholarship and all your research efforts into Africa. When if you put that same effort into the Americas, you'll realize that reparations claim is way bigger than you can ever imagine. And furthermore, some of your ancestors already have a reparations package just waiting on them by way of something called the Treaty of 1866. Look it up. But I digress. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
No, you actually don't digress, because one of the main things that I've been seeing the last probably about 2 weeks, when it comes to people who are trying to reclaim lineage under different titles, and I really try to direct them to sites like yours. Um, but essentially, they're going by different titles of ADOS and FBA right now.
Yeah.
You're not off target in your rhetoric, because we are dealing with people trying to collect reparations under the guise of being us right now. So it does tie into a lot of things, especially when we're talking about land. And like you said, like one of the main things with the Gullah Geechee, which I'm really trying to get to the bottom of, but one of the main things now is like my family's, the island that they're from is all resorts. It's all mansions and resorts.
And there's a
It's
huge issue with the
privatized.
land because the indigenous people, even those reclassified as Negro, right? Historically, they did not transfer land ownership through documentation. It was more like
Right.
communal land ownership. So you'll have situations where a family doesn't have paperwork saying it's their land, but they have other ways of knowing, and the community knows it's their land. But here comes a resort company to build on their land, and they can't really combat it because maybe one of their distant family members sold off one of their shares of the land type shit, right? So I've been researching a
Mhm.
lot of complicated things with the resorts in the Carolinas. Yeah.
That's and one of the things I tell a lot of like families, like my father's family, I've gotten back to, I think, like 1855, 1840 in Alabama. I'm like, if your family still owns a lot of land to this day, chances are you really want to do your lineage. Like you really want to get down and do that history, because for your grandfather to who's still alive, might be 80 years old, to have all these acres in Alabama, in Georgia, in Mississippi, like in Florida, sometimes even Louisiana, Texas, like they still holding all of this land. That land's probably been theirs,
And
like especially if it's your
since you're
grandfather's.
talking
You know what
about
I'm saying?
Texas, check this out. I had a genealogy client, right? This is the legacy with their family. Their family were indigenous to Texas area, right? The Klan ran them up out of there. Family migrates to Chicago, Illinois, right? Well, that land is still in the family's name technically. We look up the land, see what's going on with the land present day. There's multiple oil companies that are bringing in $3 to $5 million per month extracting oil from our family's land. So do you see why the Klan
Wow.
and other factions were trying to terrorize us out of the South, away from our land, away from our property? Because then when you leave the land, others can monetize it, others can mechanize it.
Hmm. Very much so. I see. It looks like analyze the page. She said exactly why the community is focusing on land trust now. And I think that's one of the big discussions people are trying to have, is whether to become a nation or whether to become like a corporation. Which one works better? Because right now, as a people, we're in this weird space where essentially we don't have to abide by these constitutional rules and can create our own. And but finding your blood ties and your land and any bonds or anything that's in your family's names, like your real names. And also, I went to your page. I think I told you I went to your page and finally found like some family names, that surnames that were spelled correctly, that I had difficulty finding in so many other places and so many other avenues. But just finding out your history does give you a better sense of self. Like, you know why you feel connected to places. And these people really are trying to take away who we are at our core. Like, they really, I have literally had probably 5 different Africans and 3 Caribbeans tell me like, "Oh, y'all just need to let it go. Like, let go being calling yourself an American or Amerindian or indigenous to the land. Like, you just need to let it go. Y'all don't have a culture anyway." Type and literally hearing
Meanwhile, they're
people say
cosplaying our
this in
culture.
2025, right? While you're cosplaying this thing, but to hear people say this out loud is just it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. But I will be signing up for your services here tonight, actually, once I get my computer
As
up.
a matter of fact, is your name Talisha?
No, it's Brittany.
Okay. Well, I was asking because we got a Talisha out there. Talisha, if you're watching, put something in the comment section. Let me know if you're watching from TikTok or if you're watching from YouTube. Shout out to Talisha. Talisha just became a member of the website. So we are going to go into that sidebar about how I have an ancestor who was racially reclassified and how I fought against that racial reclassification. Before we get into that, though, oh, and you know what? That's probably Unleash. Okay, yeah, I see you, Unleash. I see you, and I've been seeing you a lot in my chat lately. So thank you for tuning in. I got my camera off on TikTok. My camera is still on YouTube. So if you guys want to see my pretty face, check me out on YouTube, Mike TV. Just because community guidelines are different. So, like on TikTok, I can't French kiss Mary Jane publicly, but on YouTube, I can tongue lock Mary Jane without any fear of repercussion. So that's why my camera's off on TikTok right now. But guys, before we get into the sidebar about my ancestor who was racially reclassified, I want to make sure that everybody on the panel has a chance to speak. So Basie, if you can give us some closing remarks real quick. You don't have to go anywhere, but after you give us some more remarks, I'm going to introduce one more panel member, and then we're going to go into that sidebar.
Yeah, closing remarks. I would just say I think it's imperative for all the people that's in this room who are listening, who are thinking about something, like, to just go ahead and start the research. Like, whatever you find, you find. You know, it is what it is. But I think more people will be surprised to find that your lineage is going back 7, 8, 9, 10 generations here, and you're not seeing the paperwork that you thought you were going to see. So I think it makes a difference. But you're doing good work, so everybody go ahead and sign up. I'm signing up tonight.
And I look forward to connecting with you, sister. Our next guest is Canary. Thank you for your patience, Canary. Go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm from California.
North or south?
And yeah, I've been listening. Southern. I'm from LA.
Oh man, I'm from Sacramento, born and raised.
I have some family up there, but my whole family, well, my family's really from Ohio, but they all ended up coming to LA in the 50s. Yeah, well, half of them. But
One of
yeah,
those
I
waves
agree
of
with
great migration, right?
Yeah. My grandmother left her husband in Ohio and
She said, I'm
came
going
to LA.
to Cali.
Yeah. He said no. She said bye.
Mm.
But yeah, I agree with everything. And even speaking of my grandmother, her side specifically, that's where I've found the easiest. It's really traceable on her side for some reason. But I found my family on reservations too. The ones that were on reservations they were never in slavery, but they also, by the time they passed, were classified as colored on their certificates. And they didn't, I have photos of them. The stereotypical look is not true, but they certainly didn't look African, none of them. And even the ones that were, and that's another thing too, because I've done a lot of ancestry, like genealogy, looking through the paperwork and stuff. And one of the family that I'm really focused on the most is like They were originally in like North Carolina, then in Tennessee. And there was a very prominent family that they were enslaved by. And I don't believe, just like you were saying, like they were African at all, because when slavery ended, they were listed as mulattoes for years. And I know for a fact they weren't intermingling with the like the white people.
Check this out. Check this out. And your audio,
Nashville area.
well, hold on. Your audio kind of cut out a little bit, but I want you to check something out.
Oh, sorry.
A lot of people have a misconception that mulatto means like half African, half European. In actuality, there were full-blooded indigenous people reclassified to mulatto. This is the way it works. If you were Indian and you were light-skinned, they call you a mulatto. If you're Indian and you're dark-skinned, they call you a Negro. Simple.
Right.
Also,
and that's what I did find.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Also, on my website in the digital archive, we've got fugitive slave ads, Indian slave ads. Here's an example.
Right.
Prince William, June 1st, 1776, $10 reward. Ran away from the subscriber on his journey from Williamsburg on the 11th of May near King William County. This is Virginia. A mulatto servant man named John Newton, about 20 years of age, an Indian by birth. So again, a lot of people aren't aware that there was full-blooded Indians reclassified to mulatto. Furthermore, let's play devil's advocate and say that there is European admixture there. Let's say that we're not dealing with a full-blooded person. We're dealing with a person who's mixed with European, right? Well, I got to ask you a question. Let's just participate in an exercise of critical thought. Matter of fact, I'm not going to ask this in question form. I'm just going to make a statement. You know damn well there ain't no valid reason for a European slave master to shack up with and have babies with an African slave. But we can name a whole bunch of reasons for a European slave master to shack up with an Indian woman and have babies with an Indian woman. We can list a plethora of reasons for a European to shack up with an indigenous woman, but we can't name any benefit they would get from getting with an African slave girl. Not one. Most people don't know that most of these treaties, like the Treaty of Fort Jackson, that succeeded my tribe's tribal land in the Southeast, that it resulted in us giving away, quote unquote, giving away 23 million acres of land. Guess what? That treaty was signed by a half-breed. His daddy was Scottish. His mama was Indian. His name was William McIntosh. Just like that movie, Tears of the Flower Moon, the white tea man would get with Indian women to purposefully have kids with them because they knew that we were a matrilineal society. It don't matter that the daddy's European. It don't matter that he's raised by the daddy. It don't matter that he's a European by heart, by spirit. His mama's an Indian, so the tribe still accept him. He's accepted amongst the tribe. It's kind of like that fucking Avatar movie with the blue people. Remember when they gave the dude in the wheelchair the fake blue body? So he got to be amongst the tribe people and get the intel and learn how to overtake them and colonize them. It's the same shit. They make a half-breed Indian child because that child gonna cosplay as the chief of the tribe and sign away 23 million acres of land. That's what happened. Shout out to Delix. Delix says just like the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Yeah. But I'm sorry for interrupting you, sister. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say something also that came to mind. I don't know. I feel like it's significant. My family that were enslaved were not picking cotton. They were dealing with tobacco. I feel like that's a significant thing that's overlooked. Everyone, they really promote.
We were skilled labor. What the fuck y'all talking about cotton all the time for? What about all the slaves that lived in territories that did not produce cotton? They were blacksmiths. They tended to animals. Exactly. They were seamstress. They learned medicines. I mean, maybe they cultivated tobacco, maybe indigo. But guys, this whole think about this whole propaganda real quick about cotton. Even if you're a plantation slave in the South, you know that you're not like
every day I wake up and I'm picking cotton. You know, cotton is a plant that's harvested a certain time of the year, right? You know, there's one harvest period during the year where you go and pick all the cotton, get the bales of cotton, sell the cotton. Why do they try to program us to think that our ancestors were just waking up every single day, 365, picking cotton in the field?
Picking cotton.
What were they doing when they weren't picking cotton? Other skilled craft laborer, which is why post-emancipation, so many quote-unquote Black folks in the South owned property, started Black-owned towns, were doctors, lawyers, tradesmen, craftsmen, because we were skilled labor, but we were doing it for free 99. And as soon as we got to do it for ourselves, we got to the bag real quick. So here comes the KKK to terrorize us to get up out of here, and don't vote either, or you might be hanging from a tree because of some people dressed in sheets. All right.
Yes, and I just also wanted to say one last thing too. My side that was, I found that they were in the Sac and Fox tribe, and my grandmother on that side, she married someone that was enslaved. That's what I was talking about, the Tennessee family, and the whole family was mad at her, literally not because he was even enslaved, it was because he was too dark. And I feel like that was an early programming.
You're saying that she's a part of an indigenous community that ostracized her because her spouse was dark.
Yeah.
And I hear that time and time again. I have genealogy clients who literally have ancestors that were kicked out of the tribe for marrying someone dark-skinned outside of the tribe. I'm not sure if you guys know, but tribes can kick out members for whatever reason they want.
Yeah.
People are sending me emails threatening me all the time. Mike, I'm going to tell your tribe about these videos you're making. I'm going to get you kicked out the tribe. Oh, really? I'm going to get kicked out of my tribe? You mean like how they kicked out hundreds of thousands of Black Americans in the 1970s, 1980s because their ancestors were classified as freedmen? You mean like that? Okay. What does that change for me? What changes if I no longer have this card and I'm no longer a card-carrying member of the Muskogee Creek Nation? What changes? Does my genealogy change? Does my heritage change? I guess there's some federal handouts I don't get anymore. I guess I don't get free healthcare, free dental, free college tuition anymore. Not that I really utilize those things like that anyways. I mean, guys, it really wouldn't affect me that much. Furthermore, I'd really just be back in the same position that most of you guys are in right now. 99% of Black Americans descend from indigenous American Indians that were detribalized. 99% of the people watching right now have indigenous ancestry, but guess what? You guys don't have tribal citizenship. Does that mean that you're less of an Indian? No. The only reason why y'all even see me showing my card on the screen and this and that is because I just use my tribal citizenship status as evidence and to lend credence to what Black Americans are talking about online when they reclaim their indigenous heritage. When people are trying to shit on y'all day in and day out, for somebody like me to come along who has tribal citizenship and everything to reaffirm what you guys are talking about and provide the historical resources and stuff and back your claims, that's a strong ally right there. That does a lot for the movement right there. That's the only reason why I even discuss it.
Definitely.
And shout out to Shiz. Shiz says they're going to kick you out because you got freckles. I know, brother. I know. I'm going to get kicked out with the freckles. As a matter of fact, Shiz said earlier, he said, bro, just know whenever you in ATL, you got a home to stay at, B. I know for sure we're going to laugh all night. Yeah, no, real talk. Email me, Mike at nativeblackancestry.com. I am planning on going to the ATL towards the end of the year. I'm kind of doing a little bit of a people's tour. I actually have quite a few viewers that I've built a bit of a relationship with, albeit virtually. And, you know, they say that they'll put your boy up. I won't have to worry about an Airbnb. So yeah, I'm actually going to be going to Florida in a couple months, then to Virginia. Then I got a homie, Anthony. I'm going to be visiting maybe around fall in Philadelphia. So we can add ATL to the list. I'm trying to reverse this trail of tears, right? I'm born and raised in Sacramento, California. My folks on my father's side come from Bakersfield, California. Well, where were they before Bakersfield? Oklahoma. How did they get to Oklahoma? Trail of Tears. Where were they before Oklahoma? Trail of Tears. The Southeast.
Alabama, Georgia, Carolinas, Florida. So I think it's time for some of us to do some reverse migration and get back down there and see what's cracking. Melanin runs through my veins, says, I just sent you an email, Mike. Wait till you hear and see this shit deep. Yeah, I'm going to check that out. Oh, and Anthony's still watching in the crowd. Shout out to Anthony. Anthony says, word. I just put you on the spot, Anthony. I said, Anthony said the other day that he got 6 bedrooms and I can occupy one of them, okay? Shout out to Anthony. And let me know, Anthony, are you in the studio right now working on a piece? Anthony's actually a prized artist. Y'all got to definitely check out Anthony's work. But Canary, go ahead and finish out your thoughts. I'm sorry for interrupting. See, I gave Mary Jane a couple of kisses, and you know, sometimes when we get elevated, we ramble a little bit, you know. So I digress.
No, I feel you. I feel you. No, I just really didn't have much to say. Like, I really was listening, and I just agree with everything. And my number one thing too is the whole. He already dropped earlier, but I'm not a monkey. There's no way you can convince me of that one. And that's just one of the main things too. Like, I have nothing against Africa, but I feel like, you know, I feel like American. I don't have any connection to that. And even if there is African in us, when your grandmother's grandmother's grandmother is in America, like, how can you deny that, you know? And my core is America. There's no way you can convince me that I believe America is like the motherland, really. And so this is our land. And once people really start realizing that they've actually plotted against us, and this is a real thing, it's not a conspiracy, it's not fake. We're not trying to take other people's culture. It actually was stolen from us. And we're finally realizing that, you know, our grandparents weren't lying to us.
Literally, the world has been exporting our culture. So
Right.
how dare
And they still
anybody speak about our culture or our heritage or our identity when they're cosplaying us? Whether it's the Asian community, the Middle Eastern community, the red dot on the forehead, every single. I can type in the most fringe small group, Moldovan. I can type in somebody from Dutchistan and type in Dutchistan rap video, Moldovan rap video, Bukharian rap video, and you'll see them dressing like us, trying to be us and shit. It don't matter what part of the world. It don't matter what country. Everybody want to be a nigga, but don't nobody want to be a nigga. Let's talk about it. Matter of fact, I think I got a short little clip, y'all. They call me the king of receipts. I got a terabyte hard drive where I keep these receipts. Let me see if just real fast, in a hurry, real quick, like I can bring up a receipt that kind of cites how everybody cosplaying, everybody trying to what? Check this out.
I just want to say thank you for doing what you do. It's important.
Are you able to hear this audio?
No.
Okay. So for some reason, TikTok doesn't let the panel members hear the audio, but everybody else can. But just imagine very poor rap lyrics. But I'm just going to play this for just a moment. Stay right where you're at, though. Don't leave yet.
Don't say that, don't say that. I'm an Asian, but I got a beam on the clock. If you talking on the neck, you get shot.
Balenci shoes, Jimmy shoes, Chanel slides, Louis boots, I can choose. Fuck it, give me everything, every.
Oh Lord, wait a minute. Sun Lee is shaking her thigh meat, y'all. Did Sun Lee just shake her thigh meat? Why is she trying to jiggle her thigh meat? Why is it, what in the world? Su Young, what is, you dishonor your family? What in the, oh, okay. All right. I digress. But yes, I'm sorry. Closing remarks. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying thank you for doing what you do, because it's really important. Even how you explain like why you have your official like documentation out on the screen. Like, it's really important because they're, especially, I don't want to call out the Africans, but they have full panels just on straight attack. And it's kind of crazy. So
at any given time, there's half a dozen live streams going on where Africans
people on the reservation and Latinos and everyone in between is talking about us and our identity and where our people come from, right?
They're so
Isn't that fucking
confused.
weird?
It's so weird.
Isn't that
No one's thinking about
strange?
y'all be hard.
Are we sitting around having live streams about the origin of Irish people and whether Irish people are really Catholics or Protestants, or like, are we having live streams about relations between China and Taiwan and who's, huh? But everybody's obsessed with us. Everybody. All right. But I digress. We got a one more person I want to introduce. We're gonna let Montezuma give some remarks as well. Leisha, I'm probably butchering it. Unleash. Let me know if you're still here, because we are gonna go into that case study of how they try to reclassify my ancestors and play in my face. I know we're kind of taking the long road to get there, but this is a marathon, not a sprint. Lightman, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Lightman going once. Kurt says Fu Yun, yeah. Instead of Su Young, Fu Young. Oh, there we go. Fu Young's supposed to be getting me some kimchi, not trying her hand at twerking. Lightman, unmute yourself. Is Lightman the Pan Man? Is that who Lightman is? I don't know. Lightman's not unmuting themselves though. Montezuma, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just tripping off the fact how like everything from the time I was a kid to now like forces me to be African American. Like everything I see when I walk outside, and people think like racism is getting better, but the older I get, the wiser I get when I walk outside. Even when I'm in my house, when I walk outside, I see it more now. Everything's suppressing my Indian spirit, you feel me? Or trying to. So I have to walk stronger now. I have to have even more dignity, more integrity in my area, Indian heritage. I'm arguing with people that are not of my race. Everything they say sounds backwards to me now. I'm becoming conscious. You know what I mean? And I'm standing strong in these principles. I'm not about to let nobody else label me. Nobody is going to place any labels on me. This is not a crayon box. I think the worst thing that ever happened to us as a people was the word black. Because now we have grouped ourselves into groups where there are
Wait, hold on. I got to give some slight pushback. I can't agree that the worst thing that ever happened to our people was being labeled black, because black is just a misnomer. It's a reclassification, right? It's a label. If they didn't label us black, we was gonna get labeled something. They've labeled us Negro. They labeled us colored. they labeled us many other things, right? So I don't really necessarily think that black is the issue. If anything, we took that negative black when it was first placed on us, it was a much bigger issue. Black, Black Laws Dictionary, devoid of blah, 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 right? It was actually fighting words, low-key, to call some of our ancestors black, right? But since then, we flipped that. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. We've made it something to be globally accepted, globally admonished. I mean, everybody want to be black. Africans are now calling themselves black. They're in the Caribbean saying they're black. I mean, so I can't say that black is the worst thing that ever happened to us. It's deeper than that.
Only reason I said that is because there's different groups of melanated people in this country. And somebody told me a long time ago, everybody with your skin ain't your kin. Everybody that's your color ain't your brother. And I didn't understand what that mean until I started looking up the groups of melanated people who came over here and colonized us from Europe. There were also so-called black people who helped colonize our indigenous lands.
A lot of people have never heard of African colonizers. A lot of people have never heard the phrase African conquistador.
Oh man, that's the first time I heard that actually.
Wait. A lot of you guys have heard of African conquistadors before. You just didn't know it. They were called Moors when they were introduced to you.
Right.
Right. And a lot of people don't know too, like the word Alabama, that's an ancient city in Belize to this day. You know
Alabama,
what I'm saying?
right?
Yeah, Alabama. Alabama is a city in Belize. They're uncovering all kind of ancient empires under the jungle.
No. I thought the word Alabama comes from like the indigenous word Alabamu or something.
There's a city called Alabama in Belize where Choctaw and Chickasaw came from. It might have had some relation to what you said too, but I got to look into it.
Well, no. So you're right. There's another territory in South America called Alabama, but just as far as the etymology, Alabama, like the state of Alabama, gets its name from the Alabamu tribe, which was American Indian group that was a part of the Creek Confederacy. But the tribe's name it derives from the Choctaw word alba, meaning vegetation, and amo, meaning clear or to gather. Thus, you got Alabama, which means thicket clears, or vegetation gatherers, or herb gatherers.
Mm-hmm. Tuscaloosa was named after Tuscaloosa, which means dark warrior, and
Who fought DeSoto? Yep.
he was the great grandson of Choctaw and Chickasaw, and yeah, he fought against. I think that's part of the reason we left pre-Hispanic Mexico is because of these Spaniards and Mongolians. You ever notice when the older Mexicans?
Hold on. Slow down to allow the people to connect those dots. The brother just said, I think that's why we came from Central and South America because of Spanish contact. Guys, remember, we were getting European Spanish contact since the late 1400s. What do you think happened to some of those Taino that were contacted by Columbus in 1492, 1493? I mean, what do you think happened to some of those indigenous people, those Aztec, those Maya that were being colonized by the Spanish? Guess what? They went further north. There's evidence, indisputable evidence, that Taino and other communities went to mainland Florida to warn the indigenous tribes here of the Spanish colonizers. That's why the Florida Indians repelled Spanish colonization for over 100 years. The Spaniards had the hardest time ever setting up forts and installations in Florida because they were warned ahead of time. They weren't falling for the okadoke. There's even a story of a Spanish colonizer who goes to the Florida coast. He hits the beach. An Indian comes to him speaking Spanish and tells him that if he follows him, he'll lead him to gold and wealth and riches. Well, guess what? He led him into an ambush and he didn't make it till the next day. That beach was his final resting spot. Now, wait a minute. How was he met by an indigenous person in Florida that spoke Spanish? Because clearly this was an indigenous person from the West Indies who already had prior Spanish contact. So yes, there were indigenous tribes of the Caribbean, Central and South America, who after Spanish contact migrated to the Southeast, migrated to other territories. Yeah.
Yep. That's why when we go to Mexico, they call us Mayates. That's why the city in Florida is called Miami. You know, and I ain't even gonna talk about the Mongolian invasion and how Mexicans, the older they get, they start looking like Genghis Khan. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe upon my research, I discovered that there was a Holocaust they don't talk about. The Mongolian army was invading and raiding everybody. They said Genghis Khan killed 11% of the world's population.
Unalived, but yep.
I'm sorry, excuse me. He unalived 11% of the world's population. He was an evil dude, which explains why there's so many Siberian Huskies around us and don't want nothing to do with us for real. Mongolian, oh yeah, the word Chino, like you hear Hispanic people talking about, hey, que pasa chinito, que pasa, hey, Chino. Chino was a Spanish word for Chinese man because the Mongolians brought slaves from Asia to sell to the Spaniards.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of the Spanish conquistadors, they also had colonized the Philippines. So they were bringing Filipino slaves to Central and South America, which is why the Mexicans, you see some of them with Asiatic features.
And wasn't the Philippines named after King Philip?
Ooh, talk about it.
Maybe they was doing it for
Just
him.
like Georgia was named after King George, just like how
Yep.
Louisiana was named after King Louis.
Yep. Yep. The Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, Moors. I used to argue with Sephardic Jews all the time and Muslims, but I did some research. There were melanated people who were Sephardic Jews because the Moors fled into Europe and they became part of different religious groups, but they were still Moors on the low. They just brought that same organization over here. You know what I
Facts.
mean?
And real
And
quick,
now,
quick sidebar, guys. If you haven't, make sure to go to my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. I've got tons of historical resources for you guys. If you need more personalized guidance with genealogy, you can even book a genealogy consultation where I'll teach you the 3-step process me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship back in 2021. And here's a quick testimonial from one of my recent clients.
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching up my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Yeah, bro, people, real results. And shout out to Montezuma. Thank you for not interrupting the video and for typing that in the chat. A lot of people interrupt the video and say, "Hey, Mike, I can't hear it." That's actually like a TikTok thing. Whenever you're on the panel and the host plays a video, you can't hear it, but the audience can hear it. So yeah. Oh shoot, Basie the artist. I'm a little bit faded, and you also misspelled it. So I thought you were saying, can you explain the different constellations? But you mean consultations. You don't know which one to choose. Thanks for mentioning that. As a little reminder for me to update my website and make sure to explain the different types of genealogy consultations in a little bit greater detail. But basically, there's like 4 different types of consultations you can get. You can get a standard consultation, which is where I teach you that 3-step process, answer any questions you have, review any research you've already done, et cetera, et cetera. Then you can get, as another option, you can get a recorded consultation. So it's like the same as a standard consultation, but instead of having to worry about like taking notes, I'll actually send you a recording of our meeting after the meeting's over, so you can share it with family, friends, have it for your records, etc. Sonia, thank you for the heart. Appreciate the support. Another type of consultation you can get is a consultation plus history lesson. This makes the consultation like an extra hour long, and I give you like a real in-depth breakdown of Black American indigeneity. And then you've got like another type of consultation, which is like a recorded consultation plus a history lesson. So, it's a standard consultation with an extra history lesson, and the whole 2-hour session is recorded. So you have that for your records. So yeah, different types of consultations depending on your budget and what you're looking for. But make sure to check out nativeblack.ancestry.com. Deluxe says, "Dang, doorbell rang, missed the video. Where can I find it?" What video are you referring to, Deluxe? I know I just played a testimonial from one of my recent clients. Is that what you're referring to? Let me know. And Montezuma, go ahead, unmute yourself. Go ahead, give us some closing remarks, and then I'm going to mute everybody. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then I'm going to go into how my ancestor was reclassified. Oh, wait, and actually, before those comments, Deluxe says, yes, that testimonial. So if you just go to nativeblack.ancestry.com and scroll down, right under the booking area right here, it says real people, real results. And then there's like 3 client testimonials. So the video that I just played was the middle testimonial right here, but we've got like 3 client testimonials. Or if you click on the book consultation tab on the menu, you see that this book consultation page has like 3 totally separate testimonials. So on the website, there's a total of 6 testimonials from different clients. So you can, kind of get a feel for, how people like the consultation, what the experience was like. And all of those testimonials are fresh.
these are just people who paid for the recorded consultation. So since the consultation's like already being recorded, at the end, I asked them if they're down to give like a quick testimonial. So just like, quick off the top of the dome, they give a quick spiel about how it was for them. So yeah, these are like the most candid testimonials you could possibly ask for. But Montezuma, go ahead. What's up?
Okay. Now, what's with the Hebrew artifacts and everyone trying to link us Aboriginal indigenous people to Hebrews?
So we can go in depth on that a little bit later, but to give you just a high level overview, since the beginning of the colonization of the Americas, there were Hebrew artifacts found with the American Indians. Almost every early European explorer or colonizer came to the conclusion that the American Indians were descendants from a lost tribe of Israel. And phonetically, there's a lot of similarities between American Indian languages and Hebrew. There's artifacts that you can look into, like the Back Creek Stone, the Decalogue Stone, the Keystone. But other than that, I don't really want to go too much more in depth, just because we could spend the whole next 2-3 hours just talking about that alone.
I just want to hear your take.
Yeah. Now, see, at first, that sounded pseudo to me. At first, I was like, what's up with this Hebrew Israelite bullshit, right? And I never even investigated that stuff. But as I'm learning about American Indian history, I'm learning about these Hebrew artifacts. I'm learning that all the earliest explorers thought that we were descendant from a lost Hebrew tribe and stuff. So, like, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I never even started looking for that information. But if you study American Indian history, that just keeps coming up. It just keeps coming up. It doesn't matter if it's Spanish, Portuguese, French, Dutch, British. They're all thinking that we descend from lost tribes. And there's dozens and dozens of books written in the 1700s, the 1800s, early 1900s, where they're all putting forth these theories and citing their sources and giving evidence for why they think that. But great question. There's definitely a connection there. Definitely. Now, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge some people who became members of the website. Appreciate you all. Talisha, I don't know if I missed your comment in the chat over here on TikTok. Are you still watching? I asked earlier if you were still here, Talisha. I don't know if you dipped off. DM, shout out to you, DM. DM says, you're the truth. Keep doing the work for the people. Will do. Will do. Excuse me. Oh, damn, that hiccup hurt. Ow. Ow, that hiccup hurt. Don't y'all hate when you get a hiccup and it just hurts? Ooh, there ain't no pain like the pain of a hiccup that don't go smooth. DM Dirt Gang, I know you were trying to join as a guest earlier, so if you want to join real quick before we go into this sidebar. Hello, San. Nice to see you. Unleash is still here. Okay, thank you for your patience, Unleash. We're going to get into those receipts on my ancestry being reclassified in just a bit. Shout out to Kurt. Kurt says, Miami has roots from Mayan culture. Facts. There was a Mayan step pyramid found in Florida. I actually have resources on that I'm going to bring up later in the broadcast. But you know what we're going to do right now, guys? I can't even hold you. It really takes a lot out of me spiritually to discuss how my full-blooded Creek Indian ancestor was racially profiled and reclassified by mainstream academics. It really takes a lot out of me spiritually. I ain't even gonna front. Give me a moment. Let me play a song. Let me finish my J. And then we're gonna go and run through these receipts. I sound corny as hell even saying let me finish my J, but we got to use vernacular like that because, TikTok community guidelines, That's why I'm about to turn off my camera again on TikTok, but we're going to keep the camera on for YouTube. On YouTube, I'm able to French kiss Mary Jane without repercussion. And before we go into this break, we got Native Black requesting to join. Let's go ahead and see what they're talking about real quick. Native Black. Native Black, where are you calling in from and what's on your mind?
I'm from Philly, and I just want to come up because I do like your live. And I saw Pam Greer on your background. I see that on like a lot of people's backgrounds. She's my second cousin on my maternal side, my grandpa's second cousin. But I do have a question for, so I know you mentioned your specific ancestry and like genealogy and how I think you said your grandma was a full-blooded Native
Grandfather.
American grandfather. Um, Sometimes in Discord when we talk about melanated people with mixed ancestry and native ancestry, if they can't pinpoint a full-blooded native person, does that then bring into question their mixed ancestry?
So you're saying if someone's claiming that they have Aboriginal ancestry
Hmm.
and they can't find documentation of that person being listed as a full-blooded Indian, does that mean
Hmm.
that they have mixed ancestry?
No, does that negate their claims of being native, even though that's something that's been orally passed down through their family?
No, absolutely not. The Dawes Commission literally created the Dawes role to gatekeep indigeneity and separate Black natives from their tribal identity. I mean, a lot of people have a misconception that the Dawes role and like these tribal roles was like created by the tribes, or like maybe the Indians were saying, hey, yeah, this is a member of our tribe. No, this is a member of our tribe. Guys, it didn't go down like that. These are racist, white tea federal government agents who are deciding who's an Indian and who's not an Indian. So when you say, hey, Mike, if we hear stories of having ancestors who are indigenous, but we don't find people on the Dawes roll listed as full blooded, does that discount it? No. First and foremost, a way that they disenfranchise Black Indians is they hit them with the brown paper bag test. If you were
Mm.
too dark skinned, they classified you as a freedman. Let me pull up the Dawes roll real quick to give you a quick example with one of my ancestors who's not a full-blooded Indian. I have ancestors on the Dawes roll who's a full-blooded Indian. We're going to discuss them in just a moment. But I also have ancestors on the Dawes roll who are not a full-blooded Indian. I got some who are even classified as freedmen. So I know all about every different type of racial classification, right? But this ancestor we're going to use as an example is Pleasant Tobler, roll number 1017. You can see right here, Pleasant Tobler is listed at 2 years old on the Dawes roll, male, blood quantum 1/2. There's his roll number, and he's listed as a Creek by blood newborn. Now, some would say, okay, he's listed as half blood quantum. So, like, are one of his parents European, the other one Indian? Is one of his parents
Mm.
African and the other one Indian? No, both of his parents were full-blooded American Indians, but his daddy was too dark. So his daddy got classified as a freedman. And I'm not sure if you guys noticed this here, but whether you're classified as a Creek freedman or a Choctaw freedman or a Chickasaw freedman, it doesn't matter what tribe. Do you notice anybody classified as a freedman has a blank spot? Do you see these blank spots? That's the blood quantum category. They purposefully did not record the Indian blood of those classified as freedmen. So when you say to me, well, hey, Mike, if we don't find ancestors on the Dawes roll as full blood, does that discount our ancestors' claims? No, the government set up a racist system of gatekeeping who's Indian and who's not. And if you were too dark skinned, they didn't put any blood quantum down for you at all.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
It
Okay.
gets deep. It gets deep.
And my last question is when I check on like the Choctaw, like chiefs and things like that, and this is my personal feeling where I feel like a lot of natives support or uphold white tea supremacy because they have no issue with making a lot of white individuals who claim native like chiefs or
Yeah.
high ranking positions. But
Facts.
let someone who's like a black person talk about their native or indigeneity. It all hell breaks loose.
Perfect example, Kelby Kennedy. She's a leader of the Choctaw Nation. Ginger
Bro,
hair, pink belly. Kelby Kennedy is the first ever national tribal affairs advocate for FEMA. But ain't nobody gonna call her a pretendian. Ain't no one gonna call her a wabo. Ain't nobody gonna dox her and try to research her ancestors and her lineage and stuff. But if you got melanin, and I'm kind of fair skinned at that, but if you even got a little bit of melanin, oh damn, you're not Indian, you're African. You're not what? You're
right,
African. You're not what? You're African. Your ancestors on the Dawes roll as full blooded Indian. No, he was African.
right. All right, I'm gonna drop down to the comments, but thank you.
Yeah, thanks for joining, brother. Thanks for joining. And if you need more personalized guidance, you know what to do. Tap in with me, nativebblackancestry.com. Alicia says, hell no. Canary says Pink Belly. Yeah, Pink Belly Kelby Kennedy, y'all. Come on. Tribal Affairs Advocate for FEMA, Choctaw Nation. Okay. Descendant of $5 Indians, possibly. Who knows? Who can tell? Only she knows. Come on. Women say that the white people married the indigenous folks in order to get positions of power within the tribe. Is this evidence or is this evidence? Okay. I ask thee, when did the pilgrims become the Indians? Okay. A whole ginger. Let's talk about it. But folks up here claiming that I got a white parent just because I got some freckles. Meanwhile, she gets to be identified as a Choctaw Indian, and the girl got ginger hair and needs sunblock when she go outside. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Handboys are pretending though. Handboy, you've been out in the sun too long, brother. I'm sorry. You ain't got the complexion for protection. If you was more fair skinned, you can identify as Indian and it'd be no problem at all. And Handboy has a question. Go ahead and ask away. We also got Saturn's daughter up here. Go ahead, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling in from Los Angeles, California, and I was just reading the prompt where it says Latinos, natives in quotation marks, and Africans are having an identity crisis. And I think that they're having an identity crisis because as Black Americans or Native Black Americans, we are deciding to put we're deciding to delineate from these people. And what I believe, and this is what I believe. I believe if we really want people to stop telling us who we are, we need to call for global reparations, right? So the quote unquote Native Americans, they enslaved Black people, so they need to give us money. The Africans sold us into slavery, so they need to give us money. And I bet when we start asking for money, they're going to be like, oh, no, you guys are American. So that's what I want to say.
No, I feel you. And if anybody's confused as to who this white T man is on the screen, we were talking about Kelby Kennedy of the Choctaw Nation, y'all. Well, here's the chief of the Choctaw Nation, y'all, Gary. Blue Eye Gary. Blue Eye Gary is the chief of the Choctaw Nation, okay? When did the Pilgrims become the Indians? Native Black says that's an Irishman. Hey, a lot of Irish settlers purposefully intermarried with Native Americans to get positions of power. One of the biggest sellouts of my tribe's history is William McIntosh. He signed away 23 million acres of Creek Indian land in the Treaty of Fort Jackson. These mixed breeds were used as double agents, and now they're chiefs of the tribe. You know what? I'm curious. If this is the Choctaw chief, who's the Seminole chief? What's the Seminole chief look like? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Marcellius Osceola Jr. Marcellius, okay. Shout out to Marcellius. You know, we know that the Seminoles were regarded as Negroes. We know the Seminoles were regarded as Black Indians. We know the Seminoles were kidnapped and forced into slavery on plantations because their phenotype was similar to Africans and whatnot. But, this is the current chief of the Seminole Nation. All right. All right. I ain't going to say he looks like a straight European, kind of like a Sephardic or a Portuguese or a Spaniard. How the Spanish and the Portuguese are European, but they got like a little hint to them, a little melanin, a little something in there, a little chocolate in that pudding. But hold on, let's keep it going. Chickasaw chief, who's the current Chickasaw chief? I'm curious. Who is it? Governor Bill Adotubi. I wonder if his first name is really Governor, if he's actually the governor or something. He looking like a straight Asian man. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm just calling it like I see it. I'm seeing Asiatic phenotype. I don't know about you guys. I don't know. Hold on. I gotta find a big picture of him. I gotta try to blow this up. Governor. I'm trying to find a good picture. Chickasaw chief, y'all. Now I want to zoom in. Come on. Don't do me like that. I want to make sure that the folks can see what I am seeing. Here we go. There he is.
40 years as the governor of the Chickasaw Nation, Bill Anotubi. Yeah. Don't tell me that he couldn't play the next Mr. Miyagi in the next Karate Kid. I'm saying he could. I don't know. I don't know. It is what it is. What it's going to be, y'all. Let's keep it going. Who's the current chief of Seminole Chickasaw Cherokee Nation? Current chief of the Cherokee Nation. Now, I'm going to hold my tongue on Chuck Hoskin Jr. I'm going to hold my tongue, okay? This is the current chief of the Cherokee Nation. I ain't really going to make no jokes about him or nothing because he's low-key an ally. He is part of the wave of American Indian leaders that actually restored the rights of those classified as freedmen and gave them full citizenship back in the tribe and whatnot. He speaks out against what some of the racist natives did in the past. So although some of you guys may critique his phenotype, just like some of the others, I'm personally not going to engage in it just because he was a strong advocate in like the freedmen's hearing. There was a Senate hearing committee for the freedmen issue, and he spoke on behalf of the freedmen and whatnot. So he's an ally. He's an ally. But you know which one isn't? The ex-chief of the Cherokee Nation, Bill John Baker. Bill John Baker, y'all. This was the previous chief of the Cherokee Nation. Oh, Bill can get it. No Diddy. Bill can get it. No baby oil. What is we talking about, Bill? Billy Bob Thornton, what is we talking about? Damn. Chief of the Cherokee Nation. All right. And shout out to Native Black. Native Black says he gets a pass. I read about that. Yeah. So you read about Chief Chuck. Yeah. He's cool. Yeah. Native Black says this is an Anglo-Saxon. Yeah. And shout out to Handboy. Handboy, go ahead and unmute yourself. I know that you had a question.
I was watching a podcast earlier. Some guy was saying Choctaw mean chocolate in the native tongue in Native American, and I was wondering if that was true because I never heard that before. That was the first time I'm hearing that. I'm like, I never heard that. So, you being an expert in the genealogy and this, I'm pretty sure if you were if it was true and you came across it in your research, then I'll thought, okay, yeah, because you come with receipts. So I want to know if that's true or not.
Wait, what's your question again?
I was on the podcast. A guy on the podcast said Choctaw mean chocolate in the ancient Native tongue, Native American tongue, and I was wanted to know if that was written somewhere, if that's true or not, or if that was he just talking.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was some truth to that, just because chocolate comes from cacao, and it's indigenous to the Americas and all that little brief history and whatnot. But no, as far as the name Choctaw, which originally is Chata, Chahta, it's said to come from like a legendary Choctaw chief. His name was Chata. But no, a lot of people think that it comes from a Muskogean word that means flathead or people, or maybe flat-headed people. But no, I've never seen any research that suggests that it comes from chocolate.
Yeah, that was weird. I was like, yeah, I never heard that.
And that's the
Maybe
issue. Sometimes there's people who are really like gung ho about this Black Indian stuff, and they throw some pseudo shit in the mix, and it's like, that kind of hurts our cause. It doesn't really help it. When folks is out here like the Choctaw was black because the word Choctaw means chocolate. Like, bro, no. the Choctaw were black, but not because the word Choctaw means chocolate. Maybe the Choctaw were black because I can find literal images of Choctaw Indians located in the Library of Congress, like this image right here, and this is clearly a black person, right? Choctaw Elder.
Clearly.
Chata, Chahta, not to be confused with Choctaw. Yeah, great question, brother.
Elder.
Yeah, that's an elder. This photo's in the Library of Congress.
Yeah, you can put me back in the comments. I ain't leaving. I'm just enjoying stream.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, we got to take a quick commercial break. I ain't even exaggerating. Going into this firsthand account of the racial reclassification of my ancestor and how I fought against it. I mean, it really does weigh heavy on my spirit, y'all. It's really like a big thing. And for me to share that with all of you guys, 100 plus people, YouTube and TikTok, plus the thousands who are going to watch this replay on YouTube. I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. So I'm going to turn my camera off on TikTok once again while I French kiss Mary Jane in preparation of a heavy-hearted discussion filled with receipts. And we're going to play a soulful tune while I get my mind right, y'all. While I get my mind. And Queen Prairie, what you laughing about? Ain't nothing funny, okay? I said I'm going into a first-hand account of the racial classification of my ancestors. You up here laughing? Ain't nothing for play. You think I'm for play? Ain't nothing for play, Queen. Ain't nothing funny, okay? This is not a laughing matter. No, I'm teasing. I'm messing with you. Let's talk about it, y'all. Cash says, I'll join you this time. Hey, I feel it. And actually, I got to run downstairs and grab something to drink. This is not the soulful tune that I want to play. This is something different. But let me just at least leave you with some elevator music while I grab something to drink. I'll be right back.
Taking my baby to school, then I pray for. Cause you bitches ain't never been cool. Writing testament, painting pictures, put me in the Louvre. That's a definite universal shift. I'm in the groove. A celebrity do not mean integrity, you fool. I'm a good man, shake your hand. Firm grip, cool. 72 wins, lost 10. Ballin' with the flu, more than 2 M's for sure, but add another 2. Little man, the big man's the GT down flipping the kickstand. Rich nigga, broke phone, trying to keep the balance. I'm staying strong. Stop playing with me before I turn you to a song. Stop playing with me before I turn you to a song. Hey, bitch, I'm attractive. Can't fuck with you no more. I'm fasting. Bitch, I'm attractive. Can't fuck with you no more. I'm fasting. The morality to wait, feedback on low latency. I'm glitching from the face, that's my thoughts grow sacredly. I'm running out of space.
All right. I'm back, y'all. I'm back. All right. And for everybody watching on TikTok, if you ever want to like catch the replay of these live streams or see something in the broadcast you may have missed because you came late, check me out on YouTube. My YouTube channel is called Mike TV. 32,000 subscribers. It should be pretty easy to find me. Speaking of which, I forgot to shout out a comment earlier. I wonder if they're still watching on YouTube. Jedi Master Teacher, are you still here? Jedi Master's Teacher. Leave a comment in the YouTube chat if you're still here, because I wanted to acknowledge you. Let me know if Jedi Master's Teacher is still in the building. But yeah, guys, let me cue up that soulful tune. Let me get my mind right real quick, and then we're going to go into a firsthand account of how they tried to strip my ancestor of his indigenous roots and what I did to fight against that. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it.
Early in this morning, as I open up my eyes, something just feels right. 'Cause I can see the dawning. It's not so far away. And all my life I've been waiting for a day like today.
So I'll live like it's the last time for a long time at the wrong time. It's the right time. Is it my time?
And if I'm dreaming,
then please
don't wake me up.
Oh, last time I seen the sun, I was free and on the run. My sins and all I've done, Lord, forgive me one more time. Last time I seen the sun, I was free and on the run. My sins and all I've done, Lord, forgive me. And let me see the dawning. Yeah, it's not so far away. All my life, I've been waiting for a day like today. So I live like it's the last time for a long time, at the wrong time, when the right time isn't my time. My time, yeah. And if I feel it, they don't want us to be who we're supposed to be, but we are who we are, and that's the way that it's going to be. They don't want you seeking for the truth, and it's hard to find it hidden right in front of you. Oh, and they're showing us to fight through every struggle. Never ever let them put you in the bubble. And the brimstone will rain from our fire. Tell me if that is what you desire. Control, control, control. Control, control. They want control away. And they want control over me. Over me. We'll keep on surviving. We'll keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us now. But we'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. It's going through the ground. We'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. They keep on fighting us out.
That same bullet killed a mumba. That same bullet stole Fred Hampton's thunder. That same bullet put Sam Cooke 6 feet under. That same bullet took Medgar Evers out. Bobby, another Kennedy, split the nation of Islam up for the enemies. That same bullet traumatized would-be men, turned would-be revolutionaries into Barbie and Ken. That saw Peter in the heater. We lost so many leaders. Many niggas turned automatons, afraid to get shot down like Malcolm X in the Autobahn. That same bullet took so much young black potential just because they're black. They're perceived as a threat and containing that power in a premature death. Some just walk down the street, some for resisting arrest, some at home in their beds, some just for taking a breath, or for daring to dream, or for having success. This construct is tricky, it was made for a few. If you don't hold your peace, they'll come after you too. That same bullet is for population control, and we'll all have to face that dark night of the soul. If you gonna walk with your soul, you haven't been told, you're gonna have to have faith. It's calculated and cold. That same bullet tries to control the appeal of men like Huey Newton, his man Bobby Seale. That same bullet even shot at Bob Marley for preaching one love is a single authority, and that bullet doesn't have to be literal. They'll try to take a man down just for being political. Assassinate character with the click of their thumbs like a gun to make the people go deaf, blind, and dumb. So overcome to be content with the crumbs. I keep reminding my sons that's how business gets done, and reminding my daughters to watch for verbal assassins. Should they decide not to cash and they like puppets, they control the strings, levers, and pulleys. And if seduction don't work, then they'll be back to bullying.
Control. They want control away. And they want control over me. Control. They want control away. And they want control over me. We'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. And keep on fighting us out. But we'll keep on
on surviving. Keep on surviving. First one around. We'll keep on surviving. Keep on surviving. And keep on fighting right now.
Shooby dooby. They said shooby dooby. Okay, I feel it though. Shooby dooby dooby doo. Ruby roo. Guys, we're gonna go ahead and get into it. I got my mind right. I've asked this question several times. I'm gonna ask it one more time. Unleash, are you still here? I want to make sure Unleash is still in the building. She's the main reason that we're jumping into this. I want to make sure that Unleash is still in the building. I wonder, is melanin runs through my veins still in the building as well? I'm finally checking out that email. Oh, lost treasure of the yeah, okay. I think I did watch something about this video before. I gotta check that out again. Unleash, you still in the building? Shout out to Cash over on TikTok. Said good music. Yeah, I think I got decent taste, y'all. I think I got decent taste. That's actually YG Marley, daughter of Lauryn Hill, and one of Bob Marley's sons. One of Bob Marley's many sons, many children. I'm trying to get on my Bob Marley now. Ladies, I'm accepting baby mama applications. I need a Middle Eastern, a Louisiana, Florida, Korean, Filipino. We'll go ahead and recolonize the colonizers and grab a Spanish. I don't know, guys. I think I'm gonna have to get on my Bob Marley. Unleash is still in the building. Let's go ahead and get into it, Unleash. Unleash paid to be a member of the website. And because of that, I said that I was going to share an exclusive. I was going to share undisputable evidence of Black Indians being reclassified. More specifically, I was going to show as a case study one of my own ancestors who was reclassified by a mainstream academic and what I have done to fight against that reclassification. Now I'm going to need to pull up the Dolls roll. Told y'all he's a full-blooded Injun. I got to cite my sources. I got to show the receipts. We'll pull up the Dolls roll. We'll bring up that book. Got another book right here as a source. What else do I need? Oh, my email. That's right. That email exchange between me and the professor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me get some fists and feathers in the chat if you are ready and excited for this exclusive. Not to toot my own horn, but I don't really think nobody does it like me. Nobody does it like Mike. I mean, earlier we read a firsthand account from a Black Indian slave that was kidnapped, forced into servitude in Shreveport, Louisiana. I mean, just the receipts. It's like, damn. And now we're going to give you a case study of one of my lineal ancestors who was a famous Black Indian leader, still racially reclassified, still systematically disenfranchised. Damn.
my family's legacy tarnished. But wait, there's more. I'm also going to give you a perfect example of what I did to fight against that racial reclassification. Y'all, we ain't standing on business. We standing on lineage. We standing on lineage. Let's talk about it. Matter of fact, we literally standing on lineage. It's beneath our feet. It's in the soil. Blood on the leaves, strange fruit. Shout out to Ben 10. Thank you for the feathers. Shout out to Simplicity. Thank you for the feathers. Shout out to Faith Ministry. Thank you for the feathers. Guys, the first thing I'm going to need to bring up, first thing is a doll's roll. Actually, before we even get to the doll's roll, let me read to you a little bit about my ancestor. The topic of discussion, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. If you go to my website, nativeblackancestry.com, scroll to the bottom, I got an excerpt on him. From full-blooded Indian to Negro, the story of my ancestor. Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, born 1848, passed away 1910. Creek Indian, Town King, Chief Justice. Thomas was a distinguished, full-blooded Creek citizen, successful attorney, and respected leader in early Oklahoma. Born into the Creek Nation, Thomas was recognized as a town king for his leadership within his community and for his significant contributions to the legal and political systems of Indian Territory. A skilled attorney, he eventually became the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation Supreme Court, where he made lasting contributions to the judicial landscape of the tribe. As a member of the Creek Nation, Thomas was deeply involved in the affairs of his people, serving as a key figure in both legal and community matters. His success in the legal field, coupled with his respected position in the tribe, established him as one of the most influential Creek citizens of his time. His legacy is further explored in the book Black, White, and Indian: Race and the Unmaking of an American Family. Interestingly, while Thomas was listed as full-blooded Indian on the Dawes Rolls, the official census that documented the citizens of the 5 civilized tribes, later U.S. Census records categorized him as Negro. This shift in racial classification highlights the complex and often contradictory racial dynamics of the time, particularly the reclassification of Native individuals that had darker skin. It underscores the broader history of racial categorization and the challenges faced by Native Black Americans in a system that frequently erased or marginalized their indigenous identities in favor of racial distinctions. Thomas's story is a poignant reminder of the resilience and adaptability of Native peoples in the face of racial reclassification, and his legacy continues to live on in his descendants, particularly through Michael Lane Jr.'s work in genealogical research and advocacy for Native Black American heritage. Again, guys, the topic of discussion, my lineal ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. Now, just in case somebody's like, okay, Mike, well, this is your website, like nativeblackancestry.com, like, you run that website. So like you wrote this, Mike, like, how do we know this stuff is true? Well, again, he was a very prominent figure. He's written about in several books, one of which is The Indian Territory, its chiefs, legislators, and leading men. Matter of fact, if we turn to page 242, we've got a whole excerpt on him. Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. Now, again, before we get into how they try to racially reclassify him, we're going to read what this book has to say about him. Thomas J. Adams. Born in February 1848 at the Old Creek Agency, the eldest son of William Adams by Hepsy Perryman, niece of Louis Perryman, Thomas first attended school at Tallahassee Mission in 1852 and later moved to Asbury Mission. In 1861, he married Miss Mahala Grayson, daughter of Betsy Grayson. During the war, he was detailed by the federal government to the commissary department as distributor of beef to the various camps. In 1866, when the war ended, he was elected to the House of Warriors, which office he has held until the present, over 25 years. Few, if any, members of that house can boast of such a record. In 1885, Mr. Adams was selected Speaker of the House, which office he held for 4 years. Since 1867, the subject of our sketch has been practicing law in all the courts of the Creek Nation. He is also on the Board of Trustees of the New Yorker Mission School. Mr. Adams has 14 children, 11 of whom are living. Next page. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot an excerpt on the bottom of this page. He has about 600 head of cattle, 40 or 50 head of horses, 40 sheep, and some 150 hogs, besides a good farm of 75 acres of land. On his ranch is a good dwelling house, outhouses, stables, and every other possible convenience. Mr. Adams is considered one of the brightest lawyers among the Creeks and is a successful politician, having, in fact, no superior among his people in bringing about such ends as he wishes to accomplish. He is about 6 feet 1 inches high, weighs 198 pounds, and is physically very powerful. He is energetic to accomplish an undertaking and is very popular with his constituency. Again, this book is the Indian Territory, its chiefs, legislators, and leading men. And this is page 242, my ancestor Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. Now the topic is his racial reclassification, so now we have to segue into that. Well, let's give you a little bit of a spoiler alert. What he was reclassified to was African. Now you may already be confused because we just read about him in this book right here, and nowhere did it say he was African. It said a whole lot of things about him. It said his position, how much head of cattle he had, how many horses, how much land, his leadership role. It didn't say nothing about him being African, did it? Can I get a 0 in the chat if y'all didn't hear nothing about him being African? Give me some feedback, y'all. Give me a little engagement. Let me know you're still awake. Can I get a 0 in the chat? If y'all didn't hear nothing about him being an African, they described him as a Creek Indian, lawyer, town king. Player Norm says zilch, 0. I see a whole lot of zeros. Melanin runs through my veins is still in the building. Nice to see you, sister. She's putting a 0 as well. I didn't hear nothing about being an African. Furthermore, I said he's listed on the Dawes roll as a full-blooded Creek Indian, right? His roll number is 2145. What do we got? Thomas J. Adams, listed on the Dawes roll at 57 years old, male, blood quantum is full. Again, blood quantum is full. I say for the people in the back, that says F-U-L-L. Blood quantum is full. This category right here is blood quantum, and blood quantum is full. That means 100%. That means blood quantum has reached maximum capacity. Blood quantum is full. And when we see the image of him, I mean, he's clearly a melanated man. He's clearly a black man. I mean, they reclassified him as an African, reclassified him as a Negro, but he's a full-blooded, oh, excuse me, wrong person right here, full-blooded Creek by blood. Thomas Jefferson Adams. Blood quantum is full. I digress. And no, Unleash, I'm a little bit faded. I was kind of a line above. So I was looking at Pierce Homer, Choctaw by blood. My ancestor is Thomas J. Adams. My ancestor is right here. 57 years old on the Dawes roll. Male, blood quantum full. Roll number 2145, listed as a Creek by blood. Remember, he's a leader of the Creek Nation. Blood quantum full. Player Norm says 100% Americo. Facts. But wait a minute. I said he was racially reclassified. Guys, there's another book. There's another book that somebody wrote. This book is called Black, White, and Indian, Race and the Unmaking of an American Family. This book has a whole chapter about my ancestors. This even is another image of Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. Look at him, leader, standing in the front of all these people in front of the Creek Council House in Okmulgee, Oklahoma. This is him right here, Thomas J. Adams Harjo, looking like the motherfucker from Jeepers Creepers, low key, high key. Hold on, where he go? Where he go? Oh, hold on, I gotta click borrow on the book so that it'll show me everything. Looking like homie from Jeepers Creepers. He in the long trench coat and everything. Come on, y'all. Am I wrong? Shout out to Thomas. Let me figure out where I was at. Here we go. Let's look at the photo one more time. That's Thomas, leader of the tribe. You even got some pink bellies in the photo. They standing in the back. Thomas is in the front. That's Thomas right there. Well, this book was written by Claudio Sanz. Claudio Sanz is a professor of American history at the University of Georgia. Let's see what Claudio Sanz writes about my ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, in his book, Black, White, and Indian, Race and the Unmaking of an American Family. This book was written in 2005. Let's see what he says about my ancestor. Let me zoom in so you guys can read this for yourselves. Thomas J. Adams, a Creek of African descent. Well, we're starting off really strong with the reclassification, aren't we, guys? Thomas J. Adams, a Creek of African descent? Wow. And shout out to Harlow. Harlow says, so you Black Indian, what's the problem? You're mixed. Yeah, Harlow, you don't get the point, but stick around. You'll get it. Unless you're illiterate. Unless you're just slow. Guys, you're probably just confused as I was when I read this. He starts off by saying that Thomas J. Adams is a Creek of African descent. Wait a minute. He's listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Creek Indian by blood. If he's of African descent, he's not going to be listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian. Matter of fact, if he's of African descent, he wouldn't even be listed on the Creek by blood roll. He'd be listed as a freedman or something, right, guys? Or if he was half African, half Indian, his blood quantum would say 1/2. It wouldn't say full-blooded Indian. But this author, this professor, this PhD holder at the University of Georgia, professor of American Indian history, he's going to say that my ancestor is of African descent? Let's keep reading, guys. It's going to get worse. It ain't never going to get better. Never. Thomas J. Adams, a Creek of African descent, born in 1842. Adams became the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation in the late 1800s, suggesting that some Black Muskogees still wielded significant power. First, they're saying he's of African descent. Now they're calling him a Black Muskogee. That's interesting. In this book about Indian Territory chiefs, leaders, and legislators and leading men, it didn't describe him as a Black Creek, a Black Muskogee. It referred to him as a leader of the Creek Nation. But now he's African. Now he's Black Muskogee. Why? Because this professor says so, I guess. Here's the kicker, guys. Their children were visibly of African descent. What the fuck does it mean to be visibly of African descent? You mean they had color? They had melanin? That what? Oh, so you see someone and say, oh, they're dark skinned. They're of African descent. So when he starts off saying that Thomas J. Adams is a Creek of African descent, maybe he's basing that off phenotype, just like his children when they claim that his children are visibly of African descent. But wait, guys, there's more. It gets worse. It don't never get better. Their children were visibly of African descent and they spoke Creek fluently. Oh, so they're visibly Africans, but they speak Creek fluently. Okay, guys, this makes so much sense, doesn't it? Can I get a 1 in the chat if this makes so much sense, and put a 0 in the chat if this don't make no damn sense at all? 1 in the chat if this makes so much sense, and 0 in the chat if it don't make no sense at all. He's a Creek of African descent, but he's on the Dawes roll, federal Dawes roll as a full-blooded Indian, right? His children are visibly of African descent, but they speak Creek fluently, right? All right. Okay. If somebody sends me some corn on TikTok, I'm going to give you a further exclusive. I've already showed you how my full-blooded Creek Indian ancestor was reclassified as African, reclassified as a Black Muskogee. If anybody sends me some corn, I'm going to share with you the email that I sent to this author, and I'm going to share with you the response that he gave me. If anybody sends your boy some corn, you know this Indian boy loves some corn. Go ahead, send me some corn. I ain't talking the emoji, I'm talking the gift, okay? Send me some pennies. I know corn's only a penny. Shout out to is that Tyrone? Who is that? No, Delix. Thank you for the corn. Malik, thank you for the corn. Shout out to Ben. Ben said, I don't know how to do that. I'm just fucking with you. It's all good. The corn emojis are appreciated as well. Appreciate y'all. Guys, let's get into it. Remember, this man is named Claudio Sanz. He's a professor at the University of Georgia. And hold on, let me attempt to refocus my cheap ass webcam. Is that a little better? Am I in focus? No? Still blurry? Still looking blurry? Come on. Come on. Come on, cheap webcam. All right, that's a little bit better. Let's check this out, y'all. Let's check this out. That's the email I sent him. April 16th of this year. He's a doctor, guys. He has a PhD, guys. Check this out. Dear Dr. Sant, my name is Michael Lane, and I'm a genealogist as well as a citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation. I'm also a direct descendant of Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, a respected leader of our nation who served during the late 19th and early 20th century. After reviewing your book, Black, White, and Indian, Race and the Unmaking of an American Family, I came across references suggesting that Thomas Jefferson Adams was of African descent. I am writing to respectfully request the specific sources or documentation that support this claim. From the records I've studied, he is listed on the Dawes roll, roll number 2145, as a full-blood Creek citizen, not as a freedman. He also served as Chief Justice of the Creek Nation Supreme Court and was a longstanding member of the National Council, all while being recognized as a leader chosen by and respected within the nation. Nowhere in federal or tribal archives have I seen any indication that he was categorized as having African ancestry. As someone deeply invested in preserving the truth of our history, and as a Greek citizen working to correct the long legacy of racial reclassification and historical misrepresentation, accuracy on this topic is incredibly important to me and to others reclaiming their native identity and ancestral rights. If your statement is based on verifiable lineage, I would truly appreciate the opportunity to review the source. If not, I kindly ask that you consider revisiting or clarifying that assertion in any future publications or commentary. Thank you for your time and the scholarship you've contributed to Indigenous history. I look forward to hearing from you and welcome any further dialogue on this matter. Michael Lane, citizen, Muskogee Creek Nation. That's how you stand on business, y'all. That's how you stand on lineage. And let's check out his response. I never thought he would even respond to me. He didn't just respond, but he responded expeditiously. Let's see what Professor Claudio Sant had to say when I checked him on the racial reclassification of my ancestor. Following day, he says, Dear Michael, thanks for your email. Though it has been 20 years since I last dug into the story of the Graysons, I was able to locate the two sources that I cite on the pages in Black, White, and Indian that discuss Chester Adams, a descendant of Thomas Jefferson Adams. I attached them to this message. Like Thomas J. Adams himself, Thomas J.'s wife Mahala was on the by blood roll, though Mahala's mother was described as, quote, a very ignorant old Negro woman by a U.S. probate attorney in 1916. Guys, let's pause right there. What the fuck is he talking about? He just acknowledged that my ancestor Thomas is listed as a full-blooded Indian. He acknowledged that his wife is also listed as a full-blooded Indian, but he says his wife's mother was described as an ignorant old Negro woman. So I guess that means Thomas is African now, guys. Damn, such scholarship, huh? Y'all, this is a fucking professor. He has a PhD. He teaches American history at the University of Georgia for the last 20 years. Claudio Sant, look him up. My ancestors listed as a full-blooded Indian. His wife's listed as a full-blooded Indian. But some racist ass probate attorney in 1916 described his wife's mother as an ignorant old Negro woman. So that means Thomas J. Adams is African now, guys. We're Africans. We're Africans. We're Igbo. We're Yoruba. We're Shanti. I mean, what are we talking about? This guy has a PhD. This guy is an author. This guy is a historian. This guy is a professor. This guy is an academic. This guy educates the youth, the leaders of tomorrow. What are we talking about? But let's keep reading. It gets worse, and it'll never get better. Now you guys see why I do what I do. And why I do what I do, how I do what I do when I do what I do. Now y'all see the motivation, right? Oh yeah, it gets worse, and it's never gonna get better. Let's keep on reading, guys. Reading is oh so fundamental. Claudio Sant, professor, PhD holder, goes on to say, next up, he goes on to say, as for Thomas, he is consistently described as a half-breed, along with other half-breeds like John Grayson, who appeared on the Freedman roll. I told y'all it was gonna get better, and it wasn't gonna get or excuse me, it was gonna get worse, and it wasn't never gonna get better, right, guys? So first he's gonna say that Thomas's wife's mother is described as an ignorant old Negro woman. So now Thomas is an African. If that wasn't bad enough, now he says that Thomas is consistently described as a half-breed. Guys, he never cites that source. We don't know who consistently described him as a half-breed. We don't know where that rumor comes from. But he's going to then compare Thomas J. Adams Harjo to another half-breed like John Grayson, who's on the freedman role. Why are you going to compare my ancestor to someone who's a half-breed on the freedman role if my ancestor's listed on the by blood role as a full-blooded Creek by blood? Where they do that at? Guys, he's a professor. He's a historian. He's a mainstream academic. I mean, what are we what is this? What is going on? Here's his last source he cites. He says, and then there is the photo that Chester Adams shared with me. Guys, he's referencing this photo right here. This photo. So Thomas J. Adams Harjo's wife's mother was described as a very ignorant old Negro. So Thomas is African. There's rumors that Thomas was a half-breed, even though he's listed as full-blooded. Just like other half-breeds listed on the freedman roll, even though Thomas isn't listed on the freedman roll, he's listed on the by blood roll. And then there's this photo. See this photo, guys? It means he's African. All right. Okay. Guys, it gets worse. It ain't never going to get better. Check out what he says next. But all of this is circumstantial, and you may have more definitive evidence at hand. Damn. Guys, for him to say all of this is circumstantial, that means it's hearsay. It means there's no validity to it. It means there's no proof. It's not concrete evidence. If it's circumstantial, then why did you go out of your way to try to Africanize my ancestors' heritage in your book? Why did you go out of your way to force an African identity on my lineage? Talking about Thomas's children were visibly what do you say here? Thomas's children were visibly African, but they spoke Creek fluently, right, guys? Yeah. Thomas J. Adams, a Creek of African descent. Hey, why do you say my ancestor is a Creek of African descent? He's listed as by blood Indian. Oh yeah, I know he's listed as by blood Indian, but there's rumors he was a half-breed, like half-breeds on the freedmen's list, but he's not a half-breed and he's not listed on the freedmen's list. He's listed on the by blood list. Oh, but Mike, his wife's mother was described as an ignorant old Negro woman by a probate attorney in 1916. So he's African. Do I have to tell you about the racial climate of 1916? What? So because someone's described as an ignorant old Negro, that means they're African? Negro don't mean African. Negro just means black. That's just a phenotype. Oh, but Mike, there's that photo of him. Like, look, there's that grainy photo of him standing in the front as a leader, and like he's African, because Africans totally had like leadership position in American Indian tribes. Like American Indian tribes just like really loved Africans for some reason, so they like made them chief justices and leaders and like tribal town kings and stuff, because like natives just really loved Africans for some strange reason. What the fuck are we talking about? So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want some feedback. I would love some feedback. Go ahead and if you have the ability to, go ahead and request to join as a guest here on TikTok. I want to hear from some people live and direct, and I want to hear what you think about what you just read. Talk about racial reclassification. Talking about hitting close to home. Let's talk about it, y'all. Unleash. Was that worth $14? On top of the digital archive you'll have access to, as well as the book list. $14, and you got me tearing up over $14. I never thought I'd tear up over $14. I must just be real broke, y'all. Damn, y'all. Y'all got me crying over $14. All right, so we're gonna start in order. Ben 10, go ahead, unmute yourself, lay it on us. What's on your mind?
What's up? What's up? So I have a question.
Yep.
Are you familiar with areas that used to be considered Indian territory before they turned them into like townships and stuff like that?
Yeah, but more specifically, I invited people up to see what their thoughts were on the racial reclassification of my ancestor, Thomas.
I think that's stupid, and I think that it's obvious that it's obvious the racial reclassification. It's like it really is what it is, and it's like they use it as a, I don't know how to explain it, like a net to say, oh, to just it's like to justify reclassifying people's identity, whole entire culture. It's like you can literally destroy someone's entire bloodline just by changing the name of who they were for real.
I got trolls calling into my broadcast every other week talking about Mike, you're a liar. Mike, you're a fraud. You claim that there's such a thing as Black Indians who have no African admixture, but they're indigenous to America, and you claim you don't have any African admixture, but in this book right here, this guy says your ancestor was African. Bro.
Can I also say this?
Yeah, go for it.
So when I was in middle school and we was learning about world history and world geography, right? Everybody knows in middle school that's what you learn about when it comes to history. You learn about world history. So when we was learning about like the Tropic of Cancer and the equator and stuff like that, so we see that it's people that's, you know, melanated, kinky hair, dark eyes, you know, broad features that live in Africa, right? Also, you see those same people um in any other country that's lying along the equator, right? So if you can see that for any other place, why couldn't people understand that it's the same case for America? You have areas that's laying right on the equator, so of course the people there are going to naturally be dark. I don't understand why people think that this land right here would have been inhabited by Asiatic looking people. You know,
Oh yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Most definitely. And real quick, we also got Canary back. Canary, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know, what do you think about the whole exchange with Professor PhD Dr. Claudio Sant?
Yeah, I think that is really crazy, and I feel like people don't realize how common that type of thing was. I know in my family, they basically said, yeah, just they were actually harassing and doing a lot of things, even when they were proud to, or at least trying to acknowledge their native ancestry. And it's crazy how it's like the 2005 thing that they've been really brainwashing everyone for a really long time. And so when you know, the argument is always the skin and the hair, you know, and it's just really it's interesting how you can, like, you can find the paperwork and people will still say, a professor will say, yeah, but this and that, and it's circumstantial, so we're just gonna go with it. It's weird and honestly disgusting.
Well, and also there's clearly no other conclusion we can draw other than he had malicious intent and ulterior motives. Because it's not like he's
Exactly.
saying, "Oh, Mike, I didn't know your ancestors on the Dolls Roll as full blood. That changes things." No, he knew that ahead of time and still tried to label him as an African or of African descent. Like
Yeah,
how is
it's really
someone on the Dolls
strange.
Roll as full blooded Indian, but they're an African?
Right. They're trying so hard.
Yeah. Especially at a time that they're trying to disenfranchise Black Indians, right? If anything, a lot of Black Indians didn't get any tribal recognition or got classified as freedmen. So the fact that he's listed as a full-blooded Indian at a time where they would have done everything in their power to not have him listed as that, And you're still gonna try to claim he's African? What? Yeah. But Black Indian, go ahead. Or excuse me, Native Black, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let me know what you think about what you just witnessed.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about me believing how a lot of who we know as natives today uphold white supremacy. They talk about ethnic erasure when melanated people talk about their native or indigenous roots, but they're okay with white people being classified as it. And if we're talking about ethnic erasure, I I don't see how it's lost on so many people that they're erasing Black Americans' heritage or lineage, all to perpetuate this idea that every single person descends from slavery. There's nothing wrong with that, but I think the American story is more complex, and I don't think these people understand that trying to make what a native looks like all homogenized in one way, what a Black person looks like all homogenized in one way, it only benefits white supremacy. So, and I just think this was another example of it. It was disheartening.
Yeah, you guys are getting a little peek behind the curtain. I mean, again, it's one thing to hear about these things, but then it's another thing to see it in the text, then to have the author questioned and to see his response. I'm like, this is someone we're supposed to hold with high regard and high respect, a PhD holding professor of American history. Like, you would think a scholarship would be to a higher degree than that.
What was he?
Hearsay, speculation, rumors, and then he's gonna say all of it is what was the exact words he used again? He said, but all of this is circumstantial, and I may have more definitive evidence at hand. So if all of this is circumstantial, why are you trying to claim my ancestor as an African?
What was his? I might have missed it. What was his race again?
The professor?
Yeah.
I believe he's of Spanish heritage. Claudio
Okay.
Sant is definitely a Spanish surname, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I still call them agents of white supremacy. So
Yeah, Sant
that's my
is
take on it.
oh no, it's English, French, maybe Latin. So maybe he's not a Spaniard conquistador like I suspected, but yeah, Claudio Sant. Watch, here's a picture of him. Claudio Sant. This is Claudio Sant. This is the dude working to reclassify my ancestor and lie on his name and claim he's an African and shit. Professor Claudio Sant, professor
Right. So he was
at Georgia
European.
University for 20 years. Yep. He's the professor in American history at the University of Georgia.
Right.
And,
So
and he won an award for that fucking book. He won an award for that book, Black, White, and Indian. Yeah.
and I think if this is just one micro example of what could be or has been done, imagine on a macro scale what has been done and collectively by these historians and people who are trying to obfuscate the truth.
Oh, let's take it a step further than that. You brought up a very good point. You said, "Hey, like if Mike, like as powerful of an example as this is, like you're just like one needle in the haystack. So just imagine like how much widespread this is, right? But let's take it a step further. If my ancestor is a town king. He's one of the upper echelon leaders of the Creek Nation, full-blooded Indian, and they're still going to do this to my ancestor and try to racially reclassify him as an African. What do you think they're going to do to your ancestors?
Right.
If
Yeah.
they're going to take a full-blooded Indian and try to convince you he's an African, what are they going to do to those of us that have ancestors who never made the dolls roll at all?
And then we sound, it's like the ultimate gaslight. And then we sound crazy for questioning a system that has done nothing but harm us.
Hey, it gets deep. It gets deep. And you know what? We've got the woman of the hour up here. Unleash. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Unleash. Let us know. What do you think about that? Was that worth your $14, girl? Come on.
First, I want to confirm. Can you guys hear me well?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, so oh my God, where do I begin? I'm gonna make this quick though. Yeah, I think this session was a bit more valuable than $14. So I would say yes, it was definitely worth more than my $14. Um, first of all, I just want to say, congratulations for you for continuing in your ancestors' legacy of uh, the field of genealogy. Uh, man, this was hard to listen to. This was very hard to listen to. It's the fact that he was such an influential person within the community. He had so many accomplishments. He just had everything in the right place, you know. Uh, his records, you know, proved that he was full-blooded Choctaw. Everything was in the right
No, no,
place.
no. Full-blooded Creek.
Oh, Creek. Okay, that's right. I had
Yeah, it
the
was Creek.
wrong.
No, no. So what happened was the first time I shared it, I kind of skipped ahead and I was highlighting this line up here that said Choctaw by blood. But in actuality, Thomas J. Adams is right here, and he was the leader of the Creek Nation. He's Creek by blood.
Okay, Creek by blood.
Yeah.
But yeah, but most importantly, that's documented proof that he was not African. He was full blooded. But for all his accomplishments to back him up, all the things he did for the nation alone in his time, and for somebody to do something like that, to just acknowledge him like that, it just sounds like intimidation. Like somebody was intimidated by him, not by his wife's mother. I'm not buying into that excuse. So his mother was a mean, an ignorant Negro. I don't buy that at all. Somebody was intimidated by him, and I don't know if it was because he was full blood or because of his accomplishments as a dark skinned, full blooded Indian, or it could have been, the change that was in process, and how hard, maybe how hard it was to, kind of hide his identity because of his accomplishments. But there was some bad blood, some intimidation, and I believe that that was a huge influence on why they portrayed him the way they did in that book. I just thought that it was just very ignorant. It was malice, and it just says a lot about. It just says a mouthful about what they've done to many other Indians, and what they will continue to do to our people. But this here, yeah, this example here is just the icing on the cake. I mean, it's not like he was just a full-blooded Indian. I mean, he did a lot in the community, and it still wasn't enough because he wasn't the right shade. And I don't. It was just hard to listen to. Just really hard to listen to.
And
Like
mind
that's
you, he's also written about in this book the Indian Territory, chiefs, leaders, and chiefs, legislators, and leading men. And nowhere in this book does it mention anything about African heritage. Nowhere in this book does it call him an African. But Claudio Sant goes out of his way to try to force an African identity on my ancestors.
I think that Claudio, whatever his name, he's ignorant. Is he still a professor?
Yes, for the last 20 years. Yes.
Oh, because I'm right here in Atlanta, Georgia. That's why, I'm right
University of
here.
Georgia. Yep.
Well, I worked at the University of Georgia, so that's interesting. That's very interesting. Hmm.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that's I'm gonna land there before I get too emotional. That was something that was a lot.
Yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy. And you know what, guys? What I want to do is Ben Ted had a question. I want to answer Ben's question. Then I want to drop
everybody down real quick because I want to share with you a quick video. And the panel members won't be able to hear the video if they're on the panel. So after I play the video, I'll bring you guys back up. But Ben 10, go ahead and mute yourself real quick and let me know what your question about Spence Johnson was.
So yesterday, yeah, the story you was reading us about Spence Johnson. For one, I've been thinking there's like that story has been on my mind
Hold
all
on. That ain't no story, Playboy. That's the life of
the
Spence Johnson.
narrative.
That
Yeah, the
ain't no
narrative.
narrative, Playboy. That's the life of. Okay, that's the life. That was his
Well,
life.
like I'm talking about like the beginning part of it
I
where
know.
it
I'm
just
just
seemed so
teasing.
peaceful. Like
Yeah,
they was at the river just washing their clothes or
river at
whatever,
the
normal
river.
day. And it's so sick because the same exact thing happens today. But the craziest part is, if you were to tell that story to someone, they would say, "Oh well," they would replace that whole wagon part with a ship across the Atlantic Ocean. That's the craziest part about the story. One small detail would change the whole narrative of the story.
But wait. You just helped me connect an interesting dot. I've definitely got to frame this way from now on and present it in this manner, since you drew the Africa connection, right?
Mhm.
What makes more sense? Paying to ship an African from the other side of the world, or going to an Indian by the river and giving some candy to their kids and kidnapping them and taking them to Louisiana to be sold?
Exactly. And they could have been a whole couple. They could have been just a few counties over to just a state over. That's the craziest part. What is the craziest part? Like
I,
that's really been in my
I've
head
got
all
a
day today.
I've got a genealogy client. I'm not sure if you heard me tell this story before. I got a genealogy client. I found
Mhm.
definitive evidence his ancestor was enslaved. Not only evidence that they were enslaved, but I found that they were shipped. Not
Mm.
only did I find they were shipped, I found the ship manifest log. I know the name of the ship. I know where it was leaving from. I know where the ship was going. Guess where the ship was leaving from and where the ship was going?
Europe to America.
That's what some would think. Or some would think Africa to the Caribbean or the Caribbean to America, right? His ancestor was shipped as a slave from Savannah, Georgia to Charleston, South Carolina.
Boom.
For
Right up the
anybody
street.
who's not familiar with that distance, this is Savannah, Georgia, right here. And this, in the same frame, is Charleston, South Carolina. Yeah, he right up the street. Damn.
And one more thing that's crazy. My great grandmama, usually people will say, "Woo, my lord." My great grandmama used to always say "my land." And I used to wonder why she say that. Now I get it. My land, because this is my land.
Mhm. This land is your land. This land is my land. From the dun dun dun, made for you and me, not for them pale faces.
Right.
Let's talk about it. Big Mama Tyson Bay says a hot mess. The lies this country has been keeping up. Yep. Marcus says mine was from Maryland to Louisiana. Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah. Let's talk about it.
Sick.
Shout out to Rex over on YouTube. Rex says, "Thank you, Mike. I've always known I wasn't a booty scratching African." Come on, even us American Indians scratch our behinds once in a while, but not in the same fashion. I feel it. Well, guys, I'm gonna drop you guys down for just a moment because I wanna share a quick video clip, and then I'm gonna bring you guys right back. Okay. Now, guys, I gotta ask the audience for some feedback. Put a 0 in the chat if you do not think that there's a concerted Kabbalistic agenda to racially reclassify and Africanize Native Black Americans. Put a 0 in the chat if you do not think there is a concerted effort to, on some secret society type, bourgeoisie, Kabbalist, on some conspiratorial type shit. Put a 0 in the chat if you think there's no conspiracy. Put a 1 in the chat if you think there's a conspiracy. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that there's evidence to suggest that this is a systematic, concerted effort by mainstream academia to Africanize Black American indigeneity. Put a 0 in the chat if you think they're nah. If you think we're tripping, 0 in the chat. I see a 1. I see a lot of ones. I see a lot of ones. Well, guys, I think you're right.
Does anybody remember the name of the professor who racially reclassified my ancestor? Does anybody in the chat remember? We know his last name was Sant. Does anybody remember his first name? Last name Sant. But what was his first name? What was his first name? Last name was Sant. But what was the first? Claudio. Yes, Vincent, you're right. Claudio. Rex says, I'm gonna get that consultation when I can afford it. Yeah, Rex. Whenever you go to book, if you use the coupon code TikTok, all lowercase, one word, TikTok, it gives you like a 15 or 20% discount on that genealogy consultation. So definitely tap in. Yes, Vincent. Claudio. Well, guys, check it out. You all think that there's like a concerted effort, like some kind of agenda going on. Well, maybe you're right. Check this out. This was a book, or excuse me, not a book. This was a documentary produced in 2004. It's called Black Indians, An American Story. It has Tina Turner in it. James Earl Jones is narrating it. This is a whole Black Hollywood A-list celebrity cast, right, guys? Check this out. Is this a good film? Is this a good documentary? Or is this a piece of propaganda? Was this a film produced to convince Black Americans that if they have any Native American ancestry, they also have African admixture? That's the only way that they're Black and Indian. I mean, guys, check this out. We might see a familiar face. Let's see.
To native peoples.
Patuxet was one of
Guys, I got to ask you. It's 2004. You're scrolling through cable TV. This comes on, Black Indians. Oh, that's cool. Grandma always said we Indian. Oh, Tina Turner, James Earl Jones. Okay. You watch this. Seems like it's professional production. You think it's on the up and up. But guys, this ain't 2004. It's 2025. Watch this with a lens of discernment. Watch this and be vigilant. Watch this and already have a preconceived notion that this is a piece of propaganda, and see if you can spot how it can be used as a tool of propaganda. Watch, guys. We're deconstructing propaganda.
All the history books tell it. They tell it so well. The cavalry's charged and the Indians fell. The cavalry's charged and the Indians died. Oh, the country was young then, with God on its side.
They are called Black Indians. And theirs is one of our great unknown American stories. To most Americans, they are a people without a valued or clear history. Many prominent Americans throughout our past have shared this blended African and Native American ancestry.
I told you to peep the propaganda. What's the first thing he says? Many of the prominent historical Black figures have this blended ancestry. They're trying to plant the notion in your mind that if there's such a thing as a Black Indian, it's an African that mixed with a Native. Guys, they do this with historical figures. Crispus Attucks, the first martyr of the Boston Massacre, he was a free black Indian. But if you look him up in history books, it'll say he's African and Native American. Mildred Jeter, from the case Loving versus Virginia, she was 100% black Virginia Indian, but they call her an African American, right? Loving versus Virginia was about an African American marrying a white man. No, Mildred Jeter was a full-blooded Virginia Indian.
Crispus Attucks, the first American patriot to fall at the Boston Massacre. Frederick Douglass, former slave and great spokesman for emancipation. The famous poet Langston Hughes.
There's a great story, that of the Negro in America.
The renowned singer Tina Turner.
If it was that easy, we would have all been there years ago.
Civil rights leader Jesse Jackson.
Our time has come.
Yes, the Boule Negro that reclassified us to African American has American Indian heritage, yes. If you do the research that I've done on the Boule, you'll learn most of them are mixed breed European and American Indians that work on behalf of white dominant society to reclassify us as African. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Despite such a distinguished ancestry, Black Indians are a people whose collective past is barely known. Their identity is often clouded by uncertainty and denial. Born out of the tragic conquest of Indian peoples and their lands, along with the enslavement of Africans, Black Indians are in fact the ultimate survivors in America's difficult struggle with racial and cultural difference. African Americans and Native Americans, the most mistreated and misunderstood people in our history, have forged strong bonds between their cultures. What is it that links these two cultures? What history do they share together and with white society? Has their common ancestry and shared past given them something to be proud of or something to deny?
The kids around my neighborhood used to think I was Cuban at the time because I looked different. So I guess the way it works is...
I told you guys to spot the propaganda. They describe Charles as African American / Mohawk / Blackfoot. See how the black man got to be an African first? Why don't they just call him an American Indian? Why don't they just call him Mohawk? Why don't they just call him Blackfoot? Why don't they just call him Mohawk / Blackfoot? Why he got to be an African first? African American / Mohawk / Blackfoot. Propaganda.
People are so used to seeing what is depicted as an Indian within the movies, the old movies and things. So if you don't look that way, they don't expect you to be Indian. They think you're either black or Hispanic or something else.
When we were coming up, it was a bad stigma, I guess, to be Native American.
Spot the propaganda. Dennis is too dark. Dennis got too much melanin. Dennis has to be an African first, guys. Dennis has to be an African first. He's an African American / Narragansett / Nyack. Can I get some fists and feathers in the chat if you're peeping the propaganda? Rex says, I'm trying to become a channel member. Mike, YouTube, I'm demonetized, so there's no way for you to be a channel member. But what you can do is become a member of my website. That's how you get access to the digital archive and the book list and stuff. And you can sign up for that membership directly through my website, nativeblackancestry.com. Guys, peep the propaganda. Dennis, although he's a fair-skinned brother, although he's a red bone, high yellow mohawk, right? He got to be African first. He's African American / Narragansett / Nyack.
And so, I mean, you was just classified as black, or that's the way you went. And, you know, a lot of the older people, they never told you. I mean, it was a long time before I really found out what my heritage was.
A lot of people that go through the museum, when they go into the portrait gallery, the last exhibit.
Damn, but Pink Belly Everett, Mayo Man Everett, he gets to just be a Penobscot Passaquoddy Indian. Everett gets to just be Indian, guys. He's not a European American / Penobscot / Penasquoddy. Everett gets to just be Indian. He's just a Penobscot Penasquoddy. Why doesn't Everett have to be a European American slash Penobesset slash Penasquade? Because you could be 99% European and 1% Indian, but identify as 100% Indian. But they got something for us called the one drop rule, where if you look like you got a little bit of melanin, well, you're an African first now.
That you're going to see on the second floor. And there's portraits of Mashantucket Pequot people. And
they don't look like you, Everett. There's pictures of Pequot people, and they don't look like you, do they?
Gallery, the last exhibit that you're going to see on the second floor. And there's portraits of Mashantucket Pequot people. And they walk in and they're like, they're not Indian, they're black.
I think also because I sometimes had a rather different.
Damn, our sister Gabrielle got too much melanin. Gabrielle has to be an African first. She's an African American slash White Mountain Apache slash Cree. But oh boy, Everett, he got to just be an Indian.
Difficult upbringing as a child because I did feel in between, I guess is the best way to put it. When I was first going to school, I went to a private Lutheran school, and I was the only child of color in the entire school. And I had wonderful experiences with my teacher, but not such great experiences with the students around me. When we moved to another neighborhood and I went into a public school, it was primarily a black school, and I was thrilled. I thought when I saw more children that had chocolate skin that I'd be able to join in and I'd be more of a part of a group. And that wasn't the case at all. It was quite a shocking and disappointing experience for me to realize that they too thought I was not like them.
I was in Narragansett when.
Damn, Richard, my brother, you've been in the sun too long, Richard. If you were more lighter skinned, if you were like white tea presenting, white tea passing, then Richard, you can just be a Narragansett Indian. But since you got melanin, since you don't need sunblock when you go outside, Richard, you got to be an African first. You got to be an African American slash Narragansett.
To be an Indian really was unheard of, because when I was in school, we were taught Eastern Indian history as if it was like learning about the ancient Trojans. When I was in the 4th grade, I got sent out of class because one of the questions was, when did Columbus discover America? And I crossed out discover and put invaded.
Damn, my brother Richard got sent out of class in the 4th grade because there was a test and it asked him, what year did Columbus discover America? And he crossed out discovered and wrote invaded. So poor little Richard in 4th grade got disciplined. That's how they get down, right?
Invaded him.
Hey, he's sitting on business. He's sitting on business, right? Unleash. He's sitting on business. Shout out to Amira. Nice to see you. Melanin says they playing right in our face. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Rex. Rex says he became a channel or a website member. Appreciate you. Rex says, thanks to your website, I found out my family's name is on 3 of the 7 reassessment rolls for the civilized tribes. Yeah, I'm glad to be of service.
Indeed. After Columbus, Europeans took over Indian lands, wiping out millions of native peoples with military aggression and devastating diseases such as smallpox, to which the Indians were not immune. Soon enslaved Africans were brought to North America and put to work on land that had once belonged to native peoples.
Patuxet was one of 60 or more bands that we had.
Oh, Linda. Linda, no. Guys, Linda gets to just be a Wampanoag Indian. Just like Everett, right? What does Everett and Linda have in common? They both need sunscreen when they go outside. They both put raisins where they don't belong. They both cannot catch the beat. No rhythm there. I mean, I'm just saying. Linda gets to just be a Wampanoag Indian. Our man Richard, he was too dark. Our man Charles, he was too dark. Our girl Gabrielle, she was too dark. They had to be Africans first, then Indian. All right. Shout out to Linda.
Wampanoag Nation. The people were wiped out in plagues between 1616 and 1618, which is even before the Pilgrims came. It was of European origin, brought here by fishermen and explorers.
Shout out to Ben 10. Ben 10 says, dude, you're so funny. You bring good commentary to this stuff that makes me angry. Hey, brother, we gotta laugh through the pain. We gotta somehow, as our people do, we gotta somehow find a joke in it to laugh, to keep from crying or something. I mean, it's just it's crazy. Right now we're watching a powerful piece of propaganda, and we're gonna do a full circle and segue this right back to my ancestor that was reclassified. Watch, guys, watch.
Before the Pilgrims came,
it's quite clear that from the first arrival, from the first time that Africans set foot in the Americas, they
Whoa! Who's that, guys? Who's that, guys? Who's that? Does anybody know who that is? Guys, who's that man on the screen? Who's that guy? His name's what? Professor what? Professor Claudio Sant, University of Georgia. Is that you? Guys, when I say that there's clearly a conspiracy to racially reclassify and Africanize American Indians, and I give my own ancestor being reclassified as an example, and the person that racially reclassified him was Claudio Sant, and now you see Claudio Sant in a documentary propaganda piece called Black Indians: An American Story. Do you see the psyops right before our eyes, right? But you don't get a warning in 2004. You don't have Mike sit you down first and say, hey, before you watch this documentary, it's a propaganda piece. Watch this, see how they reclassify and Africanize people. You don't see that. You just watch this and see, oh, he's a professor at University of Georgia. Oh, he knows what he's talking about. But unless you know the backstory and you read that email exchange between me and him, you realize that he's a part of a weird program to reclassify Black American Indians. Melanin runs through my veins says they just creating Indian tribes. They were still in land. Facts. Come on, y'all. Ain't this chickens coming home to roost? So I invite those folks to come back up on the panel. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I mean, Unleash, is this worth your $14 or what? Did you not get a firsthand account and then see how this dude, I mean, what was going on in the early 2000s, y'all? He wrote that book, Reclassifying My Ancestor, in 2005. This film, Black Indian, this documentary, is 2004. Guys, do you want to know what was going on in the early 2000s? This is what was happening. Black Americans, by and large, were coming into knowledge about their indigeneity. So to kind of get ahead of the curve, to kind of hijack that energy, they started to put out stuff like this saying, hey, Black Indians exist, but check this. They're Africans that mix with natives. They're still Africans. You're from Africa. You're African, right? Propaganda. So we got Unleash back. Unleash, lay it on us. What do you think about this?
Well, I think he's just an ignorant person. It's just like the previous video. This just says a lot. This just confirms what's going on. How they continue to try to reclassify us, and it just confirms the agenda. But my question is, why? Is there any particular reason why you may not have put the conversation on like media? I mean, I have an idea, but I just, I don't know.
Your question is what?
About the email between you and him, where you asked the question and then he made that ignorant response. I was wondering, have you ever thought about putting that on media, like TikTok on a post or something, and kind of bringing it, to, kind of bringing it to people's attention, to people, kind of exposing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm bringing it to people's attention right now. We live on TikTok and YouTube. The replay will be up on YouTube, getting thousands of views from thousands of people. But as far as doing like a separate TikTok, video about it, that's something I can do in the future. I mean, it's just something that hasn't happened yet. I'm a one man band, so between doing live streams and genealogy research and all the TikToks and XYZ, I just haven't had the time to sit down and make a dedicated TikTok video about it. But yeah, no, it'll definitely happen eventually.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe you're just waiting for the right time, not to do things too soon.
No, it's not necessarily that. It's just like I'm just sitting on so much history and so much information that I have to bring to everyone that it's just like I just haven't got around to it, right? Like I got a course I'm working on. I got the genealogy consultations. I got the research for existing clients. I do like 60 hours of live streaming a week. Then I publish YouTube videos on 2 separate YouTube channels, then manage 2 separate TikToks. So it's just, it's on my list. It's just I got to get to it eventually. It's just so much on my list to knock out.
All right, understand. That's all.
Yeah, most stuff. And we got Ben 10 back. Ben 10 laid on us.
For one, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
For one, I feel like Claudio, I'm not gonna say if I'm gonna spell it, needs to be Punched in his face repeatedly. Because it's like at this point you really playing, like I said earlier, you're playing with people. And he knows what he's doing. Like you said, it's a whole psyop going on. But it's just the fact that people are working this hard to prove something that we know is not true. It just lets you know that they living in a delusion. Like they're living in a delusion and trying to enforce it on us.
Facts.
Yeah, it's sick. It's sick. But I believe with like the things that you and I see other people doing, spreading the knowledge, giving people information. All you gotta do is plant a seed. It'll rain eventually, and that seed gonna grow.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, it's growing every day. And shout out to all y'all, all of your engagement. Tuning into the live streams, becoming a member of the website and whatnot. Y'all are water and rays of light, helping the seed grow. So shout out to everybody a part of the mission. And we got Native Black back as well. Native Black, go ahead and mute yourself. Let us know what you think about all this.
Yeah, and so that was a good presentation, but it also brings me to another point of contention I have around this narrative, and it's Black Americans who I sometimes get into discord with trying to over Africanize melanated people. I go on like a lot of panels, and when I talk about not only having mixed ancestry, but you having the ability to be native and indigenous without any kind of admixture blood, that's where we have like contention, and that's where they say that's where we get into the whole discussion of, well, where did they come from? They didn't come from Africa. Like this whole Africanized mentality that I have problems with that other Black Americans put on me. That's another point that I don't know. I feel like I'm fighting all battles. I'm fighting my own people. I'm fighting the natives. I'm fighting like everybody. So.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a concerted effort to strip us from our indigeneity, and there's multiple different factions that are working to do that. So yeah, and they're all in cahoots, all of them. That's why I got all of them on the prompt, highlighting their identity crisis: the Latinos, the natives, the Africans. Come on. And Ben 10 says he has a question. Ben 10, go ahead. What's your question, brother?
Okay. So for me doing my research, with not necessarily my genealogy, but just also I don't like just look at my family. I look at like people that live near my family, like dirt on the census stuff, people that lived around them, things like that. So was it common for a lot of people? So I know now it will be considered incest to like, marry within your family or not. But when it came to like tribes and stuff like that, I'm just asking, when they did that, was it looked at as like something like keeping a bloodline pure or something like that?
No, I haven't really seen anything to indicate that. If anything, the way that their tribal hierarchy and like structure was set up, it was to like prevent incest, if anything, right? Because tribes are matrilineal. So, like, first of all, what we know as a tribe isn't really what we think of. I mean, the way that tribes function is not really how we think of tribes, right? So, like,
Yeah.
my tribe, the Creek Nation, well, we were actually a confederacy of dozens of tribes. And each one of those dozens of tribes had dozens of clans. And let's say you're looking at one of those tribes like the Yamasee. Well, how do Yamasee Indians keep marrying within their community of Yamasee Indians without, you know, getting six fingers and six toes? Well, that's why everything went through your mother's clan, your matrilineal hierarchy. So they did not marry within clan. They married within
Okay.
tribe, but not within
Okay.
clan, right?
So like Wolf would marry Bear, but it will like still be
Exactly.
the Foot Clan, basically. Okay.
Exactly. And
I
that just
got you.
goes to show how just, you know, advanced we were as a
It's
people. Like
it's
with our
complex, yeah.
with our bathing, with our community structure, like they in Europe purposefully trying to keep the bloodline pure, and we're like setting it up to where like nah, like it's by the mother's line, no marrying within the clan. Feel me?
See, I knew that they took that and flipped that because even when you look at like biblical standpoints, they're always talking about such and such sins in the Bible, but then again, you got people in the Bible marrying their relatives and stuff like that. So that's why I just wanted to get the clarification on that because I was kind of confused when it came to that aspect of it. Thank you for answering that question, by the way.
Yeah. And in the southeastern, well, hey, and we're talking about our people. We're talking about the southeastern tribes. When we talking about the plains people, the Inuits, I don't know what those folks do. I don't know how those folks get down. But when we talk about the southeastern tribes, the Creek, the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, Choctaw, all that, marriage within one's own clan was strictly prohibited. It was considered incest, and even if the two individuals weren't directly related by blood, it was still a no-no.
Okay, got you.
Yep. And there were also intertribal marriages as well. So, you know, they weren't exclusionary. They weren't just like, we got to keep it within the tribe. Sometimes you got people part of different tribes marrying and whatnot. So, yeah. Most stuff. Great question, though. You definitely come through with quite a few thought-provoking questions this evening. So shout out to Ben 10. But yeah, guys, what we're gonna do is let's go ahead and Ben 10, give us some closing remarks. Then I got a video that I want to share with everybody before we wrap up this broadcast.
To everyone, stay true to who you are. Follow your gut and your instincts, and don't let nobody tell you who you are.
Most def. I feel it. Words of encouragement. Talk to you later, Ben 10. Thanks for calling in, brother.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is what we're going to do. If you guys want an encore, because we're already going on, 5 hours of live content consecutively. What we're going to do, if you guys want an encore, one person, all it takes is one person, taking one for the team. If one person goes to my website, nativeblackancestry.com, and becomes a member of the website, then we will go into an encore. I'll give you at least another hour of live content here this evening. Otherwise, we're going to wrap up. I'm going to kiss on Mary Jane. I'm going to play a new game I just downloaded on my PC and relax. Maybe eat some raw cookie dough. Who knows? Who knows? The night is young. It's Friday night after all, right? So yeah, guys, go to the website, become a member. If you would like the broadcast to keep on keeping on, if you would like to go into at least another hour-long encore, to become a member, it's only $14. You get access to some exclusive perks, like a book list of my primary sources. A lot of these books are suppressed. Some of them you can't even buy in the States. You got to get them overseas. And I do update the book list weekly. Just this week, I updated this new title, Judah P. Benjamin, the Jewish Confederate. A lot of y'all probably didn't know that there was Jewish Confederates. Hey, well, we won't say too much now. Members of the website also get access to a digital archive with 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, Black Indian obituaries, you name it. Bunch of sources citing our indigeneity. You can download these to your phone, to your computer, share them on social media. If any of you guys are content creators or TikTokers, this is a great repository of, content to help you make videos. Find an image from the vault, do a deep dive on it, etc. We've got a few different categories. We've also got Who is Indian, Who's a Negro. This is a essay from the 1970s about how Virginia Indians were reclassified to Negro during the World War II draft. We've also got ex-slave interviews, pretty self-explanatory. Some of these ex-slave interviews are actually from Black Indians who were kidnapped, sold on the auction block, and forced into bondage on plantations. And then we've got Indian slave ads. These are ads put out in the paper by slave masters looking for the Indian runaway slaves. Very, very enlightening. Very enlightening. So guys, we're going to give you like 5-10 minutes. If anybody within the next 5-10 minutes becomes a member of the website at just the inner circle level, you don't have to do it at the mastermind group level. The mastermind group is $49. The mastermind group has everything the inner circle does, but on top of it, you get 2 monthly personalized private virtual seminars where we do a deep dive on some Native Black American ancestry topics. So some of you may be like more advanced with the research and stuff. So that's where the mastermind group comes in. But for the average person, inner circle works just fine. If anybody wants to go into another hour-long encore, we need somebody within the next 5-10 minutes. Become a member at the inner circle level. And actually, give me a moment. I want to shout out all the people tonight who have become members of the website. Give me just a second. Brittany, thank you for actually booking a consultation. You just booked a consultation not too long ago. Shout out to Brittany. Monte, thank you for your support. Dina, thank you for your support. Talisha, thank you for your support. And guys, if you do need one-on-one help with genealogy research, you can book a consultation with me where I'll teach you the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship. Actually, here's a brief testimonial from a client of mine.
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching on my genealogy. He's been an awesome resource. Gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them. And I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Come on, let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. What are you waiting for? Check out nativeblack.ancestry.com.
Mike TV. He's knowledgeable about his information about the American Indians and how we change our classification over time and the different types of mounds and different rules from the French, from the British. If you want viable information, you want to really find out who in your lineage and who are the people you come from, I suggest going with Mike TV. His prices are affordable. He's not like some of these other people out here. I urge, go with Mike TV.
All right. Once again, if anybody wants to dive into an encore of at least another hour of live content, go to the website nativeblack.ancestry.com and become a member at the inner circle level. Other than that, I'm going to play a short video while we wait and see if we're going to officially go into an encore or not.
It's the same hustle, it's the same thing, same tears on the we pay. Maybe one day we'll see we're one big family, like it's one ghetto. Same sunshine, same rain, same trouble, maintain. Maybe one day we'll see we're one big family, like it's one ghetto.
Welcome back to Discussions with Indigenous Education, the genocide of the dark-skinned Indian. And right before the break, we were talking about the Dawes Act, right? And the Dawes Commission, right? And the commission was established to specifically put the rest of the Indians that already hadn't been individualized in the one of the last Indian Appropriations Acts that
Well, the
we.
5 civilized tribes. I mean, just, you know, and the ones that were in that territory were the 5 civilized tribes.
Oh, okay. And so
And shout out to Rex over on YouTube. Rex says, I remember being 6 years old, tell him the whole kindergarten class I was an Indian. There you go, Rex. You stand on business, stand on lineage. Rex says, I was fortunate enough to grow up in the Washington state where despite government oppression, the indigenous community remained somewhat intact. That's what's up. Yeah, kudos to that community out there staying strong. And Rex, is that you in your icon photo? Or is that an ancestor of yours? Let me know. And it looks like Allah has some questions in the TikTok live. Allah, if you want to request to join as a guest, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Here, look, I'll even give you a personal invitation. Let me see if you come up in the back end. Let me see if I can give you an invite. Oh, yeah, Allah Ki Hechulu. There we go. I'll give you an invite. Allah, let us know where you calling in from and what's on your mind.
Well,
are you there?
I got a bunch of cuts and covens after me. I got some nanites in my right arm, right, which is a microchip. So, but I'm 42 years old. I think that'll be enough.
Wait, what does microchips or nanites in your arm have to do with the?
Well, you asked me about my location, and a lot of people want to do certain stuff to me, so I don't think I need to tell certain people my location. Is that okay with you?
I mean, I didn't ask for your address. I just meant like in general, like, are you on the East Coast, the West Coast? Are you even in America? Like what?
Yeah, that's giving up my location.
Okay, so for all we know, you're in a mud hut in Nigeria. I got it. Well, it sounded like you were a bit confused in the chat. So did you have any questions or anything?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out as far as in like phenotype, melanin, geographical locations. We're saying that the African American, supposedly, or foundational Black Americans, Indigenous Native Americans, that we are all not the same, though we are titled African American. What is the difference? How can you tell dealing with the haplogroups, etc.? How do you say that we are different with the 47? I believe it's 47 million of us here. And there's actually probably about 370 million people in America. But out of that 370, we are only about 46 to 47 million. So I'm trying to figure out, how can you tell that we are not the same people?
Not the same people from who? From each other,
From the 54 countries in Africa. It says Latinos,
So you're
natives,
saying
and Africans are having an identity crisis, which would be dissociative identity behavior and dissociative identity disorder. So I'm trying to figure out, how do you know?
How do I know Latinos and natives and Africans are having an identity crisis?
Yes.
Oh, well, if that was your question, you could have said it a lot more simpler than that. I mean, that was a whole lot of commentary to ask, hey, Mike, what makes you say that Latinos, natives, and Africans have an identity crisis?
I had to, after I thought about it, I looked at the screen, then I had to read it. So.
Okay. I think it's very apparent when you look at the Latinos. On census records, over 56% of Latin America identifies as Caucasian, yet they verbally identify as indigenous, and genetically they descend from European colonizers. So yeah, that screams identity crisis. When you talk about quote unquote natives, I'm referring to people on the reservation. Most of them descend from European $5 Indians, or Mongols that migrated across the Bering Strait land bridge, yet they claim to be the true indigenous people of the Americas. That is also an identity crisis. When we look at Africans are online all over social media talking about Black Americans have to stop saying that they're indigenous to America because that's messing with our African identity. And I mean, Africans are really the group that's having the largest identity crisis of them all, because for one, Africans have never even identified as African. They call themselves by their country or by their tribe, but they want to force a monolithic African identity on us. Yet they can't tell us what country in Africa they claim we come from or anything of the sort. Secondly, now that we've made being quote unquote Black something that's globally revered, something that's so fashionable, right? Now Africans are trying to cling to the title Black, talking about their Black Brits and they're Black people now and stuff. So again, I'd say that's an identity crisis.
Oh, okay. So being that someone that'll be from Ghana that was raised here in America, they would be called a Ghanaian American, correct?
No, they would be called an African American or a Black American.
Ghanaian American out of the 54 countries. If they came from Nigeria and they was raised
can
on
you
this
cite a
soil.
source? Can you cite a source? Are you claiming on U.S. federal census records there's a Ghanaian American category? Or am I right and you're wrong and they're just going to be lumped in to our Black American community? There's no census designation that separates Africans by which African 52 nation that they migrated from. No, they just get called Black Americans, African Americans, even though they're the ones who should truly be called an African American because they migrated from Africa. Meanwhile, we should have never been called an African American to begin with. Shout out to Deluxe. Deluxe says some of us are being called back to our roots. Facts.
Yeah,
Facts.
but why did you mute me? What's that up?
Because I can. This is my show. I mean, hopefully that clears up your question. Do you have another question before we continue with our video?
Yeah, I didn't know you was like that. It's all good.
Okay. Cry yourself to sleep tonight. I'm like that, y'all. Let's get back to the video. Again, guys, if you want an encore, you know what to do. Become a member of the website. Shout out to Allah. Listen and learn, brother. Just listen and learn.
Dawes Commission and the Dawes Act specifically was established to individualize them and give them individual allotments of land. Matter of fact, I might be going out of place. Let me ask you a question. What happened with the rest of the land?
Well, that happens a little bit later.
That does happen later.
Just
Okay.
a little bit later, but again, remember we did mention that the lands were getting whittled away. So they were, slowly but surely getting whittled away.
Right, and so again, it's 1893, right? The Dawes Commission is specifically negotiating with the tribes, offering them an incentive. The tribes was like, no, man, we did this for y'all already. For the last 300 years, we've been doing this for y'all. And so now we have another act.
Yes.
What's the next act?
And this act really kind of put the nail in the coffin, I think.
Okay.
Because it just did away with a lot of things that the tribes couldn't get back. But this was the Curtis Act of 1898.
Okay.
And the Curtis Act, what it did was it dissolved tribal governments.
So if you were looking at genocide of indigenous populations, particularly here in the United States, this would definitely be one of the acts that you would look for as far as how they systematically or through their organizational tactics dismantled the tribes. So remember that Curtis Act, but go ahead.
Okay, and what the act did, it allowed the Dawes Commission to take control of the tribal membership rolls.
Ooh.
Okay, because now they want to know who all the people are. So they have to come up with these rolls so now they can get, because up until now,
They don't know who.
They don't know how many Indians are here and stuff, because previous years they have a count of the United States. They do it every 10 years with the census. 1870 was the first year that that the slave population was counted.
Not as a whole person. Another conversation. Continue.
Well, by 1870 they were counted as whole people.
Oh, they were by that
yes,
time?
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Because now slavery has been abolished.
We had the slave civil war and everything like that. Okay.
Yeah. But now we have, with the Dawes Commission coming in, and now we have this Curtis Act that is now.
So now, okay, so wait a second. So we had the Dawes Act, right?
First the Dawes Act.
Then we had the Dawes Commission. And I know that they thought we were going to go to the rolls, but then we had the Curtis Act.
Right.
And the Curtis Act gave permission for the Dawes Commission to make rolls for the tribes.
Yes. And the chiefs.
Shout out to Engine Radio. Engine Radio says, as soon as I click on Mike roasting somebody, never fails. Started laughing as soon as I get in. Hey, brother, I'm either dropping some receipts, I'm roasting someone, or I'm making a good joke, or all of the above at the same time. Let's talk about it. And yes, shout out to Native Black. He just kind of wanted to ramble. Yeah. But again, guys, if you want the stream to keep on keeping on, if you want us to go into an encore, go to nativeblackancestry.com, become a member of the website. Got a lot of exclusive perks for members of the website. And if you need one-on-one professional guidance, you can always book me for that genealogy consultation. But let's keep learning more about the Curtis Act and the Dawes Commission.
Had no say.
The chiefs didn't have a say at all.
The chiefs did not have a say, and particularly, and I will say this particularly when it was dealing with the freedmen.
Right. Because now we have a commission established, right, of white men.
Yes.
That have the legal authority to
say who is
and who isn't. And so they put together the roles, recognizing they had separate roles for two different groups of people, the freedmen, right, versus the Indian, right?
And there in Indian country, they now had to make separate roles, because now they're saying, the commission is saying, that these people are not part of the tribes. That they were slaves.
Right.
So if they were slaves, then they didn't have any blood relationship, and so we have to make a separate role for them. Not that was
the case.
Right.
And again, this is where the genocide of the brown-skinned Indian, darker-skinned Indian comes back into this conversation about what's happening west of the Mississippi. And that's how all of this draws back in, because now they can control the idea, the definition, the identities, and point specific groups of people that can be, and then the rest of y'all is something else.
Right, you can't be. And there were many people that were put on the freedmen rolls who had blood relationships.
Some of them were full blood.
Full blood, quarter blood, that look, we don't even consider the blood part, because again, if you're part of a tribe, you're part of a tribe. So blood didn't matter, until the Europeans came in, But now, because of the laws that they created that made it that a dark-skinned person, of course they were slaves, that they were not Indians. And so now you have the Dawes Commission that is sitting there and saying, oh, well, yeah, you're a freedman, so you get put on that role. Again, even though the grandparent was the full-blooded native that is on that role in that tribe.
Yo, listen, the boy Doss came from Massachusetts. Boy, he know what an Indian from Georgia look like, right?
But then you know what is also very interesting though, is
Mhm.
that Curtis,
Yeah.
Charles Curtis, was part Indian. He was part Indian. So again, is the mentality at that time. He just felt that by doing this, it was better for his people.
Let's talk about what the Curtis Act, some of the other things that the Curtis Act did, right? Because you mentioned that it dissolved tribal governments, right? That's a huge thing. Like, that's it. No more government for tribal peoples. No more
Right.
government for Indians, period.
Right, and it put all of their tribal courts and everything in United States jurisdiction.
Okay.
Everything.
And again, it also allotted the general lands of the Indians to individuals in that tribe, right? And it also, and it said lands not distributed will be available for settlement.
Yes, for non-Indian population.
And that's important, right? You know, and it also did a few other things, right? The act allowed the Dawes Commission to take full control. We've talked about this over the tribal membership rolls, determining who was eligible for land allotments and therefore citizenship. I wanted to read that last part.
Okay.
Because if you weren't available for land allotments, then you couldn't be a citizen. And that was a way to develop the bridge between the darker Indian and the lighter skinned Indian, because the darker skinned Indian are freedmen now, right? And the freedmen they're not native, so they don't qualify to be given that land.
Right, and now one thing though, remember in 1866, they made those tribes initially say that they had to become a part of the tribes, you know, but then later, once they got rid of those treaties,
right. Now they don't want them to be a part of the tribe anymore.
Right.
Well, you know, because now they're, oh man, y'all can have them. They y'all problem. We back and now, no, okay, we're gonna separate y'all again.
But then, and the ones that were freedmen that they allowed to stay a part of the tribes were given a much smaller piece. That was that 40 acres that we always hear about. You know, most of the land allotments for the general population of every Indian was supposed to get 160 acres.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
However, the freedmen only got 40.
Okay. Right. Did they get?
Let's talk about it, y'all. I got land allotments on my desk right now for ancestors who got 160 acres because they were listed as by blood. And I got some ancestors who were listed as freedmen and they only got 40 acres. I got the records. This is a real thing. Some people think 40 acres and a mule is a promise that was owed and never delivered. If we're talking about U.S. territory, yes. If you're talking about tribal territory, then 40 acres takes on a whole different meaning. We were supposed to get 160 acres per person, but if your ancestor was reclassified as a freedman, you only got 40 acres. This still led to a lot of wealth. How do you think Black Wall Street came about? How do you think Black folks in Tulsa is building Black Wall Street? Indian territory. That wasn't Oklahoma yet. Black Wall Street, the foundation was laid in the early 1900s. Oklahoma didn't get statehood in 1906 or 1907. So where are all these Black folks coming from that are in Indian territory? Tulsa, Oklahoma. They were Indians. Black Indians, if you will. And a lot of people hear about Black Wall Street present day and still don't really get that Indian connection. They just think, oh, these are Black folks. Here's just Black Americans. No, these were Black Indians. A famous Black Indian is Sarah Rector. Sarah Rector became like the youngest Black millionaire. Why? Because her family's 40-acre land allotment, they found oil. And she became a millionaire overnight. Her and her whole family in Oklahoma. Sarah Rector, born in 1902 in Taft, Oklahoma, came from very humble beginnings, but later became the wealthiest black girl in the country at the young age of 11. As the owner of the family's land, she began earning more than $300 a day, the equivalent of about $7,500 a day in our time. She was the richest black girl in the 1900s. Why? Because her family, they still got disenfranchised. They should have got 160 acres, but they only got 40. But still, they found oil on that 40 acres of land. Let's talk about it, y'all. And remember, they tried to reclassify the black Indians as freedmen. They tried to claim that they were all black slaves. They're all black slaves of Indians. Miss me with that. Come on. Come on. Let's talk about it. But let's finish up this video, and then I got to wrap up this broadcast, y'all.
Hit day 40.
Well, that's another.
But you know, let's take a break here. And when we get back, we'll start to wrap up this show. All right. So we'll be right back with more discussions with Indigenous educators.
Damn, and shout out to Melanin. It runs through my veins. Melanin is talking about that dude that was on the panel not too long ago. She says he came in here talking like a computer chip spy ready to throw a grenade at the channel. It's crazy work. Hey, I do be getting some strange personalities. I said the same thing I said to everybody. I said, hey, where you calling in from? What's on your mind? He's like, well, brother, I got nano chips in my arm right now. I said, okay, well, what does that have to do with the topic at hand? Well, you asking where I'm from, which means you want my geolocation, and I got nano chips in my arm because people is tracking me. And I'm like, oh no, brother, like I just meant, like, are you on the East Coast? Are you down south? Are you even in America? Like, what? Nah, brother, but that would be my location, and I can't give you my location because of the nano chips in my arms. I mean, guys, I'm exaggerating like slightly, but that was basically what happened, right? Like I'm not throwing tens on it. I'm exaggerating, maybe like throwing an extra 2% on it, but that was more or less that was exactly what happened. Yeah, it was strange. It was very, very strange. Ben 10 says, "No, that was the word for word, bar for bar, right?" Like I'm not embellishing that story. Mans was a little okay. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Just stick to the rivers and the things that you're used to.
Yes, sir. Thank you for joining me. So imagine this. One day, someone comes along, looks at your family history, and says, nope, you're not who you think you are. Suddenly, everything changes. Your rights, your land, even your identity. That's the story of the Native American reclassification in the United States. Today, we're uncovering how reclassification erased the identities of many Native tribes. Its economic and
Hold on. Engine Radio says the fuck. Nah, Engine Radio, I swear that's what happened. Watch, guys. Hold up. I'm the king of receipts. We're now broadcasting not just on TikTok, but on YouTube simultaneously, right? We're live on YouTube right now. YouTube allows you to like go back in the stream and shit. Watch. We're live on YouTube. Watch this. I'm gonna go back to when he first joined the panel, and I swear, Mans was talking about microchips in his damn arm, y'all. I swear on everything I love. Where is it? Let me see if I can find him.
People, the freedmen, right? Indigenous pop.
Ask your icon photo, or is that an ancestor of yours? Let me know.
Geographical location.
Okay, I got it. Here he is.
I don't
No, I was fortunate enough to grow up in the Washington 668. Has some questions in the TikTok live. Allah, if you want to request to join as a guest, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Here, look, he came up here talking like Robo. Let me see if you come up in the back. Talking like RoboCop. Let me see if I can give you an invite. Oh yeah, Allah Kihechulu. There we go. I'll give you an invite. Allah, let us know where you calling in from and what's on your mind.
Are you there?
I got a bunch of cuts and covens after me. I got some nanites in my right arm, right, which is a microchip. So
Engine radio. This is why when you stepped in, I was spazzing on someone. This is how my interaction with him started. And did he say he got Colts and Covenants or something? He said he got Colts and Covenants, and then he went into the nano chips. Are you there?
I got a bunch of cuts and covens after me. I got some nanites in my right arm.
Damn, y'all know that's what he said. He said I got a bunch of Colts and Covens. Like witches, y'all, like covens. Witches. He got Colts and Covens after him. Nigga, if you got Colts and Covens after you, maybe you don't want to get on the TikTok live. Maybe you don't want to get on the TikTok live. They might be able to hex you through the TikTok live. They might be able to do the voodoo hoodoo through the TikTok live. If I had Colts and Covenants after me, I would not be on social media like that. No, I would not. No, I get rid of my social media if I had Colts and Covenants after me. Good Lord. If the ancestors are in the algorithm, which they are, then the Colts and the Covenants are as well, okay?
Right, which is a micro.
Are you there?
I got a bunch of cuts and covens after me. I got some nanites in my right arm, right, which is a microchip. So, but I'm 42 years old. I think that'll be enough.
Wait, what does microchips or nanites in your arm have to do with the?
Well, you asked me about my location, and a lot of people want to do certain stuff to me, so I don't think I need to tell certain people my location. Is that okay with you?
I mean, I'd ask for your address. I just meant like in general, like, are you on the East Coast, the West Coast? Are you even in America? Like what?
Yeah, that's giving up my location.
Okay, so for all we know, you're in a mud hut in Nigeria. I got it. Well, It sounded like you were a bit confused in the chat. So did you have any questions or anything?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out as far as in like phenotype, melanin, geographical locations.
Hold on. Vincent is cracking me up. Vincent said, bro, go look at his profile. How do I find his profile? What was his name again? It was like AH something. Okay, he's in the chat, so okay. I'm gonna go to his profile real quick. Vincent, check out his profile. Okay, Supreme Mind of God. Hold on. Wait, no, time out. What kind of shit is this? No. I wasn't ready for this, Vincent. I wasn't ready. Yeah, bro. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what language at it.
Straight. All y'all doing them freezer spells and shit, putting mans in the jar and shit and all that. I'm Pluto around this bitch.
Okay, well, now I'm seeing who we were talking to. It makes a lot of sense as to why he didn't make no sense. I get it now, guys. This is very strange. Yeah, he's definitely given like I was in prison for 10 years and I went through every pseudo cult there is. I mean, yeah, this is strange, y'all. This is strange. I feel like I'm about to get a curse. Engine says he's cursing your channel. Yeah. I gotta turn this off. Engine says, Mike, he's putting an African spell on you. Yeah, I can't. Nah. I'm cool.
I'm cool. It's okay. It's okay. Not today. Not today. Maybe tomorrow, but not today. No, 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 no. Ben 10 says, and you was being so nice to him too. Hey, it's crazy. I be so nice to people, but they'll still act like I'm being so mean to them. Let me get a fist or a feather in the chat if y'all were on last night's broadcast and y'all heard that girl Minnie. I think Minnie was the one who said that I was disrespecting the black woman and the black woman is God. And no, I'm joking a little bit, but yeah, Minnie definitely had some issues. I mean, who was on last night's broadcast with Minnie? Lord, Lord, oh Lord. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all I had for you this evening. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get up out of here. I got to get some R&R. It was nice chopping it up with you all. Make sure to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. Shout out to everybody tonight that booked a genealogy consultation. Shout out to everybody tonight that became a member of the website. Shout out to everybody that sent a gift, that joined the panel, that lent me your attention. Shout out to everybody. As always, when we wrap up, I like to get a little feedback as to how long people have been tuned in. So go ahead and spam the chat real quick. How long have you been watching? 5 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours? We've been going for 5 hours and 40 minutes. Shout out to Ben 10. Ben 10 says I will be booking very soon. Well, hey, Ben 10, I look forward to connecting with you, brother. I definitely look forward to connecting with you. Geechee says 2 minutes. Wait, you came late. There's a lot you missed. If anybody on TikTok wants to catch a replay, wants to check out some things they missed from this broadcast, you can go to my YouTube channel, Mike TV.
The books we read in school often report complete fallacy.
Here's my channel right here, Mike TV. We're live right now on my YouTube channel, Mike TV. This is where you can find the replays and stuff. If anybody on TikTok wants to catch up on what you missed. Shout out to Melanin Runs Through My Veins. Shout out to Engine Radio. He said, damn, I just been here for 10 minutes. Yeah, y'all late. Y'all working on color people time. But all right, guys, I got to get up out of here. Till next time. Thanks for tuning in. Peace.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Let's get this party started. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're addressing something that's been on a lot of minds lately. Why do so many Africans try to convince Black Americans to move to Africa? I mean, they tell us it's our motherland. They say that we should come back home. But here's the thing. A lot of Black Americans have no direct connection to Africa. Our roots run deep in the Americas. So why are so many Africans pushing this idea, especially when they themselves seem to be doing everything they can to travel to America or over to Europe? But at the same time that they're fleeing en masse from the motherland, they want to try to convince us to go over there? Guys, is this a grand conspiracy? Are they hoping that we fall for the hype and trade places?
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years. The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the Migrant Reception Centre, celebrating touching European soil. The latest incursion at Melilla brings the number of migrants who've successfully scaled the fence to almost 600 so far this year.
Yeah, I don't know. Something's going on, guys. Something is definitely going on. It's a strange dynamic, and today we're diving into why this happens. What's the real agenda behind this push to, quote unquote, come home to Africa? Is it about cultural unity, or is there something more at play here? We're going to unpack it all, so stick around and let's figure out what's really going on. Before we jump in, make sure to hit the like button, and if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe. Let's go ahead and get into the content.
Gathered to initiate the year of commemoration of one of the most momentous events of history, the commencement of the transatlantic trade, slave trade, which brought tens of millions of Africans to the Americas, North, Central, and South.
All right, guys, I'm sorry. I really want to let the video play, but I got to fact check this lying ass African. Did you hear what he just said, y'all? Did y'all hear him? If you do a simple fucking Google search, the new official number of African slaves trafficked worldwide during the transatlantic slave trade is 12.8 million. 12.8 million. So why is he talking about tens of millions? Guys, I had a genealogy consultation the other day. Swear to God. Swear to God. I had a genealogy consultation with two people back to back, matter of fact. Both of them were born in the 60s. They were elders. And you know what they told me? They said, Mike, when we was coming up in school and college and stuff, they was teaching us that hundreds of millions of Africans were trafficked during the transatlantic slave trade. Hundreds of millions. Now the official narrative has changed from hundreds of millions to 12.8 million. And this African president of Ghana hasn't got the memo because he's up here promoting tens of millions, y'all. Tens of millions. First of all, it was 12.8. And we know it's probably even less than that. And out of those supposed 12.8, over 60% went to South America, Brazil. So go tell them Afro-Latinos to go back to Africa. Over 40% went to the Caribbean. So go tell the Jamaicans to come back to Africa. Less than 4% of the African slaves went to the 13 colonies, but he gonna get up here talking about some, hey, Black Americans, we need y'all to come over here, spend some money, maybe move here.
We know of the horrors that accompanied that forced journey. We know of the brutalities that were meted out to them during their stay in the Americas. We know of the great difficulties they have encountered in attempting to assimilate and live.
Wait, hold the fuck up. Don't you ever throw dirt on our ancestors' name talking about some fucking assimilate. Assimilate what? Assimilate who? Assimilate where? We ain't never assimilated. You Africans try to assimilate with European culture and custom. We got our own shit. We are globally revered for our individualistic nature and our cultural phenomenons that we create. Our culture is synonymous with American culture. We're so impactful on the global scale. And he really tried to slide in there some slick shit about, oh, we know how hard it was for them to assimilate. We ain't never try to fucking assimilate.
We know of the brutalities that were meted out to them during their stay in the Americas.
How if you weren't there?
Know of the great difficulties they have encountered in attempting to assimilate and live and maintain their dignity in the Americas. We know of the extraordinary achievements and contributions they've made to the life of the Americas.
Damn, that's wild, y'all. Have y'all thought about that? Have y'all thought about how we were reclassified, made slaves on our own land, hit with misnomer and misnomer and misnomer, and throughout all that, taught ourselves to read and write and came out with thousands of inventions that are impactful on a global scale. And at the same time, them Africans have been free for the last 400 years and they ain't done shit. Why are the people who are in bondage accomplishing more than the people who are free? And now they want us to bring some of that talent over there. Nah, we good.
And it is important that in this symbolic year, 400 years later, we commemorate their existence and their sacrifices. It was in anticipation of the year of commemoration that my great childhood friend, colleague, and associate, the late Jake Otanka Obecha Bilemte, then Minister of Tourism in President John Ajekum Kufuor's government, a government of which I was part as Foreign Minister, launched in celebration of Ghana's Golden Jubilee, the Joseph Project, the project that identified the need to symbolize the return of the prodigal son who was lost and found. I would like to dedicate this whole ceremony and this to his memory. He insisted on granting easy visas to all returnees.
Guys, this is a tourism scam. This whole year of return, come back to the motherland. They want our money. They are poor. They're looking for a handout. And have any of you guys ever even looked into this president of Ghana? Most likely not, because we don't care about no Africans. But guys, I just did a little bit of digging. Check this out. Check this out. You know, they want to talk about Africa's the motherland and come back and we're going to give you a visa. Let's see how much of a proud African this president of Ghana is. His name is Akufo-Addo. He's born and raised in Accra. He receives his primary education in Accra. Then he goes to the United Kingdom for his secondary education. Oh my gosh, he's such a proud African, but his parents sent him to the colonizer's kingdom to go get an education. Lord. Even returns to the UK to study law and is called to the bar in England. Motherfuckers out there practicing law in Paris, France. But he's going to act like he a proud African to us when he needs some tourism dollars. Y'all see how it works now, right? Y'all see how this works? We Native Black Americans, we ain't got no ties to no Africa. And the few of us that do have African admixture, what do you think they rock with most? The indigenous culture that adopted them and took them in, or the Africans that enslaved them and then sold them to Europeans for trinkets? Let's talk about it. I still ain't even heard an apology from the Africans for the transatlantic slave trade. They started it. It's called a trade, motherfucker. The Europeans didn't sneak into Africa and steal a bunch of Africans. If they did that, it wouldn't be called a trade. The Europeans didn't come with military might and steal any Africans. If they did that, they call that an invasion or warfare. But guys, is it dawning on you for the first time in your life that this is a African slave trade? There's two consenting parties, the slave trader and the one purchasing the slave. The only one that's non-consensual is the slave. But they really make it out to this day that like the white man snuck over there and stole a bunch of Africans and the Africans just couldn't do anything about it. But Africans don't talk about their role in the transatlantic slave trade. Africans have been starting slave trades since the beginning of time. In the 6th century, they had something called the Arab slave trade. Look it up. They sold their fellow Africans to the Arabs in the Middle East. And guess what the Arabs in the Middle East did, guys? They cut off their dicks and balls and made them eunuchs. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. In the 6th, 7th century, it's called the Arab slave trade. The Africans sold their fellow African to Arabs who cut off their dick and balls. So is it any surprise that this is how the Africans try to get over on us?
And that we should give force to the right of abode. I think it's the duty of my government to do both of those things in commemorating of next year. But I would like to say in conclusion that the most important consequences of all the activity we're here to initiate is that together on both sides of the Atlantic, we will work together to make sure that never again will we allow a handful of people with superior technology to walk into Africa, seize our peoples, and sell them into slavery.
I wonder if he know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
I told you guys. I warned you, didn't I? Didn't I just tell you guys moments ago that these Africans try to paint the picture that the white man just snuck in and stole some motherfuckers, right? He just said, never again will we let somebody with superior technology take our people and make them. Motherfucker, you sold them. They didn't take nothing. They gave you gunpowder, muskets, mirrors, beer. Fair exchange is no robbery. Y'all were complicit. Y'all were business partners with the Europeans for hundreds of years. And then after they had enough of that partnership, they colonized your dumbasses. And now you want to rewrite history and make it seem like they snuck in and forced y'all to sell some niggas.
Important consequences of all the activity we're here to initiate is that together on both sides of the Atlantic, we will work together to make sure that never again will we allow.
Oh yeah, and before we even get into the lies for a second time, shout out to Love Tash Beauty. She says a lot of them 2019 Year of Return Blacks are on YouTube telling their horror stories. Yes, I've interviewed several Black American women on my channel that moved to Ghana, moved to different parts of Africa, were scammed. Their lives were at risk. Some of them come up missing. Some of them get murdered. Yeah, but they want us to come back to the motherfuckers that sold us. Some of us, most of us are Aboriginal, but those of us who have African admixture, why would we want anything to do with some Africans?
To initiate is that together on both sides of the Atlantic, we will work together to make sure that never again will we allow a handful of people with superior technology to walk into Africa, seize our peoples, and sell them into slavery.
Every time you tell me something, I figure that you're lying. Ooh, it's almost like you faking. Oh yeah, yeah, I know you're lying, but you sound excited, and you know that I know that you're lying. Oh girl.
My name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, guys, I'm a bit of a historian. Let's go ahead and take a look at if there's any truth to what these Africans are talking about. The president of Ghana is talking about people with significant technology, superior people with superior technology seize their people. No, motherfucker, y'all was some backwards ass people, and you exploited your own countrymen and sold them to foreigners. Guys, I hope this dawns on you properly. Africans are the only people on planet Earth that have sold their own people into slavery to be exported to foreigners. Have you ever heard of Asians enslaving their fellow Asian and selling them to Europeans or Africans or Arabs? No. Have you ever heard of an Arab selling their fellow Arab to a European or an African or an Asian man? No. Guys, only Africans sell their own people to foreigners. That's how backwards they are. But they got the nerve to try to flip the script. All right. Let's see if there's any truth to it, y'all. Let's see. Did the white man come in there with superior technology and seize the people of Africa, or is Africans seizing their own fellow countrymen? Hold up, foul on the play. I thought it was the white man sneaking in the bushes of Africa. I see the African in the bush. What's this African in the bush about to do? Oh, Lord, and there's an African behind him with a gun. You don't say. All right, guys, any minute now. Any minute, we're going to see a bunch of white folks with guns steal these Africans and force them onto slave ships. Any minute now, some white folks is going to jump out the bushes and steal these Africans and make them slaves. Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. What is this? What is going on? Wait. These are Africans chasing other Africans. What is happening right now?
Creep on in, on in, on
What is this? What? I thought it was the white man who stole them. I thought it was the white man with superior technology seizing the people of Africa. Damn. Truth is stranger than fiction. Truth is much, much stranger than fiction. Let's see where the Europeans finally come into play. Let's see how long it takes for some Europeans to enter the scene. Any Europeans yet? Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna skip ahead. I don't see any Europeans yet. There's a painting of Europeans, but where do the Europeans come into play? Where do here come the Europeans. They're sailing to the west coast of Africa. And what happens once they get there? What happens? Do they steal some? Whoa, wait a minute. We got an African dressed up as a European. I almost mistook him for a white man. He got on the coat and everything with a gun. Oh, Lord. So the Africans are forcing other Africans into bondage. Okay. Do tell more. Do tell more. Oh, and here come the Europeans. Damn, wait. Are these Europeans coming in with superior technology, forcing Africans to hand over their people? Or does this look like a trade?
To an audience from Europe and America learned how to comply with the lengthy negotiation rituals.
After making us wait 12 days, King Keppel finally agreed to an audience. I decided to take the ship surgeon along with me. For him, it would be an edifying experience, as he had never visited these parts before, and I doubt that he had any idea of how negotiations were conducted. I hadn't told him a thing.
Oh shit, negotiations. They're negotiating. Whoa, I thought the president of Ghana said that someone with superior technology seized people. It looks like Africans selling Africans to Europeans.
What do you need, Captain? 300 parrots and mules, half in pieces of Indian cloth.
Mami heba temet tati ende dunga tawi pièce angel na.
Munuma lol nekku fi munuma ko jox lu weesu téeméeru bopp ak juróom benn fukk wala ñaari téeméeri bopp.
I can only give you between 160 and 200 pieces.
Then allow me to trade with the natives.
Damn, he has to ask permission to even trade. He gotta ask this little greasy mushmouth motherfucker, hey, can you give me permission to trade with the natives for some slaves?
I'll consider it.
Hey, history is stranger than fiction. They be running around dick riding Mansa Musa. They don't talk about how he was one of the biggest slave traders. They talk about how he traveled from city to city with so much gold he destabilized economies. They don't talk about the hundreds of thousands of slaves who traveled in his caravan. Come on, let's talk about it. But these Africans gonna act like someone went over there and seized some people. Nah, y'all was doing some Grammy business, some real Grammy business. And now we got this African dude, the one on the screen. I think his name is Dejimu. I'm familiar with him from like Blood Diamond, Fast and Furious series. He was in Guardians of the Galaxy, Rebel Moon. He's a pretty successful African actor over here in America. Key part over here in America. But let's see what he has to say about Black Americans. Let's see if this is a part of a larger conspiracy to convince us to go to a place that they're fleeing from.
Do you get interested in this work to start with?
Well, I think my acting work really sort of like opened my eyes. So I came to America at the age of 23, and I felt this profound disconnect with African American.
Maybe you felt profound disconnect because y'all was coming over here acting xenophobic.
The inspiration came really, and the awareness came from when I started making this film with that was directed by Steven Spielberg called Amistad.
And what poundage do you imagine the entry may refer to, sir? A mast and sails, perhaps?
Give us free.
As I was doing research for the film, I became profoundly aware of the disconnect of Afro-descendants from their roots and culture. And I had this compelling.
Okay, so he says he comes over here to our country, feels disconnected with us, and then he plays a slave in a movie one day, and now he feels connected to us. Do tell more.
Need to do something for my people, for my continent, and that was really what compelled me to start my so many years later and to start my foundation.
The Jimon Hunsu Foundation does a lot of work here in making that connection between Africans and the Black diaspora.
One of the attributes of the foundation is Africa Reconnect, is to strengthen Africa's intergenerational identity and self-awareness by bringing the people, by reconnecting the people of the African diaspora to the motherland, to the history and ancestral.
Hey, that might be your mother's land. It ain't mine. Stop the cap, Playboy. Stop the cap. We can trace our roots to the Americas, to the 1600s. Stop it. I've done genealogy work for hundreds of Black Americans. Guess what? I've only found 2 that had African heritage. And it wasn't that much of a surprise. One of their parents came from the Caribbean. Another one of their parents came from Canada. And before Canada, they came from the Caribbean. So it's like, when we look through the documentation, most of us do not have African roots. But here he is perpetuating this come back to the motherland scheme.
Roots and culture.
You're in a unique position because you straddle both worlds. You live here in the US, you're from Africa. There's a lot of...
Oh, yeah, he wants to reconnect us with the motherland, but he don't want to live in the motherland, right? He wants to live in America, but convince us to go to Africa. Are you guys understanding the play here? Are you guys finally picking up what I'm putting down? From the president of Ghana to this actor, to many others. There's a lot of YouTubers online even trying to do these come to Africa tours and whole time they're tourism scams. I hope you're starting to see the larger conspiracy at play. These motherfuckers used to be business partners with the Europeans, selling some of us as slaves, and now they turn around and try to convince us to come back to the motherfuckers who sold us in the first place.
Disconnect between African Americans and Africans, a lot of misunderstanding on both sides. Why do you think that is?
It's mostly due to the lack of knowledge because we don't know about our history. We don't know about ourselves. Sometimes when you address an
Motherfucker, are you French? I say again, motherfucker, are you French? Who is we? You are an African born in Africa who migrated over here for an acting career. Who the fuck are you to talk about we don't know our roots, we don't know ourselves? Who are you talking? Please tell me he slipped into some French dialect. Please tell me he first fled to France and then he made it over to America.
is to strengthen Africa's intergenerational identity and self-awareness by bringing the people, by reconnecting the people of the African diaspora to the motherland, to the history and ancestral roots and culture.
You're in a unique position because you straddle both worlds. You live here in the US, you're from Africa. There's a lot of disconnect between African Americans and Africans, a lot of misunderstanding on both sides. Why do you think that is?
It's mostly due to the lack of knowledge because we don't know about our history. We don't know about ourselves. Sometimes when you address an African American about, you know your origins or do you know your backstory, most of them don't know, and most of them,
No, most of us do know. Most of us know who our parents are, where our parents are from, where our grandparents are from, where our great great grandparents are from. Most of us know we're indigenous to the Americas. No, African, try again. Stop it. We ain't gonna let no Africans sit up on a national stage and talk greasy about us. You're not the spokesperson for Native Black Americans. You're not of our culture, not of our ilk, not of our lineage. You are a foreigner to us. Stop it. We don't let foreigners speak on our behalf.
bringing the people, by reconnecting the people of the African diaspora to the motherland, to the history and
And thank you, Ty Dash. Where's the proof of American blacks are straight from Africa? Why pick on us when there are blacks from all over the world that aren't fleeing to Africa? Thank you. The transatlantic slave trade really did happen. Guess where most of the slaves went? Brazil. But he's not on Brazil national television saying, hey, Afro-Latinas, come back to Africa. Why? Because they poor. They ain't got no money. And the come back to Africa thing is a tourism scam. The second largest destination that the African slaves were shipped was the Caribbean. But he's not going to the Caribbean to try to convince African Jamaicans to go back to the motherland. Why? Because they ain't got it like that. But Black Americans, on the other hand, oh, yes, he wants to try to convince us to go.
ancestral roots and culture.
You're in a unique position because you straddle both worlds. You live here in the US, you're from Africa. There's a lot of disconnect between African Americans and Africans, a lot of misunderstanding on both sides. Why do you think that is?
It's mostly due to the lack of knowledge because we don't know about our history. We don't know about ourselves. Sometimes when you address an African American about, you know your origins or do you know your backstory, most of them don't know, and most of them, if you tell them that you're somewhat, it's impossible that you're from anywhere, any place else outside of the continent of Africa. They seem to want to refute that understanding, and that's part of the disconnect. So
it's not that we're refuting an understanding, is that we know our roots and our roots are not African, you fucking imbecile. What are you talking about? Oh, wherever you try to tell a Black American that they come from somewhere other than America, they refute that understanding. No, it's because our granny told us where we come from and it wasn't no goddamn Africa. I've got my family tree maps on my father's side to the early 1800s, on my mother's side to the late 1700s. No Africans. All these folks for generations been living in America. Matter of fact, on my father's side, y'all see this dude right here? I'm not sure if you guys can see this dude. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger.
Can I make it a little bit bigger? If anything, it looks a little smaller. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna try to fix this real quick. I'm freestyling now. Allow me to freestyle with you for a moment. Check this out. Check this out. Y'all see this dude right here? Thomas J. Adams Harcho? Even though that's a black and white photo, I mean, clearly that's a black man. I mean, clearly this is a melanated man. I wonder, is this dude an African? Does Mike have an African, a part of his family tree? Who is this dude right here? Wait a minute. Melanin, yes. African? I don't see no African phenotype. Hold up, y'all. So we do the digging, we do the genealogy, we come across our ancestors. We say, you know what? Let's search through some databases. And you know what happens when Black Americans start doing genealogical research on their ancestors? We find our ancestors were card-carrying American Indians. Isn't this Thomas Adams right here? Listed on what? Listed on what? Creek Nation, Creek Roll. Handwritten, scanned document, January 13th, 1900. All right. 57 years old. Gender, male, blood quantum. Ooh, oh, damn. I mean, we know blood quantum is a racist ass colonial project, but let's do some more digging. Africans can't pull no records on their family like this. But hold up, I see a Dawes roll number, 2145. Do tell more. If I come over here to the Dawes roll, 2145, let me see. Thomas J. Adams, 57 years old, male, full-blooded. Blood quantum is full-blooded Creek Indian by blood. This is an example of some of our ancestry. But wait a minute, reclassification is a hell of a thing, because check this out. If we come over here to his profile that I got built out on Ancestry.com, let's go to a federal census record. We got him on the Dawes roll as a full-blooded Creek Indian, but when it comes to the United States Census record of 1900, they list him as Black. Oh, damn. Not Mike showing you proof in 4K of some of us having indigenous ancestry that was reclassified as Black, even though they're 100% American Indian with zero African admixture. But now y'all see the reclassification efforts, right? Now y'all see why the first thing that I show you on my website, nativeblackancestry.com, the first thing you see on the homepage is a clear timeline of racial reclassification of our people. 1492, we become Indian. 1682, Negro. 1851, colored. 1960, Black. 1988, African American. And if you've yet to trace your family lineage, hit me up. I'm here to help.
How you doing? My name's Major Wright. I just got done with my consultation with Mike. If you trying to trace your ancestry, Mike is a good first step to go through. He's going to break it down to you, all 3 steps to get you what you need. And if you want somebody to maybe do the research for you, you know, you pay that price and Mike can help you too. But yes, he will fill you up with knowledge that you never knew and give you all the things like those unanswered questions in your head throughout time. Talk to Mike, man. He's a great dude. I believe in Mike.
My foundation, one of the leg of Africa Reconnect, is to organize curated trips to for young African Americans from the age of 18 to 29 to visit.
Oh boy, so yet another cliche back to Africa tourism scam. Oh, we're gonna organize trips for you guys to come visit Africa. You see how they have to try to guilt trip us to go to their country? We got so much in the Americas, y'all. I'm ready to go to Central America, South America, check out some Olmec heads, some Mayan temples. I'm ready to go to Miami, maybe go to Philly, go to the East Coast. I mean, ain't nobody trying to go to Africa. But guess what? I firmly believe in being the change you want to see in the world. So with all these people doing these African tourism scams, I said, you know what? I'd like to put together some kind of tourism opportunity, some kind of Native Black American history tour of sorts. So guys, you're getting a little sneak preview. I'm not making the official announcement until I finish this commercial I'm working on. Okay, the official announcement comes Friday. But on Friday, I will be announcing the first of many history tours. And the first one that we're doing is in Oklahoma, Tulsa to be exact. We're going to be touring historic Black Wall Street, speaking with the mayor, looking at some indigenous cultural sites and everything in between. And Lord, oh Lord, I can't wait for it. It's going to be going down in April. So if any of you guys are interested, before I've even formally made the announcement, some of you guys can be some early birds and reserve your spots by just sending me an email, Mike@nativeblackancestry.com. But y'all, this is wild. Let's get back to the topic at hand. We got old boy talking about you guys are from Africa, connect with your roots, and I'm gonna lead a tour back to Africa.
Diaspora, to the motherland, to the history and ancestral roots and culture.
You're in a unique position because you straddle both worlds. You live here in the US, you're from Africa. There's a lot of disconnect between African Americans and Africans, a lot of misunderstanding on both sides. Why do you think that is?
It's mostly due to the lack of knowledge because we don't know about our history. We don't know about ourselves. Sometimes when you address an African American about, you know your origins or do you know your backstory, most of them don't know. And most of them, if you tell them that you're somewhat, it's impossible that you're from anywhere, any place else outside of the country.
All right. I've had enough of him. But guys, this is a running theme. This whole guilt trip to go visit Africa. And coincidentally, it's always by Africans that live over here in America full time.
It says something that was going to help boost Africa's economy is if African Americans
start going over back. It's 100%. I think Africa will start to become to its fullest potential when y'all all go back home.
Right.
Oh, so you got an African continent with dozens of African countries, mineral resources, cobalt, gold, oil, diamonds, you name it. But y'all can't build Wakanda until Black Americans come over there? Okay. All right. Do tell more. I'm gonna run that back from the beginning. They snitching on themselves. Talking about the economic development of Africa once Black Americans come over. Okay. All right, Playboy.
It says something that was going to help boost Africa's economy is if African Americans
start going over back. It's 100%. I think Africa will start to become to its fullest potential when y'all all go back home.
Right.
Like, and even y'all, what's interesting is that everything that y'all fighting for over here, you get on a silver platter over there. Like it's like you guys want to suffer. Like y'all want to just be.
And Akon says, and I quote, "Everything that y'all are fighting for in America, y'all could have in Africa on the silver platter. It's like y'all want to be down bad. Y'all want to be fucked up. What are you talking about? Y'all don't even have Wi-Fi and paved roads. Why would we go from the global powerhouse of the world to a third world shithole? Sometimes we feel sorry for you guys, so we call you developing nations nowadays. Instead of calling you third world fly-infested shitholes, nowadays we have empathy and we call you developing countries. Why would we want to go from the first world to the third world? Why would someone who live in Beverly Hills want to move to Compton? That's hustling backwards. We're not falling for it.
Because you don't have to be. It's like, believe me, they wouldn't want nothing better than to ship all y'all back to Africa. But they're not even knowing this for y'all best interest. Y'all would actually be better off.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Wow. No more crying, no more like marching, no more getting killed.
No more crying, no more marching.
By cops.
No more getting killed by cops. Y'all got genocide every day in Africa. Fathers selling their daughters to child sex trafficking networks. Women getting their genitals mutilated. Women coming up missing. Y'all doing the most backwards, debaucherous shit over there. And you gonna tell us that we should stop fighting in our homeland to go over there? Meanwhile, lo and behold, this is chickens coming home to roost because just like I said from the jump, this is all a scam. And Akon, it turns out he was making these little comments and shit because he was promoting a scam. He said that he was going to build a city. He got like $1 billion line of credit from the Chinese government and said he was going to build a city in Africa. And it turned out to be a goddamn scam.
And let's start off with that. Because last time you were here, you're saying that Akon City was supposed to open in 2026.
Yeah.
But then COVID hit and
right.
So where is Akon City at right now?
We're still on track.
Aliun Damalo Badara Akon Theum, famously known as Akon, has given up on his previous music career to pursue bigger dreams in entrepreneurship. I guess the music industry just wasn't cutting it. As of recent, he's transitioned to projects in Africa based around technology and solar power, but there's not much transparency.
Shout out to Ty Dash. Yeah, Ty, that's right. We American until proven African. I don't care if y'all have traced your lineage yet or not. I don't care if y'all book a genealogy consultation with me or not. Until you do that research and you find some Africans in your family tree, by default, you are American Indian.
Transparency surrounding his work, but don't be fooled. I'm sure we're in good hands. After all, we're talking about Akon here, and he has big plans for the future. In a genuinely devised plan, or a midlife crisis as I would describe it, Akon is building his very own city known as Akon City, which is estimated to cost north of $6 billion. To be honest, I'm just surprised Kanye didn't beat him to it first. Akon chose his homeland, Senegal, as the land to erect his wondrous new city, which has led many to compare it to Dubai or the African fantasy city, Wakanda. I bet.
Shout out to Jay. Jay says, if everything is already in Africa, why do the Africans not have any of them? Exactly. It'd be different if we saw evidence of Wakanda, if y'all was living good and y'all was like, hey, come over here, y'all be better off. But y'all flee to our home and tell us how good you had it at your home, and we should trade places with you and go to your home while you want to live in our home. What?
You would too if you saw the promotional video posted 2 years ago. Wow, look at this. Honestly, this looks pretty dope. I would live here. Is this the new roller coaster tycoon? These aren't even.
Yeah, Tech. You know, these Pan-Africans love doing these school scams. Umar Johnson does the school scam. Akon was like, hold my beer, Umar. I mean, hold my fufu, Umar. I'm going to do a whole city scam. He saw Umar Johnson was making a couple million with the school scam, and he said, hold up. Let me make a city scam.
In buildings, though. What are these structures? Are we capable of creating these? Oh, thank God. It's only 100 kilometers away from Dakar. I was getting worried. Bro, the buildings look like intestines. Akon must have played one game of Halo Wars as the Covenant, and this was his semen-induced fever dream. Who does he think he is?
Okay, hold on. Semen-induced fever dream is diabolical. Wait a minute. Leave it to some pink bellies to say some out-of-pocket comments. Hold on. I ain't watched this before.
It's bending the laws of space and time itself. I just realized, bottom left corner, we have bad consultant. That gives me hope. Listen, if he can pull this off, all the more power to him. Yeah, I'm buying a ticket to Akon City. However, something tells me that we're not quite there yet. I don't know, it's just this small little inkling, this voice in my head. All right, we get the point. But I mean, talk about an engineer's nightmare. It's like I'm watching a futuristic Sims trailer. It's like an art student's senior thesis. There's no way anyone actually thought it would look like this, right? I mean, it looks great if you're into accordion architecture and pappardelle noodle buildings. It looks like stacks of dirty laundry plopped on top of each other. But hey, it's a trailer. We gotta see more. If we go to the website, aconcity.com, menu, they got this nice districts tab, right? Let's see here. We got African Culture Village, offices and residential, entertainment district, health and safety, education district, technology district, and the Sennawood district. Apparently, Akon Tower is in the Sennawood district. And if you couldn't guess already, you can grab a beer at the Akon Club, maybe even get grinded on by Akon himself. I mean, we gotta check out the African Culture Village. Pretty sleek website design. Gotta hand it to him, man. So here's like the main hub of Akon City, right? And then conveniently connected to it is the African Culture Village by this land bridge, except it looks like there's some holes. You might want to get that patched up. The last thing you want is residents of Akon City falling into the abyss while they're just trying to learn some history. And then above it, we can't even click on this zone. Maybe we haven't progressed far enough in the Akon City Battle Pass, or maybe we got to reach a higher.
Come on, guys. These Africans think they're a lot smarter than they are. We see the playbook. They flee from Africa to America, get rich and successful off of the foundation that our ancestors have paid for them. Then they try to convince us to go to Africa while they stay here and reap the benefits.
Level. I'm curious, what's going on up here? The last thing I want to find out is that this is where the blood sacrifices happen after I bought my virtual ticket. According to Akon City, all phases of construction will be done in 2029. There are 2 phases in total. Supposedly, phase 1 of Akon City should be finished relatively soon by 2026, allowing thousands of tourists to come and relax, see the sights, eat some food, and vibe out. They intend to have roads, hotels, malls, a hospital, police station, school, waste facility, and a solar power plant all finished by 2026, which is interesting because that's quite a lot to undertake in 3 years. And phase 2, the final phase, is set to be done by 2029. It's assumed that this phase would include housing, offices, maybe some restaurants, more amenities, and of course, they also have a hair treatment center, which is why today's video is sponsored by Keeps. Keeps is a subscription service.
Wait a minute, how they got a hair treatment center and most of them is bald? I'm perplexed. I'm confused. What is going on, y'all?
This whole Akon City fiasco became such a big deal that there are even plans to create a second Akon City in Uganda. However, there was just one problem that no one saw coming. C-19. This halted production for a bit, and Akon at one point blamed C-19 for pushing everything back. However, later he contradicted himself, saying that things were actually on track. Okay, so let's get this straight. Akon City, the one in Senegal, is supposed to be finished in 3 years, well, at least phase 1, in 2026. No delays, no problems. There should at least be something complete, right? Maybe a crew, some scaffolding. How about some orange cones?
Please tell me they at least broke ground. Please tell me they've at least broke ground. Someone at least took a shovel and picked up a pile of dirt. At least that.
No. How about a single stone? The following clips are from YouTube channel TD Hip Hop Media on their video, Akon City, Senegal is in shambles, nothing but dust.
Let's go to a year later in 2022. Oh man, goddamn. It's dust with cinder blocks. Why they got the cinder blocks over there? I think somebody was low-key hating. They just put the cinder blocks there just to be bogus. What I'm going to show you right now is a current photo of Akon City, okay? Boom. What happened, Akon? What happened? They even stole the cinder blocks. They said, well, let me put these cinder blocks to good use right quick because Akon City ain't popping anytime soon. This is horrible. My goodness.
So Akon placed a single Minecraft block and walked away. Job done. Funny enough, in a BBC News article, Akon admitted to wanting to retire here. He even went on to say, I don't like to use the word king of the city, but that's what it will turn out to be.
Had my genealogy consultation with Mike today. I highly recommend it. He has a lot of information that will probably, you know, he's a great guy, and I believe he's trustworthy. Very, very trustworthy.
Called Akon City, What Did Anyone Expect? And I'm starting to think I was right about this being a narcissist's midlife crisis. The icing on the cake is the fact that Akon believes the central currency of his city, wait for it, should be his own cryptocurrency, A-Coin.
And the whole thing is going to be run off A-Coin?
Come on. We got a motherfucker whose name is literally Akon. I don't know if he's Nigerian, but if he is, then that would just really be the cherry on top. Your name is Akon. Your city is a con, a long con at that.
Umar Johnson was the one that taught us what a long con looks like. And you want the city to be ran off of a cryptocurrency called A coin? You can't make this shit up. A African doing a con with a fake city and a coin.
Well, the
cryptocurrency?
Yeah, the cryptocurrency, Acoin. You could say the city's financial infrastructure would be built off the Acoin platform.
Yeah.
But the controversy doesn't end here. Akon took full responsibility for the poorly managed start to his city, but that didn't save him.
People sometimes will write articles about, oh, this is not going to happen. Something like this could never happen in Africa. It's been 2 years. The construction hasn't started. I hear that all the time. We're building a city. You don't build a city in 24 hours.
They literally say Rome was not built in a day.
But if you don't have the knowledge to understand that you have to do feasibility studies, you have to do environmental studies, like it's all kind of studies just before you put a building that's going to be 120.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't he sound exactly like Umar Johnson? It's like they have the same government handler or something. You get involved in a long con, then when you don't meet the first anticipated deadline and people start doubting the legitimacy on what you crowdfunded for, then you say, but guys, you've never done this and it takes and you need the permits and guys, trust me, it takes longer and I know how long it takes, but still I estimated wrong, but still trust me, you don't know and I know, so chill, y'all, just chill. It's coming, family, it's coming.
Feet in the air in one sweat. What makes me that area right there could even hold that kind of weight? It takes research for that. And all that has to be done first before you can even think to even create a master plan for construction. But if you don't know that, you think it's just all talk and trash and marketing.
A previous business partner accused Akon of planning to run his city like a Ponzi scheme. These accusations were made by Devin Stevens, a music executive in the United States who filed a $4 million lawsuit against Akon and requested a court to freeze Akon's assets. Stevens' lawyer described Akon City as, quote, broken promises with almost no transparency about who is investing or how it will be purportedly built. Therefore, Akon City is likely a scam. If you don't believe...
Damn, say it ain't so. So is this what Africans want us to go back to the alleged motherland for? To get scammed? We're not falling for it. Guys, I don't have a passport. And I'm in no rush to get a passport. You know what I think? I'll probably get a passport by the end of the year. Why? Because I want to go to South America. I'm pretty sure you need a passport for that. Other than that, I could be content with never leaving the Americas. I can go to the East Coast, Southeast, down South, Midwest. We got Mexico, South America, Caribbean islands, Hawaii. I mean, I'm so content in the Americas. We ain't gonna let no mushmouth, backwards ass Bush baby try to convince us to go to the place where nobody wants to be.
A U.S. attorney, then maybe you'll believe a retired federal agent, Scott Thomason, who investigated Akon City. He concluded that the city contained, quote, many of the trademark characteristics or red flags of fraudulent business ventures, such as Ponzi and pyramid schemes. Akon's defense is that all of this is speculation or innuendo, but I think the single slab of stone says otherwise. If we use our friend Google Maps, there actually is a place called Akon City in Senegal. However, it's 80 miles north of where it's actually, supposedly, being built. Somewhere in the middle of this arid desert is a single block of greatness where civilization will thrive. You know, it could be this one, could be this one. It's anyone's game. You know what? Maybe we're being too harsh. Maybe it's up north by this failed rendition of an isosceles triangle, except it's not by the water like the trailer indicated, and this appears to be a salt mine or something. The only problem with these pictures are that this is not in the middle of the desert where the brick was placed. And something tells me they look a little different than the concept art. It's really a shame because it calls into question the other projects that Akon is affiliated with that have supposedly helped African communities. For
guys, didn't Akon tell us from the jump? Wasn't he part of the dumb niggas that go to Vlad TV and snitch on themselves? I swear Akon told us from the jump he's a con artist. Didn't he say that his claim to fame before music was running a automobile ring or something, some kind of auto theft ring or some shit? Right, guys? Right?
So, whew, boy, Unfortunately, see, I was the type nobody really never saw who I was. And I try to keep that cushion between me and the customer. Here's my location, come see me. Like they was out there like that. So they was the front runners of the whole operation. Was. Now, my two partners just, I would say, got a little too comfortable. They're flowing over me. At the moment, I ain't really, think nothing of it. 2 days later, I'm coming out my house and I see a helicopter hovering. I'm like, damn, helicopters are everywhere. I think we must have raised the budget, for security in the city or something. Because I never really seen this many helicopters. 2 days later after that, I'm leaving the mall and I see another helicopter. So now I'm like, this is 3 times in 1 week. I said, on the floor, hands down, face down. I was like, oh yeah, what the fuck? The basic routine. Man, they locked my ass up, man. I'm sitting there, they're interrogating me. And I'm actually in a stolen car at that moment.
Red-handed.
Red-handed, but it was all legit though. The VIN number was clean. The car was registered, had State Farm insurance, and they couldn't figure out how the hell he did this. So he was like, yo, how do you do this? I said, what do you mean? I'm just a customer. I bought this car. It was used. Somebody sold it to me. They're like, nah, don't worry. We've been trailing you for a minute. We got plenty of surveillance. I said, I don't know what y'all surveilling on then, because I'm just hanging out. Then you must have saw who I bought it from if you was watching me. Go chase that nigga. Because me and you, we're in the same position. So, of course, they try to get you to confess and tell on yourself. It never really happened. I go through 6 months of trial in the process of me being held in jail.
They just love to sit in front of that Russian Jewish dude and snitch on themselves, huh?
And then I had a case in a gun charge in Burlington County with Just. So when I beat the case in Atlanta, they had to transfer me over to Burlington to actually.
Come on, guys. Don't fall for the hype, y'all. Don't fall for the hype. And don't touch that dial. As soon as this broadcast ends, there's going to be a 10-second countdown, and the next stream is going to begin automatically. And the next broadcast is one that is very near and dear to me because we're going to talk about reparations. More specifically, I'm going to give you guys an action plan where you can get reparations in 3 months or less. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy. Go ahead and stick around for the next broadcast and see what we're going to get into.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Video, I'm actually going to teach you how to speak hood. This is part 2. The first phrase is, what it do. What it do. That's how you would say it. The emotion of anger. I'm going to give you a couple of phrases that conveys the emotion of anger. Sweet. That's all you is, boy. You sweet. You sweet, boy. What's good? Now in hood, the pronunciation would be, what's good? But then if I say, bro, you tripping, dog? My tone and my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy.
I'm feeling happy for therapy because my thoughts tear me to keep on breaking me. I pay for tips, they scaring me. I cannot can barely sleep, but even I cannot hold on without you inside of me.
So they removed the D and the E from the word slide and they made it slide. Slide. Through. Through. So slide through. Slide through. Now what is the meaning of slide through? Slide through means come over or visit.
Go, shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip and party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't.
Yeah, Africa ain't built no ship and came back over here and rescued one nigga since we left from Africa. Yeah, and Africans don't like us. Yeah, nigga, Africans don't fuck with us. They don't like us, and they stink. Yeah, it ain't some stinky people. Yeah, niggas, fuck Africa. Yeah, they ain't our people. We niggas, slaves, the descendants of slaves. They would never call no nigga. The first group of Africans, only one generation. Now the first group came. They wasn't born into this shit. Me and your people was born into this, homie. They were born slaves. They birth certificates say nigga. They was born in Africa. They are not us. They know what tribe they come from. They had a language. Once they broke them from the language and we was born in these conditions. We ain't no Africans. We ain't no Hebrew. We nigga. Bottom line, homie.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a Native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, send an email to mike@keymediapro.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me get some fists and feathers in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear. And we'll go ahead and get this party started. Now, I must warn you ahead of time. If you've got any pre-existing medical conditions, if you're prone to fits of rage, anger, if you think that this is something that might raise your blood pressure, then maybe you want to watch this in bits and pieces. Because I got to tell you, when I first came across this, when one of my loyal viewers sent me this and I watched it in depth, I said, wait a minute, these sick bastards, these sick motherfuckers. Guys, we know they've been cosplaying us. We know that they have this weird disdain and tribalistic xenophobia towards us, but at the same time, they love our culture and want to try to pass for us. But guys, I never thought in my wildest dreams I would find a African YouTuber whose whole channel, his whole business is predicated on teaching his fellow African how to cosplay as a Native Black American. Guys, this is sick. It's distasteful. I would never verbalize any harm against anyone, but read between the lines. If I ever were to meet this man, I would hope that his face would run into the back of my hand. If you know, you know. I mean, this is so sick. It's so sick. I'm trying to stall to keep from pressing play, but God damn it. Hit the Cash App at the PayPal if you support the mission. Check out the new channel I just launched, nativeblack.ancestry.com. You guys can book the genealogy consultations over there. We've got some great membership options as well, exclusive videos, you name it. But without further ado, I'm going to have to just saddle up, pull myself up by the bootstraps, so to speak, and go through this shit. This is sad, y'all. This is so sad.
Good. Now in hood, the pronunciation would be, was good. But then if I say, bro, you tripping, dog? My tone and my voice completely brings out a different kind of meaning for this specific phrase. Now you was tripping, dog. You tripping, dog. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Run me my. Run.
No, whoa. Wait a minute. It's one thing to have such an identity crisis. You bleach your skin and want to dress up as a Black American and learn our Ebonics and our vernacular, but it's another thing to add this weird African zest to it. Why did he just smack his lips? Did he just blow a kiss at the camera? Sir, we don't do that. What part of we're not even on the fact that his Ebonics is all off, right? And that we're not a monolith, and we really have like 5 to 12 different types of local tribal Ebonics languages per city or state. So I mean, for this African to just think he's going to teach his fellow African how to talk hood, sir, you don't know our culture, you don't know us like that. But why in the hell did he just blow a kiss at the camera? What part of the Black American cultural experience is kissy boo boo faces?
Yeah, boy. Run me my hood. This is the most requested topic on Instagram, TikTok, and at the same exact time, YouTube. In today's video, I'm actually going to show you guys how to understand people here in the United States.
Guys, we're living our lives. We're going about our everyday struggles, trials, and tribulations, what have you. We didn't know that the Africans right now were going viral on what? Did he say YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook or something? These motherfuckers are running around trying to cosplay as us. Hey, we've seen the clips and the Instagram posts of them dogging us out, talking shit about us, saying we cotton pickers, we slaves, we don't know what tribe we come from, blah, 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 blah. But guys, I didn't know that at the same time, they're going viral on social media cosplaying us.
On Instagram, TikTok, and at the same exact time, YouTube. In today's video, I'm actually going to show you guys how to understand people here in the United States, how they speak hood, and also how to speak it yourself. I'm also going to show you different variations and different techniques, different phrases, and different word choices that people here in America actually speak. Today, we're diving deep in hoodology.
And this motherfucker can't even give us credit. This isn't what Americans speak. This isn't what hood Americans speak. This is what certain sects of Black Americans in certain impoverished areas speak like, sir. This is exclusive to Native Black American culture, albeit the lower end, you know, the more poverty stricken, the lower educated and whatnot. You know, they're still a part of our culture. We still claim them none the same. But why is he trying to pass this off as an American thing? Is he even going to acknowledge that this is a foundational Black American thing he's trying desperately to teach others how to do?
Now, I want you guys to understand that here in the United States, like I said before in the previous video, we have 50 states. Within those 50 states, there are different variations of English. Today, I'm actually going to show you a specific variation of hood that is within the area where I live. I live in the DMV area. The DMV stands for DC, Maryland, and Virginia. So in DC, Maryland, and Virginia, the slang terms are a little bit different. So for example, if you go into Maryland, cities like Baltimore.
Hey, DMV, y'all better get your migrant. Y'all better call ICE. You better get your migrant, DMV. DMV is holding the L for this. I'm on the West Coast. I'm a Sacramento native. We ain't got nothing to do with this. Shout out to the East Coast. You know, the boroughs, upstate, Jersey, all that. They ain't got nothing to do with this. But DMV area, y'all got some splaining to do. Y'all got an African tether over there running amok, spilling the trade secrets.
Has a different variation of its hood. When you go to DC itself, DC also has its own variation of hood itself. And at the same time, Virginia also has a different kind of variation of hood. But today I'm actually going to just show you guys the DMV accent in general and show you guys exactly the type of hood that is spoken here in the DMV. Now, the thing that I want you guys to understand is that hood is just a sublet from AAVE. For example, we have standard English. This is English that is taught in every country in the world. This is the same English that is being spoken in every single country in the world. Now, although we have standard English, we have different variations of standard English. We have American English, and we also have UK English. UK English has its own way of pronouncing words, wherein America also has its own way of pronouncing words as well, too. American accent is completely different from the UK accent. Like in my previous video, I gave this illustration where, for example, in a...
Guys, I know some of you may not realize how dire this is. I know some of you, maybe this strikes a bit of a nerve. Maybe it makes you a little bit flustered. Some of you may think this is comedic. This is funny. This is a good laugh. Damn, they want to be us so bad. No. Y'all don't understand how dire the situation truly is. Let me try to properly put this in perspective for you all. This is a very, very, very dire situation we're faced with. Nah, Mike, what are you talking about? Nah, this is funny, kind of sad. They have an identity crisis. They're insecure. No, guys, this is a much, much more dire situation than you realize. You do know that for the first time ever, we're having African migrants by the hundreds of thousands sneaking through the U.S.-Mexico border.
Migrant encounters, they topped Bill 190,000 people
there's a
in
selfie
December.
on another selfie. You see the wall in the distance, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the Africans are coming. The Africans are coming. I'm the modern day Paul Revere, okay? And at the same time that they're coming over here in mass, we've got dudes like this going viral, teaching them how to cosplay, how to grift, how to pass for us. We all know about like white passing and you know how people who are racially ambiguous can, pass for certain ethnic groups, right? Y'all didn't realize that for the first time in American history, we have African migrants coming over here trying to destabilize what we have going on, trying to destabilize, erode, and degrade our culture while cosplaying us at the same damn time. All these politicians you see on the TV, Shirley Chisholm, the one dark-skinned chick who's a spokesperson for Biden or some shit, all of these motherfuckers are migrants, whether first generation, second generation, or third, and they are wreaking havoc on the Native Black American community. And if you guys don't understand history, you don't know that this is really something that's been going on for a long, long time. Matter of fact, since the 16th century. Oh, yes, since the 16th century. You guys know me as a historian, as a genealogist. Let me share with you guys just a little tidbit of information. This is the kind of stuff that we go over during those genealogy consultations I provide. But, guys, in 1682, Virginia passed two acts that combined Native Americans and Africans into one category as Negroes. Damn. So what does that mean? What's the correlation? I'm showing you evidence where since 1682, African migrants have been used to erode our culture and force us and basically into victims of paper genocide. Instead of us being Aboriginal, instead of us being indigenous, over time we go from what Indian to Negro to color to black to African American in 1988. Guys, the biggest detriment to the Black American community modern day is the fact that we've never repaired the paper genocide, and the Africans have been complicit with it, whether they know it or not. 1682, we getting lumped into groups with Africans. 2024, Africans coming over here trying to cosplay us, doing a bunch of crimes, raping little girls, running illegal operations, a whole bunch of EBT fraud schemes, PPP loans, you name it. Them Somalis in Minnesota just got caught on like $100 million fraud case. So you guys don't understand that Africans have been used since the establishment of the colonies to fuck with us natives.
The word water will be pronounced as water. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing with hood. Hood is a sublet from AAVE. AAVE, like I said before, stands for African American Vernacular English. And hood is just a dialect that derives directly from AAVE. And so today, I'm going to show you how to speak hood. Let's jump right in. Number one, hood idioms. The first phrase is run me my fade. Run me my fade. Now this is how you would say it in hood. Run me my fade. Run me my fade. Run me my fade. Now before I show you exactly how to say it, let me explain the meaning of this specific phrase. The meaning is when someone actually wants to settle conflict or fight. This could be physical fighting. It could also be used in terms of playing a game. Like let's say if I'm playing a game with my friend and I'm trying to beat him, I would say, yo, hey bro, run me my fade, man. Run me my fade. Meaning that let's settle this conflict right now in the game. I hope that makes sense. Now let me show you exactly how you would pronounce this phrase.
Before you guys write me off as a conspiracy theorist, before you guys write me off as some fake news clickbait person trying to spread the gospel of some impending apocalypse where African migrants are able to degrade our culture and wreak havoc, before you guys write me off, realize what other reason do Africans have for learning our idioms, our vernacular, our mannerisms, our tonality, our vocal inflection? What other purpose does it serve for them to learn how to speak like us to such a degree? Guys, if you're starting to think for a second, oh no, I'm just a conspiracy theorist or something, then you tell me right in the chat, what other reason would they have to do this? We don't do this. We don't make YouTube videos and take courses and shit to learn how to speak like Chinese people in China. I mean, sure, you can learn Mandarin. Mandarin's a language that's beneficial if you're going to travel, but nah, we don't do shit like this. I can't think of any culture of people that do this. But these Africans are coming over here in mass, and for some strange reason, they want to learn how to be at the barbecue and have nobody suspect that they're a legal immigrant, that they're a migrant, that they're not foundational, that they're not native. Guys, they want to be able to be at the barbecue incognito, like a scroll or something.
Run. Instead of saying run, you will say run. Run. Like R-U-H. Run. Now, me would be run me. Instead of saying me, like M-E, M-I. Me. So let's try it again with run. Run. Me. Run.
Why would they go to such lengths to learn the particulars of our vernacular if it wasn't for reasons of espionage, for lack of better terms? And shout out to Tech Phoenix, beauty and brains as always. Phoenix says, we know why. Too bad our census records are hundreds of years long. Guys, peep game. We've been reclassified as African American since 1988. Really, an African migrant that comes over here, they could rightfully claim the category as African American. They come over here and they try to cosplay and pretend like they're not an African. They're just a Black American. So do you see why I go out of my way to spread the gospel about Native Black Americans? Native in every sense of the word. Whether you got tribal affiliation or not, there's a big difference between these fresh off the boat motherfuckers cosplaying and us who've been here for generations on generations on generations.
My. Now, my, instead of saying my like my with M-Y, it would be my as in M-A, my, with a little bit of a slanted I at the end. My. Run me my. Run me my. Fade. Instead of saying fade, you would say fade. Fade. Run me my fade. Run me my fade. You see?
So he thinks Black Americans don't pronounce our D's. He thinks that we don't say fade. Okay. DMV, y'all got some explaining to do.
That? So now if you're saying it really, really fast, it'll be like, hey, bro, run me my fade. Hey, bro, run me my fade. Hey, bro, run me my fade. You see what I just did right there? Practice that. Number 2, on the block. Now, the meaning of this phrase is, it refers to hanging out in a specific area or a specific spot in the neighborhood. Like, hey, bro, we on the block. Meaning that we are at this specific location. Hey, pull up to the block. Meaning that come to this specific location. You see what I'm saying?
And yes, producer, for real, I've seen the same thing. Africans are in the UK cosplaying as Black Americans. Some of these dumb girls in Essex and in France and Italy and shit, they can't really tell the difference. So that's the only way these African dudes get any play. Because we all know that Africans are globally viewed with disdain. Nobody in the world rocks with Africans. They have the weird insecurity, inferiority, white worship complex. So isn't it an easy avenue for them to just pretend to be us, right?
On the block. Now, the way you would pronounce this phrase would be on a block. On a block. On the block. But you barely hear the TH in the word the. So instead of saying on the block, on the block. So it becomes on, block. On a block. We on a block. We on the block. So the TH becomes na. It creates the na sound. On the block. On the block. Try that. Number 3, throw shade. Throw shade. Now the meaning of this is to make an insult or to make a subtle comment about someone in an indirect way. For example, this is exactly how it would be used in a sentence. She ain't even say it directly to me, bruh. She was low-key throwing shade to me. She ain't even say it directly to me, bruh. She was low-key throwing shade. She throwing shades. You see? Now this is exactly how you would pronounce it. She throwing shades. She throwing. You don't say throwing. Okay? Don't say throwing. Don't say the full word. You will say throwing. Thaw, thaw, thaw. Like you're making a th sound. Thaw, thaw, like thaw.
Evening, I had a consultation, a genealogy consultation to figure out my Native American ancestry. And I was given a lot of valuable information this evening, from the origin of the tribes to the different ethnic breakdown to how everything was ran and colonized before, the discovery of Columbus, and after he came over here. So I think that you will find the value in the information as I did.
Thong. She thawing. Thawing. Then you bring the ing in. Thawing. Thawing. She throwing shades. Say it faster. She throwing shades. She throwing shades. There you go. Number 4, catch these hands. Catch these hands. Now, the meaning of this is a way to say, let's engage in some kind of battle or let's fight. You know what I'm saying? That's another way to say, let's fight. Bro, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands, Mo. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So when somebody says, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands, what they're saying is, I know you don't want to fight with me. I know you don't want to see how.
Damn, they want to be us so bad, don't they?
Go, shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. You gon' sip and party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't.
You know what? I gotta pause this clip to shout out Bullish. Yeah, connecting the dots. Bullish Prince of Wales says no conspiracy about it. Jordan Peele created a film about the body snatch called Us. No conspiracy about it. Yeah, if you think about it, that cast was all African migrants. And they were what? Piece of shit that they was. And oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Takes whole new meaning when we talk about them tethers.
Go, shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. You gon' sip and party.
Hey guys, this is how we're gonna play it, okay? We're gonna treat this like the Roman Colosseum. Give me thumbs down in the chat if it's off with his head, metaphorically speaking. YouTube guidelines and whatnot. Roman Colosseum rules are in effect. Thumbs up, he gets to live. We spare him. Thumbs down, it's off with his head, metaphorically speaking. So guys, over the next minute or two, I'm going to see whether I see more thumbs up or more thumbs down. And if we see more thumbs down, then I'm going to have to get real petty. And Mike getting petty means Mike go into his saved tab on IG. Because, oh man, I got some receipts of these Africans on Instagram. Oh Lord, they be cutting up over on Instagram. So if you want to see me get down real grimy with the receipts, go ahead and spam those thumbs downs in the chat.
On the battlefield, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. Catch these hands sounds very similar to standard English. There really isn't a way to actually pronounce it. But once you develop your accent and you develop the hood accent, it will come out smoothly. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. The way I say hands, I don't say, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't say hands.
Oh shit, wait a minute. Oh Lord. He went back to his native accent, y'all. He went back to his native accent. He threw me off guard. This whole video, he's been doing like a terrible black accent on top of another terrible black accent. That's on top of another terrible black accent. But he just let out his Igbo man lingo. Hold up.
Hands. The way I say hands, I don't say, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't say hands. I say hand to catch these hands. The way I say hands, I don't say, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. So you notice I don't.
Yeah, now you see why they trying to cosplay as us and learn our vernacular. Because if they speak in their indigenous ways. They don't even have to speak their tribal language. They can speak English, but if they speak in that musty ass African accent, we can see them from a mile away.
I say hands. You have to understand in the American accent, the letter A itself has a different sound. Like I explained in my previous video. I explained that it has this A type of sound. A sound. Instead of me saying, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands, I am saying, I know you ain't trying to catch these hands. Hands. Now that was the first segment into hoodology. Now in this specific segment, I'm actually going to talk about double negatives. Let me show you exactly what double negatives are, and let me explain exactly what it means. And then I'm going to give you examples of how double negatives are used in various sentences. Double negatives is a grammatical construction where two negative words or elements are used in one sentence. In standard English, this would actually result to a positive meaning because the negatives cancel each other out. Now, here are some common negative words: no, not, never, none, nothing, nobody, and ain't. These are the common negative words that are used in a double negative. For example, a double negative statement would be, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. To say I don't know and then to also say nothing is a double negative.
Oh Lord, I can't. Guys, I want to be petty. I want to kill him with the receipts. But now that I think about it, the thumbs down isn't enough because 7 out of 10 times when I get petty with the receipts, they be shutting down my streams, giving me community guideline strikes. Next thing you know, I can't post content for 2 weeks. So here's what we'll do, okay? Here's what we'll do. You guys can vote with your dollars, okay? Throw 5 on it. Whoever throws 5 on the Cash App or the PayPal, we will take a brief detour. We're going to switch gears and go to Instagram, and we're going to cut up with the receipts on what these motherfuckers are fleeing from, of what kind of culture they're trying to rid themselves from. So whether it's 5 people putting $1 on it or 1 person throwing 5 on it, spot me a 5 for the pain and suffering that is going to be caused. Because guys, what happens is these Africans go on Clubhouse, they go on these Twitter spaces, they share my videos, and they mass report me each and every time. They mass report me, but still I rise.
So in standard English, the proper way to actually say it would be, I don't know anything. And when you say I don't know anything, you're actually speaking correct. But in hood, it's absolutely different. Here are some different examples to show you. I don't want nothing from you, which means I don't want anything from you. Ain't nobody got time for that, which means nobody has time for that. She ain't never been there before, which means she has never been there before. He don't know nothing about it, which means he doesn't know anything about it. They ain't said nothing all day. They haven't said anything all day. I ain't never seen nobody like that. I have never seen anyone like that. Now, those are what we call double negatives. So you will usually hear a lot of Americans use those kinds of phrases. The third segment is intonation and rhythm. If you take a look at this statement, what's good? What's good? Now in hood, the pronunciation would be, what's good? What's good? So it goes from what's good to was good. You don't hear the D. Good. There's no D. Huh? Good. No D. What's good? Hey, what's good, fam? What's good, dog? What's good, bruh? You see? What's good? Now, what's good, on the other hand, can have various meaning. What's good can actually mean something that's positive, like, hey, how you doing, man? What's good? That's one meaning. Another meaning could mean like, what's good? You notice my tone? The moment I say what's good, what am I referring to? Like, are you trying to catch these hands? Do you want to fight? Like, what's up? You see? The same phrase can have various meaning depending.
Oh Lord. Aboriginal woman, I'm not sure if you were here in the beginning of the stream where I gave a disclaimer that this is most likely going to make the viewers upset today. But guys, I am prepared. I do have sensational, diabolical receipts on these Africans primed and ready to go. You know what it's going to take for me to share those, but I think it will be proper rectification. I think that you guys will be much better off after seeing the damning evidence that I have against them, because so far it's just one-sided. So far it's just a grift, it's a farce. He's being so disingenuous, so distasteful, while not even giving us credit that what he's trying to do is rooted in our culture. He's just passing this off as an American thing, but oh Lord, if you want to see some give back, I'm ready.
On your tone and your pitch. Depending on how high the tone is, or depending on how low the pitch is, it can have various different kinds of meaning. So I could be like, what's good? Which means I'm really angry and I'm trying to fight. Or, what's good, bro? Which means, how you been? What's good? Which means I'm really, really excited and anticipated to see how you are doing. Another example is this specific phrase, I bet. I'd bet. Now, in standard English, it would be pronounced I'd bet. But in hood, it's I bet. I bet. I bet. Which can have various meanings. Various different kinds of meanings. It could mean let's go. It could mean say less. Say less means no problem. Say no more. I get it. I understand. I bet can actually mean various things. So for example, if somebody says, hey Collins, let's get up and let's go to the mall. And I say, I bet, meaning, okay, bro, I understand what you just said. Let's get up and let's go to the mall.
All right, and we got Jay Stone coming through with a contribution on the Cash App. Thank you for sliding something in the brown paper bag.
Brown paper bag.
Oh, yes. Now I have permission to get a little bit petty. Just a little bit. Let's go over here to Instagram and see what we find. Let's see. I say don't go chasing waterfalls. They should just stick to the bush meat that they're used to.
Nani atachukua mbavu kubwa au hata hii kubwa shurubupi? Sikiliza mpe jamaa. Sikiliza koroga koroga wewe, alafu nachukua nyama yako tunaondoka nayo tunaenda kwa kule pembeni.
Mana kwenda takana na ati. Mutu. Hapa yako. Sati. Andalo.
Oh, yes, you Africans done fucked up now. Somebody slid a contribution on the Cash App. I have permission to get petty. Guys, the first time I seen this video, I thought that these were women. Apparently, these are men, and this is a mating ritual in East Africa. I wonder if I can zoom in on this bullshit. I wonder if there's any way for me to zoom in so you could really just see up close what kind of shit we working with here. Nah, it's not really letting me zoom in that much. Let's see. Yeah, can somebody cue the Kendrick? Because they are so not like us. Oh boy, they put new meaning to that, don't they?
Matter, colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. He was God's plan to show y'all the liar. They not like us. 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 They not like us.
Yeah, guys, I'm so serious. These are men, and this is a mating ritual. It says here, the Fulani festival is an amazing show of cultural expression. Here, the Fulani men, specifically from the Wudabi tribe, court the females of the tribe through a colorful display of facial expressions and chattering, which takes incredible skill to demonstrate. Nigga, what skill are you talking about? It don't take no skill to. Oh Lord, hey, the craziest, most Christian members of our community that go hala shabala and start speaking in tongues and shit. That shit sounds at least a little bit pleasing to the ear compared to this chatter. Yeah, and why do the men look so much like women? Guys, this is East Africa. This is Myron Gaines, fresh and fit. This is they people. This is they people. Matter of fact, I seen a clip the other day. Myron called some black girl the N-word with a hard R, but he don't want to talk about his Sudanese culture here on full display, right? But let's keep on getting petty. I mean, is this even petty? Because these motherfuckers act like dumbasses on the internet for nothing, for free. I mean, it's not like I gotta like portray them out of character or try to down them or something. Like, let's just see how Africans portray themselves.
Who said we got know what that is? Africa. Who said we got know what that is? Africa. Water. Water. Hey, water. 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 Water.
We stopped wearing the long white t-shirts in like 06, 07 or so. I mean, stop it. You guys are decades late with the cosplaying.
Water.
Hey, notice these Africans just discovered do-rags like last year. All the Africans in the UK and shit rocking do-rags.
Water. 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 Yo, hit that subscribe, man. Who said we got know what that is? Africa.
Yeah. Guys, is this me being petty? Or is this me just sharing with you all how Africans portray themselves online?
If
you don't leave that monkey alone, if you don't leave that dead little monkey alone, oh Lord, these motherfuckers be eating the bush meat and shit. You gotta watch out for them. You gotta watch out.
My mama can't tell me not one story about Africa. My grandma ain't never tell me one story about no motherfucking Africa. I don't know nothing about Africa. All I know is all the African people I know and run into, they think they better than us over here. So what you pussies worry about me saying that I'm not African? I'm just American. The fuck is wrong with you niggas? You niggas got a problem?
Hey, Trick, the problem is when we delineate, when we say, no, we are foundational Black Americans, no, we are Native Black Americans, no, we are distinctly different than them Africans. Guess what that does? It fucks up their whole cosplaying grift.
You see, it has various meaning. Even with that same exact statement, it could also mean different things depending on your pitch, your tone, or your rhythm, in terms of how you're basically speaking. So if somebody says, you trying to catch these hands? I bet. Different meaning. That doesn't mean let's get up and let's go to the mall. That means, yeah, I'm ready for what's up. Whatever you got going.
Why would anyone interpret, are you ready to catch these hands as let's get up and go to the mall? Oh, Lord.
Fuck your motherfucking podcast. Fuck your show, nigga. Don't bring my motherfucking name up. I don't know you pussies. So I'm not bringing you niggas' name. I'm still not saying you niggas' name. So what the fuck you mean this show you can talk about? You got my name in your mouth, pussy. Both of you looking like ass pussies. And I'm with the shit. I don't care how old I am. We about the same age, nigga. All y'all Africa this. Ain't there one of you motherfuckers trying to go back to Africa? Who tried to go back to Africa?
Umar Johnson's goofy ass ain't relocated to Africa. Phil Scott's grifting ass ain't relocated to Africa. You take the craziest, most fake guru-esque Pan-African out there, and they ain't in Africa. They in America. Everybody wants to be in our ancestral homeland. I wonder why.
Everybody come over here to America, talk about, because back at home, because back in my country, take your ass back to your country. I'm from America. They can't deport me. They can't come get me. My mama can't tell me not one story about Africa.
That's what he said. They can't get me. Okay, your ass can get deported. We cannot. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's really talk about it. Oh boy, these Africans.
I am a Mzungu like you.
Guys, this is 2024. You can't be doing what? If I was doing this, I would get canceled.
I am a Mzungu like you.
Oh Lord, these Africans, they want to be us so bad. Yeah, I'm not gonna play that until your guys' ears bleed. I know that one's rough. Oh, viewer discretion is advised for this one. Them African women is nasty too. Them African women ain't got no hygiene.
Downloading.
Like this in Africa. This is like this. Like this, you see? Blessing the land, my guy. Blessing the land. What have we got to say to this?
If you're confused as to what's going on right now, let me provide some context. She done tricked some white man into marrying her and taking her back to America. Now that her African ass is married and in America, she cutting up. Right now, she pissing on this man's balcony. I ain't never felt bad for a white man before in my life. But this poor white man, this poor pink belly, 5 minutes too long in the sun, you're getting sun cancer as a fucking white man. This poor white man, we just gonna call him Bob. Poor Bob. Poor Bob is out there barbecuing on his patio. Probably got some Budweiser waiting on him in the fridge, okay? He out there risking sun cancer just being out there for a few minutes to clean that grill. And what does he got to see? He got to see his African bride out there pissing on the porch.
And what have you got to say to it? You're not noticing. You see? I can just drip dry as well, huh?
Yeah, not her twerking saying it's drip drying. Hey, ladies, I'm not sure about, what you guys do with your toiletries and your hygiene, but y'all don't drip dry, do you? Let me know in the chat. I've never heard of drip drying before. I've never, no, nuh-uh.
Drip dry. Blessing the land. Drip dry. Let me have a taste.
Oh, and you thought it was bad until she said, "Let me have a taste." You thought you'd seen it all until she said, "Let me have a taste." And yes, she's getting ready to get down there and lick up her own urine from this white man's porch. I ain't never felt bad for a pink belly motherfucker before a day in my life. Oh my God. That poor white man. That poor pasty white man. Lord. Monsieur Candy, how far you have fallen. Monsieur Candy, you have fallen so far off the hog. Hey, is this an act of reparations? Them motherfuckers enslaved some of our ancestors. So now they got to take on these dusty ass African migrants who is using them for green cards and pissing all over.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.